Reincarnator, Chapter 250, Power, 1. Tata-tatak. Angel panted and cursed inside her mind while running. Fuck. Melting down the entire maze to go down. Isn't this cheating? Surprisingly, Arthas Francesca was doing something that was unbelievable. He had felt that it was a waste of time to look for the 3 portals that would lead him from the 1st to the 4th floor and had started to just melt down the ground under him. From what she knew, there were hundreds of meters of land between the floors, which meant that Arthas was melting through kilometers worth of hard granite to reach them. Angel shouted. Fuck. Is that supposed to melt down so easily? Why did we use the portal instead of creating a passage like that? The N replied kindly. It's not that we haven't, but that we couldn't. The Great Seal. It wasn't a trap to hold down moles. Would they have set it up in a way that could be dug through? The Great Seal, which used the mana node, amplified the strength of the granite to the extreme and supplied it with a tremendous amount of regenerative powers. It would regenerate very quickly even if it was destroyed. It would be possible to go through it if one poured more energy than the mana node into it, but no living creature could do such a thing. Whether they were a great general, a monster of the empire, or even the ants. Going through the granite with brute strength was an impossible feat up until now. The seal even locked the space, so teleporting through it was impossible, so they could only use the portals. But the situation was now different. The seal had been destroyed and there was no more energy flowing in from the mana node into the maze. It was possible to break it with strength now. One of the adventurers shouted from behind. Fuck. Can't we dig a hole through as well then? The N made an amused expression at the man's words. And if we go up from here? It's the center of their territory. You want to go into the center of the war fortress? Ugh. The people running realized that they couldn't go up. The land above was a death zone where countless residents of the kingdoms and players were waiting for them to come out. They needed to dig up after going out from under their territory at least. The ants are probably doing the same thing. Hansu mumbled to himself. Though the underground area of the maze was vast and wide, there was a limit to a structure. It would be easy for the ants if the maze reached all the way up to beneath the spirit land, but sadly there was quite a distance between the edges of the maze and the spirit land. And since the kingdoms, who had created the maze, already knew this, they would move their forces that way as well. The ants would have to battle them while climbing up. Tuoung. Wayak. These bastards, why are they here? Run away. It's the bug players. Boom. Though the maze was wide, there were a lot of players as well. There were a lot of players in their path and Hansu turned them into golden light whenever he saw them. Continue like this. Hansu couldn't suppress his worries and stole a glance at the lingering N. Then somebody else behind him shouted. Fuck. How is that crazy bastard chasing us so well? Ivanov shouted with an uneasy expression. It was because it wasn't only the mana that they could feel. They could now even feel the intense heat pushing at them from behind them. And despite having run so much, the heat only continued to rise. The maze was extremely large. How was he chasing them so well? The moment Angel heard Ivanov shouting, she started to frown. Wait. Angel carefully asked Hansu. Is he following that? Angel pointed towards Hansu's hand. Well, towards the god's flail in his hand. Hansu nodded at her words. Yep. You knew. Angel was dumbfounded at Hansu, who replied confidently. A calamity of a person was chasing them. Straight at them. But for Hansu to still hold onto the object that calamity was chasing. Shouldn't we throw it away? Angel made a confused expression. She understood that it was an amazing object. But if Hansu could win with it, he wouldn't be running away like this. Which meant that their opponent was someone who he would have a hard time dealing with even with the flail. No matter how precious it was, it shouldn't be more precious than his own life. Then shouldn't he throw it away? With it, Hansu was in a tremendous amount of danger. Though they could hide, Hansu would be chased until the end. Fuck, should I move out alone? She shouldn't have such thoughts, as Hansu had helped them a lot, but the tremendous amount of mana behind them was that vicious heat that told them that they would burn no matter what if they got caught. Fuck it. I still have loyalty. Angel gave up running away and decided on the second choice. To persuade Hansu. Angel carefully asked Hansu. Can't you just leave it behind? Angel got a reply instantly. Not from one but two person. No. No. The N and Hansu replied at the same time. If they left this behind and it got into the enemy's hands, retrieving it was almost impossible. Since they would have to go through their entire army, knights, defense brigade and their magic brigade. So they couldn't. This was something that was very important for the future. Angel had nothing to say to both of their answers and cursed after a bit. God damn it. One heard the prophecy and moved according to it. The other had shown through action instead of words and hadn't been wrong until now. Both of them answering at the same time meant that it was a very important thing. To run with this. Where are we going anyway? Fuck, they don't seem like they're going to give it up. Angel muttered quietly. If that object was such an important thing to them, it would be important to the other side as well. Hansu stopped suddenly at her words. What? Why are you stopping? We have to keep. What's going on? Why did you stop? Everybody started to ask with uneasy expressions. They needed to create as much distance as possible, but Hansu had actually stopped in place. Hansu looked around for a bit and then spoke. It doesn't seem like he is going to give up. So we should fight. Arthas wouldn't give up. Which meant he needed to get rid of him before he becomes more of a nuisance. This should be enough. If it was too close, then it would be an issue. Others would replace him and chase them again. This is why he had run in the opposite direction of the ants. To get rid of the person chasing them at a distance where the others wouldn't be able to sense it. Hansu touched the flail in his hand and made an amused expression. He had obtained a shocking strength. But before he could even see how powerful this strength was, a monstrosity had started to head their way. Sheesh. They won't even give me time to show off with this strength. Thinking about it, it has always been like this. He ran, got stronger and faced an even stronger enemy. Well. It's the way it is. If he wanted to show off his strength, then there was plenty of time to do so. But he kept on losing that chance because of all the things he needed to do in a set amount of time. While Hansu laughed inwardly, everyone around him freaked out. Against that thing. Shocked phrases blurted out from the adventurers' mouths. Rumble. The walls melted and the ceilings collapsed. From the blazing tail that came out from the man's body, Arthas Francesca, who had been breaking through the maze walls and was chasing the flail, stated to frown. Their movements stopped. Did they give up running away? Francesca scoffed and shook his head. Not possible. There was a reason why he was releasing such a large amount of mana while chasing. He was telling them to hurry and give up the flail. Since they were quite smart, they would have understood by now. It's a pity that I can't melt them all down, but I'll just retrieve the flail and go. He wanted to burn everybody who broke the seal and ran away with the flail, but the situation wasn't quite great for him to let his emotions run amok. The ants and the army of Cycros would have collided by now. He needed to deal with the issue here and go back as quick as possible. He needed to retrieve the most important thing, the flail, and go back. But I'll definitely find you later and smash you one by one. Francesca increased his speed after finishing his thoughts. But after a bit of running, an unexpected scene happened. Two people were caught in his perception. A human holding a flail. And an ant. They were both very strong. So strong that they couldn't even be compared to the others. This made him even madder. These two remaining behind meant only one thing. That they wanted to have a go. Insolent, they dared to try and fight me. Francesca's eyebrows twitched. Though they were busy, the flail was very important. But they still sent him alone. What did that mean? It meant that he was more than enough. But these guys had chosen to stay behind. This was the same as looking down on him. They dare. As he thought of that, Arthas Francesca's pride was hurt as he let out an enraged shout. You fucking dog shit bastards. Though about 800 bugs were out of sight, this didn't matter. Since they would burn up the moment they got close anyway. Erase them in an instant. As he shouted out in rage. Boom. The orb that was transplanted near Arthas Francesca's heart, reacted to his rage. The prison which would only get transplanted on the chosen. The spirit of fire inside the orb, squeezed out its power to the extreme. Towards the two charging towards him. Reincarnator, Chapter 251, Power, 2. This might have been a stupid choice. The N mumbled as she looked at Arthas Francesca charging towards them while surrounded by black flames. Hansu spoke towards the N. You should have just ran away. I'm just here to fulfill the prophecy of the future. Hansu scoffed. Future. The reason why he had run so hard was because of this. Hansu stopped his thoughts and started to analyze the situation. His side had two people. He who had reached level 250. And an N who had reached level 300. The opponent. A monster at level 330. Nowhere close enough. Hansu laughed bitterly. There was a huge difference between level 200 and 250. The difference between level 300 and 330 was even larger. Though he was extremely strong for a level 250, a difference of 80 levels was not a joke. It would be a hard fight even if they had an army. But it's still possible. The odds weren't on his side, but the possibility still existed. Since he wouldn't be standing here in the first place if there was no possibility. He would have just kept on running away. Being powerful was relative and there were always flaws and weaknesses. Just like the strength his opponent had. Flame of destruction. Hansu stopped thinking and tensed up his muscles. It was time to focus now. Then. Boom. Bastards. Arthas Francesca, who was still in the distance, poured out a tremendous amount of black flames. While melting down all the walls around him. Though it was extremely inefficient and wasteful to do so, he could allow himself to do so with his strength. The heat from the flame melted Hansu's reinforcement and started to burn his dragon essence blade and the 1,000 soldiers' armor. Such might even though it wasn't directed at him. If I hit it directly, I'll just get erased. But there was nowhere to dodge. A wall of flames that didn't give him an inch of room to dodge. Then. Ki-yi-yi-yi-ying. A strange noise started to pour out from the body of the N next to Hansu. The black shadow shrouding it expanded and contracted and wriggled around. Insane bastards. As Arthas Francesca was gleeful from the thought of burning up these two with the flames. Whoosh. Light started to explode out from the shadow lingering around the N's body. As if the light, which had been contained by the shadow, blew out. Like something being born from an egg, the light blew out from the N's body and lit up the surrounding space. At the same time. Whoosh. It started to surround the flames that had filled up the surroundings. And it didn't stop there. The light retracted back inside the N's body. Along with the flame. SHRRRRRRRK. The flames got sucked into the N's body. Into the body of the N who coveted the existence of the flame of destruction. What the? Flame of destruction. Fire from times of extinction. Or in another word, flames from before the time of extinction. Relics earned from the lands up north as the protection elixir came into existence and the spirit lands opened. It was a flame created from those relics. Of course the power behind it was tremendous. This fire could even burn up the world. Though Arthas hadn't put all his strength behind his attack, it wasn't something that could or should get sucked in that easily. Is this what the commander had told me about? The flame of destruction is indeed strong, but it won't work very well against the ants. So. Always beware of the seal being destroyed. Francesca made a dumbfounded expression while thinking of the words from the commander of the magic brigade. Whoosh. The N made a refreshed expression as it devoured up the flame. This power. This was power that truly belonged to them, related to their origins. It was the power of the spirits which they controlled in the past when they ruled the world. And the power which they needed to gain after going into the spirit lands. Though it's fake. It's really been a while. A content smile appeared on the N's face. The look of the N was completely different after it had devoured the flames. The shadow-like body started to shine from the flame surrounding it. The shadowy and smoke-like body had all been turned into flames and surrounded her body. A human created from flames. The N who looked like it had been birthed from the sun emitted a completely different aura from when it had the shadowy look from before. Flame. Not bad. Though there were countless kinds of spirits, the N who had forgotten her name liked the flame the most. It was the most useful and the most destructive. But there was no time to waste. Arthas Francesca examined the N closely. She can't be invincible. He understood that she had a high compatibility with the flames. But even if that was the case, she wouldn't be able to handle an infinite amount of energy. It was a rule of the world. Arthas Francesca scanned his opponents and smiled. That's her limit, huh? Her body was leaking out flames. Which meant she had absorbed as much as she could. Well, there might be a bit more room. But Arthas Francesca didn't have any plans of letting her eat up anymore. Try eating it up again. The prison which held the flame of destruction started to squeeze itself according to Arthas Francesca's will. Koom. The artificial spirit, which was struggling in pain, couldn't handle the pressure and let out flames again. The flames pouring out from near his heart, mixed with his mana, flowed through the mana circuits in his body and reached the extremities of his fingers with the shape of an arrow. And then. Roar. The flame let out a huge noise and poured out from the tips of his hands and rushed towards Hansu and the N at a terrifying speed. But it couldn't compare to the might of the wall of fire from before. It was tiny. But as the N saw it, that's a bit too much. The N smacked her lips. Though it existed, it wasn't a true spirit's power and instead was contaminated with mana and filled with the opponent's hatred. It would be hard to absorb it in the first place and it would puncture a hole in her heart if she did it anyway. Since it was dozens of times more condensed than before. Although the size was small, the heat was much higher than the wall of flames from before. The N quickly decided to attack instead of defending. Whoosh. The N's body exploded. Well, the flames that its body was made of to be exact. Then. SHRRRRRRK. The dispersed body of the N flew across the air and started to surround Arthas Francesca's body. Then the cloud of flames which had surrounded Arthas Francesca's body started to attack him. Like a swarm of bees. These annoying bastards. Francesca used his mana to protect his vital spots and at the same time sent out a wisp of consciousness into the arrow of fire which he had shot out. He couldn't waste it. Whoosh. The arrow made a sharp turn as he controlled it. And the arrow started to head towards Hansu's heart. Hansu shouldn't be able to stop it or dodge it. Since there was that much energy within it. I'll at least get one person. As Francesca laughed. Boom. A blood-colored light started to pour out from Hansu's body. Well, from the flail in Hansu's hand to be exact. The flail started to heat up like a furnace and a smoky existence started to appear above it. Yes. That guy's a descendant of the kingdoms as well. Use our strength. The souls hiding inside the flail with the mana node's energy left behind those words as they disappeared. Well, they weren't disappearing to be exact. They were finally being freed from the cursed flail and going back to where they should be. They, who had been suppressed by hatred, turned into a pure energy form and flowed through Hansu's entire body. Then. Boom. The body which had been already strengthened from the demonic dragon's reinforcement, the dragon essence blade and the body enhancement surgery got enhanced even further from the strength of the mana node. A streak of red light started to pour in the demonic dragon's reinforcement which was filled with dark golden light. The red energy flowed into the silvery liquid as well. Kudududuk. Yududuk. A body which was countless times stronger than before. Hansu squeezed out as much energy as he could and smashed down his flail. Towards the arrow. The moment the chunk of metal and the flame arrow collided. Boom. An unbelievably loud noise rang throughout the entire maze. A noise so loud that it even caused both Arthas and Hansu to frown. Then. Boom. Ugh. The cloud of flames attacking Arthas was deflected back from the mana shockwave created by the clash. Francesca stole a glance at the N which had turned back into her human form and chuckled at Hansu. Not bad. But how are you going to continue if you barely blocked that simple attack? And Hansu nodded inwardly to the words of Arthas who was staring back at him expressionlessly. His words were right. His body had been subjected to an unbelievable amount of force just from smashing away a simple arrow. He was the one who had swung but it felt like he had been hit instead. It was more like a meteor than an arrow. Though it was just a single moment, the amount of force had stopped him briefly. The hand holding the flail trembled immensely as his entire body tried to absorb and handle the force. If the N hadn't distracted Arthas then he would have gotten a fatal injury from more attacks. 80 levels in difference. It's really huge, huh? Even though I applied the power destruction as well. This couldn't even be called a fire anymore. It was a bomb which was filled with energy. The energy sent out by an existence 80 levels higher than himself was hard even for his enhanced body. The N could just disperse their body but he wouldn't be able to approach Arthas at this rate. The 9-dragon spear should be able to smash through his attacks and damage him, but he would get killed before he could try to use it. Which meant that this wasn't a battle where he should try saving things. I need to use it, I guess. Then. Rumbly. The souls appeared from the flail in his hand and started to disappear again. A number far greater than from before. The amount of energy that had come out was immense in itself. Like a waterfall exploding out from a broken dam, the energy from the mana node suddenly surged and started to pour out in all directions. If all this energy headed towards Hansu then even his own body would blow apart. The energy flowed towards a completely different destination from before. Not towards Hansu's body but to the depths of the flail. As a result. Rumbly. The flail started to let out a huge noise and Francesca frowned as he watched and shouted. The power? How can such a weakling like you use it? Francesca was dumbfounded at this scene. Reincarnator, Chapter 252, Power, 3. It was one of the 3 godly treasures. And each one had a power. The power of the flail had been activated. SHRRRRRK. The flail started to greedily devour energy. The energy flowed through the strange mechanisms of the flail and reached a location deep inside it. At the same time the space in front of the flail started to twist. The surrounding area folded and collapsed on itself and condensed into a single point. And as the numerous colors combined, the original color changed as well. Black. An extremely dark and deep color. Soon. Boom. A small hole which even devoured light appeared about 10 centimeters in front of the edge of the flail. 10,000 to use it just once. The amount of energy expanded to create this tiny sphere seemed over the top. Hansu made a shocked expression at that tremendous amount of energy as he shook the flail around. He wanted to know if the sphere was held in place. If it was, then it would be a problem. But thankfully the black sphere on the top of the flail moved as Hansu moved the flail around. As if it was connected by an invisible pillar. Francesca frowned, seeing Hansu playing around. No way. How can you control it? But Francesca soon calmed down and gathered himself. There was no point talking about it. Since the power had been activated already. It was now time to check something else. It was time to see how powerful the god's flail which he had only heard about in rumors was. And if Hansu was controlling it properly. As if Hansu read Francesca's mind. Boom. 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 Hansu started to charge towards him. In order to smash his head apart. At the same time. Whoosh. The end dispersed her body again, turned into flames and started to attack Francesca from all around as well. Annoying. Francesca frowned. The end was high level and it even absorbed energy, truly an annoying thing to deal with. Whoosh. The flame of destruction mixed around with the mana again and its shape started to change. The flame condensed itself and soon resembled a smooth sheet of cloth and surrounded Francesca's body. Francesca's signature move which needed a flame so powerful that it could solidify, a large mana reserve to sustain it and a tremendous amount of mana control. I'll gladly kill you off. Francesca, covered by the red dragon robe, started to dance vigorously. Then. Boom. 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 He started to counter the flames flying towards him from all around. Shit. Battle skills. The N was dumbfounded. That robe wasn't easy to absorb because it was extremely condensed. And despite that, Arthas showed such skills controlling it. Being the captain of the magic brigade, his skills were no joke. And it didn't end there. Whoosh. Despite already fighting so intensely, a long spear of flames appeared in the air next to Francesca. Unlike the robe, this was a weapon created for Francesca to hold and swing. Francesca grabbed the spear and swung it. Whoosh. Yup. The N hurriedly moved away from the trajectory of the spear which was flying towards her. She was in a flame-like form, but she would still receive a fatal injury if she got hit by that spear. Francesca smirked at the N running away from a single swing of his spear and then raised his spear again. Then the muscles on his entire body started to squirm. Then. Boom. The red dragon spear flew across the air while emitting a huge noise. At Hansu who was running towards him with the god's flail. Kyo. Hansu tensed up as he saw the spear flying towards him. Its might was dimensions apart from a casual arrow. This is not something he could block by swinging the flail at it. Hansu didn't swing the flail and instead raised it like a shield in front of him. With the black orb in front. I'm going to trust it. As Hansu breathed in and out. Kyo. The red dragon spear, which had flown in while breaking the ground underneath, collided with the black sphere. And Hansu surrounded his ears with mana in case another huge noise was created. But there was no need. Swoosh. The moment the black sphere touched the red dragon spear. The sphere started to devour the spear. The existence of the spear itself. And in a blink of an eye, the entire spear had been sucked into the sphere. And Francesca frowned as he smacked the N around with his robe. What the? He's using it properly. It's just like what I heard. The moment he saw that Hansu was using the power properly. Whoosh. Francesca swung his robe with a wide move and flung the N away. He then started to ruthlessly squeeze out mana from the prison holding the flame of destruction. The flames which shot out from his hands crisscrossed and folded onto each other as they shaped into an object. A shiny red shield. Francesca raised the shield, in front of him and then surrounded his entire body with the robe. According to what he knew, that power wasn't just about devouring. And as he expected. The thing Francesca was worrying about had become a reality. Boom. Something started to come out from the black sphere which had eaten up the red dragon spear. A red spear wreathed in flames. Francesca's expression turned nasty as he saw the red dragon spear flying straight back at him. It didn't feel good to be attacked by his own attack. What a stupid power. Fuck. Even before he could finish his thoughts. Boom. The red dragon spear and the red dragon shield collided and caused a huge noise. A noise which was incomparable to the one created when Hansu had smashed the arrow. Ugh. The red dragon shield took around the same amount of mana as the red dragon spear. So the shield being able to block the spear was an obvious thing, but the shockwave from the collision still existed. And Francesca groaned as he received the brunt of the shockwave. If he hadn't dispersed most of the force using the robe, then he might have broken some bones. Francesca frowned as he stood up. If he was just trying to test if that power was real or not, then there wasn't really a need to use the red dragon spear. Just an arrow would have been enough. He would have been able to block the arrow with his robe and there wouldn't have been a need to send out the spear. But there was a reason. I need to hurry and exhaust that power. That ability would cause Hansu to be invincible. Nobody would be able to handle a power so overwhelmingly strong which could absorb and send back whatever was flown at it. If he left that alone, then he would just get beaten down to death. No matter how much weaker his opponents were, he wouldn't be able to handle being struck at non-stop. There was nothing infinite or invincible in the world. According to what he knew, that ability ate up a tremendous amount of energy to activate once, and it wasn't something that could be sustained by pouring in more energy. And it overheated after a huge load, so it would take a bit of time until he would be able to use it again. Which meant that he needed to pour more energy than the amount that had been used to create it and exhaust it. Even if he had to be hit back by all those spears. Let's see, who wins? You bug-like bastard. Quay op. Francesca screamed out, created 3 more red dragon spears and then started to swing them at Hansu in a crazed manner. Then, boom, boom. An existence which controlled flames, an existence which became flames, and an existence which sent back flames started to turn the entire maze into a sea of flames. Boom, boom. Francesca's current situation was a mess as he fought Hansu and the An. His attacks weren't working properly in the first place and he could only use his battle skills and the robe. One of his arms had been broken and the silk-like red dragon robe had been turned into tatters. Plus there were countless cuts and bruises all over his body. But despite this, the expressions of Hansu and the N weren't that great. A fucking monster. The N mumbled in annoyance. All his main attacks had been blocked. The only thing he had was the red dragon robe surrounding him and the battle skill which made use of his robe. But he was still standing. And with herself, who had eaten the flames, and a human who surpassed all humans as his opponents. Without the power of the flail, they would have long been shredded apart. And as if Francesca read the An's mind. Quayup. Kiyeyeyeyeyeyeing. 3 more red dragon spears started to fly towards Hansu. Something which Hansu wouldn't be able to block at his level. Hansu dodged away from Francesca's fist, jumped backwards, and lifted the flail in his hands. Swish. 3 spears at the same time wouldn't change anything. The black sphere ate up the 3 spears and sent them flying back. Towards Francesca who was attacking the N in the distance. Quayayayop. Francesca shouted out, lifted up the shield with his still functioning right arm and blocked the spears. Boom. 1. Boom. 2. Francesca's entire body shook as he blocked the spears one by one. But something changed. Crack. A crack appeared on the black sphere. Then. Clang. Boom. The black sphere broke and the red dragon spear which was being prepared to shoot back blew up and swept the surrounding area. Kuyuk. Ayayayok. Kuahup. The energy from the red dragon spear didn't discern between ally and foe as it spread out in every direction. And thanks to this, the 3 of them were blown away by the explosion and got separated from each other. Tat. Tot it. Tat. The 3 caught their balance and then glared at each other again. But their expressions were different. Keek, quayahahaha. Finally the power broke. Though he had been turned into a mess, there was still a huge difference in power. Francesca stole a glance at the N and then laughed towards Hansu. Try using all your tricks now. I know you have hidden a lot of things. Go on, use them. He knew that Hansu had been waiting until he had become weak. But that didn't matter. He was going to stomp all over Hansu. Kiyeyeyeyeing. Francesca smiled as his right eye let out a strange blue light and scanned Hansu's body. Reincarnator, Chapter 253, Power, 4. Rumble. The vast plains located between the war fortress and the spirit lands. Tens of thousands of people were fighting a huge battle here. Kudududuk. The race of shadows, the Ans, who crawled out from the earth and tried to head towards the blazing spirit lands. And the armies of the kingdoms who were keeping their formations in order to prevent the Ans from entering the spirit lands. Boom. Kudududuk. Pillars of flames and bolts of lightning were created. The tacticians of the kingdom's armies clenched their teeth and shouted while looking at the Ans, the race which had crawled out from the ground with immense power, who were pushing them back. Defense squad. Second Bridge. Wake up. Hold your positions. Magic Brigade. Alter the grid location to R8. Bastards. Don't run. We cannot let these guys enter the spirit land. Boom. Boom. Knights and soldiers over level 270 were getting smashed apart and were sent flying away. With just a few thousand in numbers, the Ans were charging through the tens of thousands of well-coordinated soldiers. Ino, the third in command of the Magic Brigade, grinned at his teeth as he saw this scene. Jesus, was the time of peace that long? It has been decades since the kingdoms have entered a time of peace after the giant wars. All the soldiers who had tasted wars had retired and the remaining soldiers, who didn't want to lose out, handed most of their jobs to the players who were immortal. In the form of quests. But the strength of the Ans was no joke. This is not going to be easy at all. Ino looked towards another location. And watched the hundreds of thousands of players charging towards the battle from the distance. Giddy up. A history quest after so long. Run. Ha 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 ha. Jackpot. Those who were free from the ultimate fear of humans, death. So these guys only thought of the frightening scene in the distance as a mountain of treasure. The remaining soldiers were shouting at these players as well. Telling them that it'll be a quest with substantial rewards and that it would please the kingdoms. But Ino didn't expect that much from the beginning. Usually the immortality aspect of the players was a huge advantage, so the people of the kingdom usually used them by offering them rewards and treasures, but the current situation was a bit different. So he had remained behind at the war fortress. Ino shouted towards the Magic Brigade who had been sent out in a hurry from the capital. Activate the Golden Dragon formation. The members of the Magic Brigade gulped down their saliva and nodded as they started to spread out strange runes into the air. The biggest difference between them and the players. Technology, learning from experience and preparing for the future. This was the reason why they called the players barbarians. While those guys were busy living like carnivorous animals day by day. They, like how a human should be, had prepared for the future. And the Golden Dragon formation was the result of this. A powerful magic formation which allowed them to use the strength of the mana node that held the seal inside the Great Maze. But they couldn't do anything with just this formation alone. Since they had no medium that could handle the energy from the mana node. There were only 3 items in this world that could withstand such a vast amount of energy. So Ino could only clench his hands into fists and mumble inwardly. Hurry, please hurry with the item, Captain. Boom. As Ino mumbled towards the hole into the Great Maze that had been created by melting the surface. One of the mages from the Magic Brigade asked quietly. He won't fail, right? Ino replied with a dumbfounded expression. Don't spout nonsense. No, it's just, the opponent has the flail, so. The Magic Brigade studied all sorts of history regarding the ancient spells and items. Of course they knew about the true power and might of the flail. So the mage was worried. Ino shook his head. Not even close. Even if the weapon itself was amazing, if the amount of strength of the person used by it was low, then its overall strength would be limited as well. The flail had tremendous power, but a tremendous amount of energy was required to supply it. They would only be able to use the true power of the flail when they constructed a giant formation like this and pulled out the energy from the mana node. And such a feat, even the great General Cycrus wouldn't be able to do it alone. The flail in the hands of a human with a level limit of 250 would be negligible. It would just be a somewhat useful weapon. Ino spoke towards the mage. Did you forget who our captain was? Oh yeah. The mage thought of their captain, Arthas Francesca, and exclaimed out. He remembered. Arthas Francesca. Captain of the Magic Brigade. Owner of the prison with the destruction flame. Red Dragon Wielder. There were countless names and titles given to these people, but there was one that stood out the most even out of these. A title given to him because of the number of people who had charged at Arthas Francesca during the Third Kingdom War and had been burned up like moths to a flame. It was not a title that one could acquire from just having the destruction flame. I pray for your soul. Ino thought of the mysterious thief and mumbled. Ki-yi-yi-yi-yi-ying. Amazing. It's really amazing. The power. Arthas Francesca laughed happily. You dare push me this far? Arthas Francesca laughed and at the same time mumbled in a dumbfounded manner. Level 330. It was not a joke. A level which far surpassed the immortals. Normal attacks wouldn't work and a simple step of his would cause players to roll away. And the skills and the battle experience he had. Those player guys didn't even think of going against him in the first place, and Francesca himself was confident that if he was given a bit of time, he could personally wipe away every player within the war fortress. Once there was enough difference in strength, quantity had no meaning. Since they wouldn't be able to catch him if he ran away and they themselves wouldn't be able to run away if he chased them. There were only two reasons why he didn't fight the bug-like players. First, only he would get tired fighting against those guys who had nothing to give him. Second, there was no reason to make another enemy. He was basically a one-man army. The guy in front of his eyes should have been massacred in under 10 seconds. But for him to push him this far. For him to be able to push me this far just by having some resentment from the weapon. If he wasn't here, then Hansu would have been able to roam through the mass of players and massacre them. No, if he actually learned how to use that flail properly, then he might have been able to cause him to tremble in fear. But sadly for him, this was the end. Rumble. The red dragon robe around Arthas Francesca became more solid and started to wrap around the injuries on his body. His broken bones were held in place by the robe, and the locations which were bleeding had been stopped by the flame of the mana which covered his entire body. There wasn't much mana left in him now. There was barely enough to maintain his Dragon Emperor robe, spear, and shield. Though the destruction flame could still let out a lot of flames, there was a limit to his flames. But this was more than enough. Francesca lifted the spear with his right hand, the shield with his left, and then spoke in a cold manner. Try to struggle a bit more. Then. Boom. Francesca jumped up into the air. Tuoum. Ugh. The red spear cut across the air and smashed into the cloud of flames, the N. Though he had been injured greatly, he was still very powerful. Hansu looked at the N who had been sent flying back and swung his flail around to smash it into Francesca's back. But this was not enough. Normal attacks weren't enough to penetrate through the red dragon robe surrounding his body tightly. Rumble. Then, a skill was activated from inside Hansu's body. Arthas Francesca's eyes shone brightly and scanned over Hansu's body. Then. Rumbling. The mana inside Hansu's body, which had been twisting and coiling onto itself, started to disperse into thin strands. Kahihi. Francesca smiled and then focused onto the N instead. Hansu's attacks were useless as long as he could handle his skills. And as he expected. Boom. The forked lightning smashed onto the red dragon shield and made a huge noise. But that was it. Ha. Try a bit harder. Francesca defended the attack which was surrounded in the demonic dragon's reinforcement and then swung his spear around widely. Pay. Hansu sensed the tremendous power behind that attack and quickly backed up as he mumbled. What an annoying skill. The skill which annoyed him even more than the red dragon robe. Francesca has been using it constantly. If he didn't have that skill, then he would have been destroyed by either the pandemic blade or the 9-dragon spear earlier. There was only one reason why that guy had been able to withstand Hansu and his own reflected attacks up until now. Dragons, the sacred creatures which flew across the heavens, were not something the creatures of the earth could ever fathom to reach. And he had pulled down the man who was like a dragon's avatar from an unreachable position of power to a place where he could just barely handle him by using the power of the flail. But the descended dragon didn't seem like it would give up that easily. Boom. Thuriak. Hansu frowned as he heard the screams of the N who was getting beaten up with a shocked expression. Dragon's Eye. Well, Red Dragon's Eye. A skill created by a level of mana control which has reached the apex, a tremendous amount of experience and insane calculative abilities. Reading the flow of mana inside the opponent's body. And for any skill that has been used at least once, the traces would remain behind. Like an answer sheet which had been answered. Arthas Francesca read these traces, read the flow and figured out what the opponent's skills were. He started with this and came up with a plan. In order to smash apart his opponent's skills in the best manner. In the most efficient and evil way possible. And then he would cut them off from the beginning before they could even begin the skill. As long as his opponents were weaker and were inside his range, it was a skill which had a tremendous might. Though the amount of actual influence it had on the opponent was low, this was more than enough. The moment the complex high-level skills got interrupted by this, it would all get tangled up. Boom. Francesca smashed away the N and smiled as he started to push Hansu back. As long as he had this skill, any skills would be meaningless. Since it would all be read by him. Well. It'd probably be quite dangerous. Francesca mumbled as he saw the flow of mana inside Hansu's body. He saw quite a few things, but there were two major skills that could bring him danger. One seemed like a close-range skill, but the other was a very powerful offensive skill. If Hansu had used that skill, then he might not have been able to hold on with just his red dragon robe and shield. But he was cancelling all the skills. Hansu would not be able to handle the red dragon robe surrounding his body. At least not within the short period of time in which he would get killed. Haha. You've never even heard of this might. A secret weapon that he trusted in and only he knew about. This dragon's eye was the proof of his talent. As Francesca smiled and swung his spear. Boom. The body which was holding onto the flail and the forked lightning got sent flying back. At the same time. Yuadudaduk. The flail flew back after blocking the red dragon's spear. Though the flail had withstood the attack, Hansu's left arm had not and had been broken. Hansu mumbled. Oh, I've heard of it. What? The moment Francesca replied. Whoosh. The forked lightning in Hansu's right hand flew across the air. Towards Francesca. Heh. What's he going to do with just this? What could he do with just this single attack? Francesca scoffed at the single attack which was flying towards him. Reincarnator, Chapter 254, War Fortress, 1. He heard of it? Arthas Francesca froze for a moment. But only for a moment. Whoosh. Arthas Francesca smiled as he saw the spear flying towards him. Saying was one thing, but Hansu didn't have a way to deal with him. Of course he himself wouldn't likely be able to dodge that spear. Though he was quite strong himself, that guy had a monstrous physical body as well. In terms of physical body alone, that guy could compare to himself. So that spear would succeed in hitting him since he was tired already. But so what? Francesca laughed coldly. His strong point wasn't his physical body from the beginning. He wouldn't have gone into the magic brigade otherwise. Overflowing mana and blazing flames. The red dragon techniques which he had created from these two things. That spear would not be able to go through his robe. As Francesca laughed. Kiiying. A strange magic started to appear on the spear that was flying through the air. But Francesca just calmly looked at the spear tip with his right eye. Francesca saw the mana flow inside the spear and scoffed. Is this your final strike? From the moment he saw this guy, every skill inside his body had been read. The body had 3 skills. Reinforcement type skills couldn't be disrupted, so it was a pass. The other 2, the area skill and offensive skill, had long been dealt with. An easy one to deal with. There's usually hundreds. Even Francesca's head would start to hurt when there were hundreds of skills, but this guy only had about 3. Which means that the only thing he needed to be careful of now was his artifacts. And there was only one which could activate skills. The ring on his finger. There were 4 skills which could be activated from the ring. Each of them were amazing too. Destroying skills, mixing up the 5 senses and absorbing health by draining out blood. And the skill applied on the spear was one of the skills within the ring. A skill which destroyed mana and nullified it. It was a threatening skill, but it was useless. Since he had long figured out a way to deal with it. If this was your final attack, then you should not have used it. Rambi. His thoughts were long, but the flow of time in reality was short. And his reaction was instantaneous. The moment Francesca's eyes blinked while looking at the spear which had almost reached him. Charung. The mana which had filled up the surroundings of his body started to twist and coil under Francesca's will. The mana shaped itself into needles and started to push itself into the mana circuits inside Hansu's body. Into the most important locations. The mana paths quickly broke apart as it destroyed the power behind the ring. Francesca laughed happily as he saw this scene. The skill had been released and there was only the reinforcement remaining on the spear. Should focus until the end. Francesca moved around his mana. Whoosh. As he poured in mana and flames into a location of the robe, the thin silk-like robe puffed up like a winter's coat. Then. Kudududuk. Q-hup. The spear smashed into the red dragon robe. A reinforcement created from a tremendous amount of mana and raw strength which was far above what a normal level 250 should have. And surprisingly, the spear was piercing through the robe. He had expected the red dragon robe to get penetrated through from that attack. Francesca grunted as he poured in strength into his right hand. This is far as you go, right? The red dragon robe might get pierced through. But that wasn't all he had. Hansu wouldn't be able to go through his body. A huge amount of physical and magic resistance created from the difference of levels. It could easily block a spear of that level. And as he expected. Boom. His body started to resist the spear. The physical resistance handled the strength behind the spear and the magic resistance blocked the reinforcement. Francesca's body and Hansu's spear created sparks as they collided. Quad K. Of course even he would get damaged if he stood still like this. Since he wouldn't have turned into a mess like this if his defense was invincible in the first place. But this short moment was more than enough. Francesca realized that the power behind the spear pushing towards his heart was what he expected and smashed onto Hansu with his red dragon spear. Die. Whoosh. Since he had defended, it was time to attack. Give a bit of flesh, break their bones. Though Hansu's attacks might hurt him a bit, his own attacks would definitely kill him. As Francesca was about to laugh. Kiiying. Right before the red dragon spear was about to reach Hansu's body, in that instant. The golden spear which was trying to pierce into his body. The power destruction that was applied on Francesca's body started to reconstruct itself at a rapid pace. In a completely different form from before. What the? Francesca freaked out. A skill which he hadn't seen before started to activate. From his ring. Uaaok. Francesca clenched his teeth and then blinked his right eye. He tried to wipe it away with the dragon's eye, but it was useless. Even if he could read the skill, there was no time to create a method of dealing with it. The tip of the spear had reached his heart already, when would he create a method to deal with it? Fucking hell. As Francesca freaked out inside his mind. The spear with the strange mana surrounding it pierced through Francesca's body. Well, towards the located next to his heart. Quaaok. Francesca screamed out. It wasn't because the prison next to his heart broke and caused a tremendous amount of pain. It was because he couldn't believe Hansu's ring was shining and causing all of this. Cough, kahuak. Fuck, no way. Francesca coughed up blood and looked at the spear which had pierced through the prison next to his heart with a shocked expression. The physical resistance of his had been broken through. A skill which allowed him to even make attacks that could destroy mountains like tofu had been broken apart just like that. Though the reinforcement had been blocked by his magic resistance, that was it. Even if his level was high, he couldn't handle the spear with his bare body. And the spear which had attacked him wasn't any spear. A spear that a person with a monstrously powerful body had thrown with all his strength. Kaha. Haha. Fucking bastard. You were hiding such a thing. The prison broke and the destruction flame was released. Francesca saw the red dragon spear disappear into thin air and looked at Hansu dejectedly. He realized what Hansu had meant when he had said that he saw the dragon's eye before. Hansu looked back at Francesca expressionlessly. It would have been better to use it with a better timing, but this is good enough. Exodus was a wide world. Countless players existed and there were plenty of master-level players. But Arthas Francesca, the red dragon wielder, stood out even amongst these people. Since he was that special and that powerful. Though you need to avoid a collision as much as possible. There is a high chance that the monsters of the kingdoms will chase you down because of the thing you're going to do to the great maze and the importance of the flail. You need to prepare for the worst. Arthas Francesca's specialties were two things. His destruction flame. It supplied an almost infinite amount of flames to the user. And the dragon's eye. Any skill that had been used once could be read. Since the traces of the mana would remain behind in their body. He was extremely strong and if he was given just a short amount of time, he would cancel all your skills. This was why he had hidden the fifth ability of the Nirmaha's ring. The ability which he had obtained as he came up to the green zone. Physical resistance nullification. A power which shredded apart and nullified the resistance which God had given to all creatures. I don't think I can use it often, huh? Hansu frowned as he sensed the mana jade next to his heart, which had been screaming from overdraining from the previous fight, heating up. A power which nullified one of the laws set down by God. The amount of mana this used was not low. To the point of this being inefficient to use against anything weaker than him. It would be better to smash them with the mana instead of using this. But it was more than good enough to be a fatal attack to the powerhouses or those with monstrous defense. Like the kneeling Arthas Francesca. Keek, keek keek. Boom. The prison broke apart and the destruction flame rampaged. As if it was trying to get revenge against Francesca who had trapped it up until now. Despite his body being cooked from the inside, Francesca still couldn't believe that he had lost as he laughed in despair. Well, it was out of control anyway. At this rate, the destruction flame would blow apart and burn up everything around here. Yes. Let's die together. Francesca clenched his teeth. He had failed his mission and would die here. Since the prison had broke already, controlling the destruction flame with his mana was an impossible feat. It would be better to just burn everything up. Then. Whoosh. That won't do. The N gave up the cloud form, reformed her body and mumbled. She then placed her hand onto the broken prison next to Francesca's body. Then. Swoosh. The destruction flame, which had been rampaging inside Francesca's body, started to get sucked into the N's body. It was easier to absorb the pure flames which had no traces of mana. And Francesca gritted his teeth as he saw this. Fuck. This girl's not simple either, huh? A normal N wouldn't be able to absorb the destruction flame that easily. Francesca made a dejected expression and spat towards the N. You crazy bitch. Why do you go so far to help this guy? Do you think anything will change because this guy stays alive? With your ability, if you helped your race in the battle then you might have saved a life or two. Francesca used a bit of his remaining strength to scoff at the N. Nothing would change because of this guy being alive. Though Hansu was strong, the power of the kingdoms were much stronger and they had the immortal players to do their bidding. If they made those immortal players chase Hansu to the ends of the earths, even Hansu would have to just get chased around. The N chuckled. The prophecy has spoken. That it wouldn't just end here if he was rescued. The N thought back to the past. What kind of nonsense? Francesca looked at the N spurting out nonsense in confusion and then looked in front of him. At the man who was quietly focusing with his eyes closed while holding the spear which had pierced his body. The moment those words rang out. Clan Lord Khan, the owner of the soul fragment who had control over the yellow zone, shouted. Go in. At the same time. Boom. 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 Boom boom. A huge column of soldiers who extended into the horizon started to walk forward. Into the calm and white silver sea. Reincarnator, Chapter 255, War Fortress, 2. Papa Papa. A single humanoid form was charging through the maze. Well, through the tunnel that had been created straight towards the War Fortress. Arthas Francesca. What a monster. There shouldn't be any issues, right? The woman who was running, Angel, mumbled inwardly. She was extremely worried, only leaving behind Hansu and the N to deal with the heavenly disaster of a being. But she soon shook her head. She wouldn't be much help in dealing with such a monster of a being. She would only get in their way. And she had to focus on her own objective. There was no time to play around. This tunnel had been created while Francesca climbed down. Of course it was connected to the center of the War Fortress. If I drop my guard then, I'll die. Angel slowed down as she got closer to the gaping hole through which sunlight shone. And carefully climbed up while using all of her stealth skills to their utmost. The further she went up and the closer she got to the hole, more and more noises poured into her ears. The shouts of the players and the residents of the War Fortress. Let's go out. Come on. They're giving out quests. Jackpot. They give this much even if we just participate. Yo. Tell all the clansmen to come as well. This actually seems like a jackpot. Angel frowned as she heard these words. They're using them well, huh? Though they were weak, they were still immortal and had many in numbers. Though the high-level powerhouses of the kingdoms ignored them because they were merely bugs, even bugs would become terrifying if there was a huge number of them. And these guys had no fear of death, which was an important factor in a battle. It meant that these guys were very good meat shields. The kingdoms knew this, so they were attracting the players from all around with a tremendous amount of treasures and rewards. It meant that they didn't want the ants to reach the spirit land that much. Though the ants were handling the forces of the kingdoms pretty well, the situation didn't look very good for them to celebrate just yet. Because if the players rushed towards them like waves, then the ants wouldn't be able to block them either. Angel thought of what Hansu had said to her before she left. Like what Hansu had said, Angel carefully climbed up to the war fortress. And after coming up to the fortress, she could finally see the situation. Jesus! I've never seen it being so empty. The war fortress, which had always been packed tightly, was empty. From the guards who watched over the walls to the players who looked for quests. This is why it was so easy to climb up. Angel mumbled. Of course it wasn't entirely empty, but compared to the usual war fortress, this was the same as a deserted town. It should be a bit easier to move around now. There was no time to waste. Since the adventurers of the ant tunnels would have spread out far and wide already. A risky choice the 800 of them had made due to the amount of work they had to do within this vast area in a short amount of time. Angel quickly looked over the area and started to run towards the center. Then, one of the players who had seen Angel looked to her in confusion. What the hell? Everyone was running out from the war fortress. Everybody, including the ones who had been here originally and the ones who came in through the warp gates. But for somebody to run to the center of the plaza. And I feel like I saw her before. As the player, Carix, was lost in confusion. One of the party members next to Carix tapped his shoulder and spoke. Yo, what are you doing? There's no time. We have to go out. Though the history and battle-related quests were famous for having a large amount of rewards for participating, they were even more famous for their penalties. Penalty. A system which was applied when they did not participate. Of course they didn't pick on them or kill them one by one, but the players would face an annoying situation after the quest's end. Like the prices of the stores increasing or warping to certain areas being banned. Though this could buy the hatred of the players, it wasn't like they really died from the battle, and since the rewards were good, most players participated anyway. Carix nodded at the party member's words. His words were right. Well, she probably has her own issues to deal with. Participating in the quest outside was of more importance. But then Carix suddenly stopped. Yo. I figured out where I saw that girl before. What? Is she like your ex or something? While his party member laughed at Carix, he replied with a serious face. Blacklist. The most recent one. Huh. All the party members stopped. By saying recent, he was talking about the blacklist that was updated an hour ago. A huge incident where tens of thousands of players who had been trapped in the Great Maze got massacred. It wasn't like the war had started, so due to such a large amount of people dying in such a short amount of time, the clans and groups all went into emergencies and looked into the situation. And everyone made shocked expressions when they figured out who had caused all this. Bug players. The close to 1,000 bug players, who had been hiding in the corners of the maze, had done all this. Some people were even suspicious that this incident was the Anteater clan trying to broaden their powers. The bug players were merely cockroaches inside the normal players' minds, not something which would bite them back. And for them to cause such a massacre with just 1,000 in number. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't be that strong. But soon their questions were answered. The evidence from various groups had surfaced. God. We were going to fight for it, but some crazy bastard, he was really strong. What the hell can we do when a guy like him charges onto us? What the hell is Exodus doing? One of them. Ugh. Is he even a bug player? I thought he was some supernatural being from the kingdoms. And a clear reward had been set. The kingdom's pride had been hurt, so this was a decision they made to catch and massacre them all. And there were a few other benefits. Killing them was not a matter of experience and artifacts anymore. The party members standing next to Carix looked at him in delight. Nice, how did you see that? Not bad. Hee hee. I knew this bastard would achieve something one day. Carix's confidence spiked up as he spoke with a smile. So? You're going to go out? To that battlefield? The 50 or so party members chuckled to each other. Well. That can wait a bit. Boom. Boom. Catch her. Hey. Catch that girl. She's a bug player. Carix shouted out loud while chasing Angel throughout the plaza and pouring out skills. The surrounding players heard this one by one, looked at Angel and then started to send out skills as well. Whoa. It's the first time I saw. Crunch. Angel sent the head of a player charging towards her into a ball of golden light and grinned at her teeth. Fucking bastards. They react too fast. Because the reaction of the kingdoms and the Anteater clans were so quick, these players were chasing her much more actively. Her own level was at 240. And because her level had risen quite a lot compared to the past, her combat abilities rose a lot as well. She could handle the 50 or so chasing her from behind. But then? It was empty compared to the usual. It didn't mean it was completely empty. All the players remaining inside the war fortress would charge towards her. And her objective wasn't to bicker around with these players. Thank God that there's less of them. Angel, who had been looking around with all of her scanning type skills, looked towards the plaza of the war fortress and grinned at her teeth. If the war fortress was busy like the usual, then she wouldn't even have been able to get this far. But, I'm here. The moment Angel stepped onto the center of the war fortress, the plaza. Boom. Fuck. A huge explosion occurred in front of Angel and smashed her away. And Angel's body rose up into the air from this. The players who were chasing Angel looked towards the person who attacked her in shock. The Anteater clans, they reset themselves and came here already. It costed more gold the longer the revival timer was. And the gold and scarlet demon standing there was known to have been the first ones to get killed down below from the massacre. But even so, not a long time had been passed, which meant that those guys spent a tremendous amount of gold to get back here. Tisk. Nothing will be in it for us. As Carix clicked his tongue like looking at the gold and scarlet demons who were surrounding Angel. Sharon Stiller looked at Angel, The person whom she had seen the moment she revived and the one of those who caused all this, and laughed in a cold manner. How lucky. We see each other again. Anyways, I don't understand why you guys are spread out like this. Sharon Stiller had access to a large amount of information. And according to what she had heard, everybody was heading towards the plaza here. There was no reason why they would have been split up like this if they didn't have any plans. Well, it didn't matter. If she waited here then she would be able to kill them off one by one. And as if Angel read Sharon Stiller's minds, she chuckled and spoke. Shouldn't you at least figure out why we're gathering to this place? Sharon Stiller frowned at Angel's words. This bitch doesn't understand the situation, huh? Well, since you're first, you can tell us. Though her spirit stone hadn't recovered yet, she could easily handle this girl without it. Kiring. As Sharon Stiller pulled her sword out from the sheath and walked towards Angel. Pay pot. Pay pot. The entire plaza started to shine in golden light. Around Angel. And around Sharon Stiller, the gold and scarlet demons as well. Even around Carrick's and his party members. And everyone freaked out as they saw this. What the hell? The fuck? Is some clan coming over? No. This looks like a login. No way. How can they log in to the point of filling up the entire plaza? How many are logging in? As the people freaked out, Sharon Stiller clenched her teeth as she felt something ominous. The confident attitude of the girl in front of her. The girl probably knew about the current situation and was still that confident. And Sharon Stiller did not like her expression. I'll kill you before that. Try smiling after you get beheaded. Roar. Sharon Stiller's blade flew across the air along with a huge noise. Towards Angel's neck. Fuck. Angel clenched her teeth and tried to back up. She wanted to buy some time while these guys were in a daze, but for Sharon to just charge at her like this. She had long depleted her stamina running here. And her opponent was not some random player but a pro player whose job was killing people like her. Shit. As Angel fell into despair while staring into the blade which smashed apart her skills and was heading towards her neck. Crunch. There was a hand which grabbed her arm. Huh. Sharon was startled as somebody who had grabbed her arm but soon frowned as she pushed forward. I don't know who you are but, I'm level 250. You do. Then. She forcefully pushed through despite the arm grabbing her and then continued to slash. Try laughing you bitch. As Sharon was about to laugh for herself. Quajuk. Quajaduck. Over the hand which had grabbed her arm, dozens of other arms popped out and grabbed onto her. Arms from dozens of people who came out from the golden light. Yo. Catch this bitch. Jesus, she's strong. It doesn't seem like this is the girl. Hey you, the girl over there. Are you the guide? Sharon could handle one but multiple dozens was a different story. Fuck. As Sharon cursed out in a dumbfounded manner after being immobilized. The man who had grabbed onto her arm in the beginning shouted. Hey. If they don't have the mark then kill them all. We're organizing this place first. Okay. Quajaduduk. Fucking seriously. Hundreds of thousands of golden lights. Sharon Stiller fell into despair as she saw hundreds of spears flying at her. Reincarnator, Chapter 256, War Fortress, 3. Quajaduduk. Udududuk. Olsen groaned out loud as he was pelted by the golden spears which rained down from above. The leader who had been caught first, Sharon Stiller, had long been logged out. Where the hell did these guys? Udududuk. Kuduk. Olsen grinned at his teeth as he saw his opponents who were pushing him back viciously. Fuck. I can easily handle these guys one by one. The first choice Olsen made after seeing Sharon Stiller melt under the rain of assaults was to run away. Since staying here would just mean that he would get massacred. And he didn't think it would be that hard. Though there was a tremendous amount of people who had come in, each individual was much weaker than him. He could tell from the mastery levels of their skills. These guys' levels were around 200. Against a level 250 like him, there was a huge difference between them. So he tried to quickly swing his gauntlet, smash apart their heads and run away. Since these guys would fall down like leaves from a single sweep of his arm. But it wasn't long until he realized that he had a huge misconception. Boom. Screech. Olsen grinned at his teeth at the screech which occurred in front of him. A sound created as his fist smashed the shield. But what did that matter? He had failed at both creating a path and killing the one holding the shield. Hee. It was a bit heavy to bring here but not bad. Clang. Crash. The three people who had blocked the attack by stacking multiple shields on top of each other tossed the now broken shields to the side. Since they didn't only have a single shield. These crazy bastards, how many shields do they have? Olsen glared at the ones taking out more shields with a shocked expression. These guys had at least 10 shields which were the size of their entire body on their backs each. Not just them but everyone around him. Though the shields itself were thin, having 10 of them each on their backs made them look like turtles. And the full plate armor they had on. It would easily be over 100 kilograms if one counted all the shields and armor they had on. It was a stupid amount of weight, more than enough to crush them in real life and cause them to be immobile if they didn't get crushed, but these guys were using their massive amounts of strength to handle the weight. Since 100 kilograms was like the weight of a feather to the adventurers. And that wasn't the end of it. Hey. Tie down his legs first. Gosh, this guy is slippery. Is he an eel or something? As he heard the complaints of the ones covered in golden armor. Quark. Cork. Countless sounds of chains crashing onto each other were heard. Olsen freaked out the moment he saw this. Metal chains that reached over tens of meters. Numerous dozens of these chains were flying towards him. It's that again. Olsen tried to dodge as he saw the metal snakes flying towards him across the sky, but it was all futile. Where do you think you're going? Whoosh. The three who had blocked his attacks with the shield swung their axes and blades towards him. And Olsen grinned at his teeth as he saw this. Fucking bastards, they don't have even a single gap. Usually he would have long ignored the attacks of some level 200s and escaped, since the gold and scarlet demons had more than enough defense to deal with these. But Olsen could not, as he saw others getting killed by ignoring their attacks. Crazy bastards, why is their body and their mana so superior? A powerful body which should not belong to a mere level 200. And a huge amount of mana which could easily spam skills to make up for the weak firepower behind them. The combination of these two things caused their attacks to become something he could not ignore. Olsen grinned at his teeth and deflected their attacks away with his gauntlets. Boom. Boom boom. He could easily deflect their attacks if only due to the gap in levels, but what did that matter? Olsen failed to move away from the metal chains because he had to defend against these attacks. Koruke. Quajaduk. Ugh. Olsen fell into despair as he saw the countless chains with the thickness of a finger tying him down. Well, at the countless dozens of spears flying towards him who was now immobile. Where the hell did these guys come from? It was basically a hunt. Like hunting a boar, Olsen fell into despair as he saw his opponents pushing him and tying him down step by step. If these guys took over the war fortress, then even logging back in would have no meaning. They would get surrounded the moment they logged and would get logged out on the spot. Quad Duke. Quackagagagak. Olsen glared at these guys for the final time as he felt the spears piercing into his body. Full plate armors and steel shields. Thick and heavy chains around their waist. And tens of spears which they held across their shoulder next to the shields. Countless machetes, short blades, and axes hanging from their thighs. And though they hadn't used them yet, the single bow and countless arrows by their waist. Seeing tens of thousands of these guys all having the same gears, it was a terrifying image. This was not the looks of players who cared about their appearance and enjoyed the game. It was like a legendary army gathered to fight an evil dragon from a story or something. Olsen then fell into more misery as he thought of the things he had done up until now. Is this what it feels to get hunted? With those thoughts, Quajaduk. The golden spear turned Olsen into golden light and Olsen's consciousness stopped there. Whoa. Angel exclaimed out loud as she saw the scene in front of her. Because the gold and scarlet demons who had been chasing her down had been melted away. Amazing. She had been worried about the support coming up from below. This was not a place where weaklings played around. It was the war fortress. A place where those with abilities gathered to look for opportunities. Even if the ones who came up from below were strong, they were merely around level 200. If there were countless high-leveled people, then even having a huge quantity of people would cause them to have a lot of injuries. Since their enemies didn't fear death. But the ones who came up from below were entirely out of her expectations. First of all, they weren't weak even as individuals. To the point of her being suspicious of them being humans as she compared herself from when she was level 200 to them. And another thing. They knew that they were weak and had prepared for it. Chains, full-body plate armors, shields and spears. Adventurers didn't like these equipments. They liked a single good weapon, a single set of good armor or light clothes that didn't catch one's eyes. These were not the armors of those who liked to play around by themselves. United weapons, armors, and a well-coordinated teamwork. These guys had come up to hunt something in the first place. And this was the result. A massacre. The players who were powerful individually got chased around in confusion and got hunted until they became golden lights. When did they prepare all of this? They wouldn't be able to get such a large amount of the identical weapons by hunting for them. Not hundreds of thousands of them. As Angel looked at these people in a daze. Clank. The man who had come out first and blocked Sharon Stiller's blade walked towards her and spoke. Nice, right? There are some very convenient friends below, you see. They helped us a bit. Damn. It would have been better if we could bring the satellite fortresses. As Angel was in a daze while listening to the man mumbling things she could not understand. Karhul, the man who had been with Hansu ever since the slave village in the Yellow Zone, spoke towards Angel. Well, anyway. I'm called Karhul, seeing your mark it seems you are the guide. Ah. Angel nodded at the word guide Karhul said. She remembered her objective. Angel shouted towards the members of the ant tunnel who all had shocked expressions and had joined late. Everyone gather up. At those words the 800 or so people of the ant tunnel gathered into one place. The adventurers who started from the outskirts of the fortress and scanned everything while running to the plaza in the center. Is there something to write on? The adventurers who had scanned their respective areas looked around their surroundings and then looked below them. A hard and smooth granite floor. Though the beautiful granite floors placed to welcome those who first visit the war fortress had been covered in dirt and had cracks from the wars, it was still quite smooth. The people looked down at the floor and then spoke to each other. Let's write them here. It's wide too. The people nodded at those words. This was more than enough to be a good blackboard. As the adventurers from below gave out some space under Karhul's orders for the people from the ant tunnels, an area with a diameter of about 40 to 50 meters had been created. And the adventurers from the ant tunnel dusted the surface off and started to draw with their fingers. Kadududuk. Kuduk. Though it was granite, its purpose was beauty. As the people with supernatural strength started to dig into it, the hard granite floor started to move away like tofu. There's no time. Angel, who was drawing the map together with them, made an uneasy expression. She could only. Though they had a lot in numbers and were strong, those from the kingdoms were stronger and there were even more players. While they dropped their guards and emptied their base, they needed to accomplish the next stage. And as if the other 800 people had the same thoughts as Angel and even used skills to draw, the giant floor of the plaza started to fill up with drawings. Well, the map of the entire war fortress. The map of this entire place from the people who separated away from Hansu and scanned on the way here. Where each facilities were, where the forces of the kingdoms were, density of the players and important information for a battle like tactics were all written down. Angel looked around the completed map and then pointed towards a specific location. Though it looked feeble, it was a location where they had to go through the kingdom's main defense points in order to get in. Though they couldn't think of it usually, they finally could see it once they made the giant map. This is why he told us to make the map, huh? Angel exclaimed out in shock and then spoke towards the man named Karhul in front of her. It's here. We need to go here and, take over the thing called the Golden Dragon Formation. The mountains in the other side of the war fortress, which was part of the Koran Kingdom's territory. A man mumbled while looking into the center of the war fortress. Not bad. Really, a lot of people came up. Amazing. A human army which drove away the players. It was a scene which he had never even dreamt of. But he could not let them do this. Since that was his way of keeping loyal. I don't know what's going to happen, but wait for me, Matiron. The man mumbled the name of his fallen comrade in the yellow zone below and then disappeared. Reincarnator, Chapter 257, War Fortress, 4. Tata-tatok. Hansu quickly ran towards the surface from the 4th floor of the maze where the fight had occurred. If everything went according to his plan, getting a hold of the plaza and dealing with the remaining players wouldn't be hard. Since most people would be busy at the battlefield where they fought against the ants. He needed to regroup with the others and then head out to take over the formation. The An, who had fallen into silence after hearing Hansu's plan, spoke with a heavy expression. Don't you have any thoughts of helping us? With that amount of force? Considering her own comrades who would fade away before they could even set a foot in the spirit land, the amount of power Hansu's group had was not low. During a time where there's a stalemate, such a large force helping could drastically reduce their losses and would bring them the victory. But Hansu shook his head. They wouldn't be able to lay a fatal blow in favor of the Ants even if he helped them in this current situation. Since they would receive terrible damage if they got caught by the eyes of the great general who was fighting against the Ants. The humans were far weaker than the kingdoms, empires, and the Ants who had stayed here for hundreds of years and had built up their strength. The thing they had to do was not a frontal collision with those from the kingdoms. Us finishing our job quickly is the way to lessen as much damage as possible, but... Hansu pondered for a moment and then spoke to the An. If you need more help, we can separate a part of the force and send them, quick hit and run types. The elites of elites. If he could separate a part of the forces and hit the players who were joining up to the battle and get some attention, it would actually help. Since the other side weren't fully aware of how big his forces were. Hundreds of thousands had come up at once. Which meant more could come up without an issue. It would cause them to slowly start focusing in the backlines and cause problems in the battle. Though taking over the formation would be a bit harder because of the loss of those forces, the Ants would be able to fight with more ease. I can't just watch the Ants get killed off when they'll become our allies in the future. The blazing An pondered for a moment but then shook her head. It didn't seem like there would be much impact overall. Though Hansu's forces would really be a major help, their opponents weren't a joke. It was not a situation where they could afford to divide up their forces. I can only trust in Karakum, at least he cares about us. The An thought about Karakum, who was leading her race in the battle, glanced at Hansu and then started to run through the dark maze while lighting the surroundings with her body. Boom. Boom. The An hurriedly moved through the maze while speaking to Hansu. Your goal is to take over the Golden Dragon Formation. Hansu nodded. Golden Dragon Formation. It was a giant magic formation the kingdom had set up just in case. It had two objectives. In case the seal was broken, it suppressed the mana node so it wouldn't explode. Using all the energy from the mana node for their own purpose. Though they wouldn't be able to use it properly since I have the flail with me. Since they didn't have the medium, it would be impossible for them to utilize all the energy from the mana node. But even if they cannot use all of the energy, it would still have a tremendous might. They will use all the energy they could that belonged to the mana node which flowed underneath the seal. And he himself had to take over this war fortress before it actually happened. And use this place as a base of operations. Tata-tatok. Hansu finished his thoughts and gazed at the ceiling of the first floor of the maze. Hansu felt the presences above the ceiling for a moment, then poured strength into the flail in his right hand and smashed the ceiling. Then, the flail smashed apart the ceiling and created a tunnel dozens of meters long. Of course the recoil of it exploded out, and from the impact the person on Hansu's back woke up with a groan. Ugh. Francesca woke up with a moan and then was dumbfounded at his current situation. I'm still alive. And he was being carried on the back of the being who had killed him. Francesca hurriedly checked the status of his body. And frowned. Fuck. That's what I thought. The prison had been broken and the destruction flame had been released. All the bones and muscles in his body had been destroyed by the battle and he could barely move them. The mana, which should have healed him at a supernatural pace, was suppressed by some mysterious force and could not even budge. He would barely be able to handle even a single immortal as of now. Even if he choked the man climbing up through the maze, nothing will come of it. The only thing he could do is blabber about. How did I become like this? Francesca clenched his teeth. He had been born a genius and had been victorious throughout his entire life. Though there were a lot of people much stronger than him, there was nobody who could even contend against him in his age group. This is why the prison and the destruction flame, which took the combined efforts of the entire kingdom to barely be able to complete, had been given to him. He had even said that the great monster of the kingdom, Tiamat, would kneel before him, but for him to fall this far, there was no reason to keep him alive. The current status of himself is what he had despised the most. A being who only brought harm to his allies because he had no courage to commit suicide. If anyone from our magic brigade get captured by the enemy, don't bring harm to others and commit suicide on your own. Else you will get killed by my own hands. The taxes from the civilians of the kingdom is not something which should be used for things like this. Francesca thought back to the words he had shouted to the magic brigade in the past, clenched his fists and tried to bite down his tongue. He couldn't fight, but he could easily bite his tongue. But he didn't have the courage. It wasn't fear but rather hope which grabbed onto him. The reason why this guy had kept him alive was because he was still useful to a degree. A hope of a successful negotiation and him being able to live. He thought of the path which he should have been walking on. The expectation of his bright and alluring future caused him to fall into despair. Shit, fucking hell. Fuck. Hansu felt Francesca flinch behind him and muttered to himself. He should be useful. I'll keep him alive for a bit longer. There was a reason why Hansu hadn't suppressed Francesca's body. If Francesca had decided to bite his tongue the moment he woke up, Hansu was ready to just kill him off here and leave. Since somebody that dedicated would try anything to bring harm to him even if he held him down. But somebody who still clung onto the sliver of hope even in a situation like this would still be useful. Though he was powerless, he still had a tremendous amount of information within his head. He just had to regroup with the main army who came up from below. As Hansu finished his train of thought. Whoosh. As if it was welcoming Hansu, light shone down the tunnel onto Hansu. Then. Kyo. He could see the blazing war fortress which had been destroyed in numerous places as well as the countless players and guards who were running around. Immortals. This is not the time to go to the war fortress. There's a second quest. The rewards are good, so gather at the Great Northeastern Barrier. Everyone who doesn't attend will be recorded and receive penalties. Hurry. But even without the guards' shouts, the players were running in glee. The rumors have long spread. Ha 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 ha. Jackpot. Did you hear? Apparently everyone who came this time are all bug players. What? That many? Don't joke around. You slow bastard. The Anteater clan has long spread the news. With videos. Shit. Due to the players' shouts, the eyes of players who were pondering on which location to go to shone. The kingdom's rewards were the same. Which meant that they had to consider between who gave the better rewards when killed between the bug players and ants. And this was obvious. Of course the bug players would be of much more profit. And for the bug players, who were hard to find and hard to catch, to appear in hundreds of thousands. Even if they get logged out after killing a few, it would still be a tremendous profit. And Hansu muttered to himself. I guess the Golden Dragon formation is around the Great Northeastern Barrier. Time to regroup. Seeing everyone preparing for a frontal clash, it seems Angel and the others from the Ant Tunnel clan have found the location of the formation perfectly. The moment Hansu was about to move. Francesca snickered from his back. Ha ha ha. How amazing. Hundreds of thousands came up in an instant but nobody suspects anything. What an amazing power. He didn't talk about a specific target but it was clear. God. The existence which got rid of the people's suspicions and caused them to act in a crazed manner. Francesca looked towards Hansu while snickering. He wouldn't kill me if he needs me. Though he was originally going to stay still, he couldn't handle the person who was carrying him. Francesca decided to make fun of Hansu as he spoke out. Did you drag them out just for them to become like this? You brought out the ants just so they could get tired from battle and get killed. They will all get killed by the countless players from the chaos. Only the size of the battles have grown, nothing else would change. Only the number of casualties will increase astronomically from the release of the seal. But the ones who would suffer was his people. They, who weren't immortals, would get killed by the war against the ants. Huh? You bastard. Speak. This is why you released them. Do you know how many will die because of what you've done? And as if people heard Francesca's enraged shouts. The surrounding players turned their heads. Towards the suspicious-looking group of 3 people. Then. Whoa. Whoa whoa whoa. What the fuck? Wow. The players who did not know about Hansu's battle power but knew him from the blacklist started to gather around. And Hansu scoffed at these players as he held Francesca by the collar and lifted him up. Crunch. Quack. Though I've kept you alive, it's best for you to stay silent. There's still a lot of places I can break. Hansu threw Francesca onto the ground and asked himself. Why had he released the seal and turned the entire green zone into a mess? Of course there was an answer. For him to gain the power to win and find a safe haven. But there was another personal reason. I cannot watch us get hunted anymore. He thought of his wretched memories of the past. The memories of when he had been in the green zone. And the extremely selfish himself from back then. Boom. As he remembered, the rage grew and that rage flowed into the weapon in his hand. From the flail which swung through the air with a huge noise, 6 players were smashed apart and got turned into golden light. But why? What the fuck? What is this? It's time for things to change. Hansu muttered as he glared at the players who were backing away while screaming. Reincarnator, Chapter 258, Golden Dragon Formation, 1. The central structure of the War Fortress. The magic formation which pulled in the mana from the managed node and supplied energy. The third in command, ALLA, who had been looking over the War Fortress from the control tower of the formation made a shocked expression. Where did these guys come from? Their entire main base had been emptied because of the battle against the ants. And somehow they had figured out her location with extreme accuracy and were all running towards her location. Shit, this place cannot be taken over. If this place was taken over then the formation which was built to support the great general fighting in the distance would get destroyed. ALLA thought for a moment and then made a decision. Since they have been found already, it was time to fight. Though the guards had told some of the players to gather here but it was not enough. ALLA watched the immortals and the mysterious army in the distance as she started to alter the flow of the mana from the Golden Dragon formation a bit. Not coursing it through the original pathway but towards a different direction. Though it's unstable without the flail. We can't just sit around idle. This much energy should be more than enough to smash them apart. The entire Golden Dragon formation started to shine and began to activate. And one of the members of the magic brigade freaked out at her actions. Miss ALLA. This is too dangerous. Without the medium. The goal of this Golden Dragon formation was to suppress the tremendous energy of the mana node. It was already a very unstable situation but forcibly redirecting the energy like this, a problem would occur. No, not just a problem. In the worst case scenario. ALLA grinned at her teeth and then shouted while glaring at the magic brigade member. Danger. Do you know what the most dangerous thing is right now? It is those crazy bastards killing us all, killing all the players and charging in here. Which between the two is more dangerous? The mage naturally glanced outside at the location ALLA was pointing to. And he saw the golden army charging towards their location. An army coming to grind them apart. ALLA spoke as she looked at the mage who was lost in shock. If we lose here then the ants will get into the spirit land. Know that? You should know what would happen then. Yes. I'll leave for a bit so calm this place down. The mage clenched his teeth and started to focus on his own job as ALLA felt the formation stabilize and started to move towards where the players were gathering. Whoa, it's huge. The man, who was second in command of one of the 15 great clans, was shocked as he gazed at the golden army marching in the distance. What the? I thought it was a jackpot, but for something like this to happen. Kropika was dumbfounded as he looked at the current events that were occurring around the war fortress. Though the war fortress looked very active, the whole place was stagnant. Though there were fights between clans, it was an important location to the kingdom, so their influence was very strong, and thanks to this there weren't large-scale wars between the clans. So it felt more like a hunting ground more than a battlefield. A hunting ground where people gathered protection elixirs and leveled up inside the spirit land. And his job, being the second in command, was controlling his clan and preventing friction between his clan members and 3 other clans who belonged to the 15 great clans that had also gathered here. But for such a great event to occur, the massacre of the Great Maze, the war between the Great General and the Ants, this is already enough to give me a headache. Kropika frowned as he looked at the approaching golden army and the thousands of clansmen behind him. Didn't really like tedious jobs to begin with. This is why he hadn't stepped out to handle the matters in this place when the leader of the Hydros clan said that a chance to set up base in the war fortress had been created. But for a golden army to appear and swarm the war fortress while it had been emptied. And from what he could see, they weren't simple. Let's see. Activated and zoomed in upon the golden army charging towards his location. Smashing through those who hadn't been able to group up with the main force. Though he couldn't hear them, he could somewhat guess what they were saying from the movements of their mouths. Damn it. Whoa. That guy, he's at level 250. A master level player tried to show off a bit but then got dragged in by hundreds of chains and had turned into a beehive by being pierced by hundreds of spears. Kropika shook his head at the sight and then turned around while sighing. The 4 great clans of the war fortress, including his own. And the players of those 4 clans who had hurriedly rushed over here. Maybe it was due to the war fortress's average number of players at any given day being hundreds of thousands. A quick and hurried recruitment had already gathered 20,000 people. 20,000 people. Normally, this was a number he could proudly say was unstoppable. Well, excluding the abnormal difficulty quests like the Spirit Land main quest or a continental war. But even with this, he didn't have the confidence to beat the golden army approaching him. And he wasn't the only one who thought this, as the captain of the 2nd division of the Anteater clan cursed out loud. Shit, man. I came here because the kingdoms asked us to, but what the fuck do they want us to do? They wouldn't be able to fight in this battle anymore if they died because the spawning point, the plaza, had been taken over. Which meant that they had to stop the golden army with just the people here. An impossible feat. Then, a voice came out from among the players. Don't worry. I didn't ask you guys to come here for no reason. Whoa, what an honor. Apocalypto smirked at the voice. Magic Brigade, huh? The 3rd in command. 3rd in command meant that she was directly below Arthas Francesca. Level 300. A super high-class NPC who was hard to find. A seed of greed sprouted inside him. Bug players and NPCs, the stronger they were the better their rewards. But not yet. Apocalypto shrugged his shoulder at ALLA, who was walking towards him with vicious eyes, and spoke. Can't you at least tell us? As to what you've been doing back there? Apocalypto glanced towards the inner parts of the Great Barrier where ALLA had come from. I never heard of such an important construct being located here. ALLA scoffed as she replied. Why do you guys care? You guys just care about what to kill and what you can receive. How pleasant. Kropika mumbled from behind, but he didn't deny it. Since she wasn't wrong. Why the hell did you stare at an NPC with such greed? Kropika glanced at Apocalypto. It was obvious that such a reply would come when one looked at the NPCs like that. Since he often felt that they were actually alive. Kropika judged that Apocalypto's ramblings weren't helping anymore, walked in front of Apocalypto and spoke. But we can't handle the opponent with just our strength. I don't know what the hell you guys are trying to protect, but you should know that this is a bit far-fetched. ALLA laughed coldly. Of course I know. That it'll be hard with just you guys. This is why we're going to use a useful ability you guys have. ALLA laughed as she looked at the players who were staring at her in confusion. They didn't have the flail. But they had a medium. Weak, but it was a medium that didn't worry about being destroyed. Feel honored to taste the power of the mana node. ALLA laughed coldly towards the players. Quaduduk. Kuduk. Ugh, this is annoying. Karhal mumbled as he looked at the players disappearing into golden light after being pierced by spears throughout their entire body. These bastards really are fearless. Running away was a logical action against an unbeatable force. And all the players whom he had met up until now were like this. Small groups who hadn't been able to join up with the main army had no hope of defeating them. But their actions were all shocking. Fighting back. Even moths who jumped into flames would think more than these guys. Anshul mumbled miserably next to Karhal. Why should they be afraid when they can't die? Running away against bug players who used hacks to play would ruin their pride. Even if there was a penalty from dying, it would be profitable to at least get a few kills before they die. And some of the actually powerful players actually died only after leaving behind important damage. Ugh, tough bastards. I'm going to destroy them the moment they pop out once we take this place over. Karhal mumbled while looking at the Great Barrier. He didn't know what the Golden Dragon formation was exactly, but he was clear of one thing. That it being in the opponent's hands would turn it into a threatening blade, and that it would be a trustworthy weapon in his own hands. In a poor situation like theirs, they should be taking anything that came their way. And just this much. It's not bad, right? Karhal shrugged as he looked at the players' forces gathered in the front of the Great Barrier. And apparently Hansu became strong as hell again. If they just wished into their forces to surround them, cut them apart and then digested them bit by bit, a force of this size would easily be dealt with. Then. Koyuyu. A tremendous amount of energy poured out from beyond the Great Barrier. An amount of energy that even gave the chills to the members of Hansu's forces who had assimilated with the mana pools. Shiver. This. This is the energy of the mana node. Then. Fuck. There's no easy way through anything, huh? Karhul cursed out as he looked at the players in the distance who had started to shine brightly. Why? Jackpot. Yo. There was a buff like this. Overflowing strength. A burning body. Kropika looked at his body that had been glowing brightly with a shocked expression. Amazing. The buffs they usually had were a joke compared to this. Of course there were issues. Fuck. This drains our health too quickly. God. Even just standing still would kill us. A giant spell using the players' bodies as mediums and the energy from the mana node. The overflowing strength of the mana node gave the players tremendous strength, but it gnawed through their life as the cost. And Alo smiled as she looked at the players. What's the issue? It wouldn't matter for you guys to die. This spell would definitely kill them once it was cast. And a spell which was guaranteed to fail if the mediums resisted. This was why she couldn't use something like this against the soldiers of the kingdoms. Since they wouldn't accept their lives falling into danger. But for these guys, the story was different. Ilo spoke with a cold expression. It's time for you to prove your worth. Since we'll handle the penalties. Kill as many as you can before you die. Quahahaha. Oh my. Let's go. Uaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaa Reincarnator, Chapter 259, Golden Dragon Formation, 2. Boom. Quayaok. Hansu handed Francesca over to the N and was charging through the war fortress while radiating a terrifying aura. While smashing through the heads of the players who were both charging at him and were running away. At the same time. Kiyayayayining. Leveled up. Hansu checked his status after sensing himself level up. Kong Hansu. Strength, green 98%. Stamina, green 98%. Agility, green 98%. Perception, green 98%. Mana, green 98%. Magic, green 98%. Physical resistance, green 98%. Magic resistance, green 98%. Plus level, 249. Demonic Dragon's Reinforcement, 70.3%. Pandemic Blade, 49.7%. -9 Dragon's Spear, 10.2%. Forked Lightning, green 98%. Nirmaha's Ring, green 98%. -1000 Soldiers Armors, green 98%. Dark Cloud, green 98%. Dragon Essence Blade, green 98%. Mana Jade, green 98%. God's Flail, green 55410/66666. Fragments of 7 Souls, 3/7. -7 Stars, 3/7. Good. Almost done. The good thing about this world was that everything would get enhanced as he gained experience. There was no need to raise each characteristic separately. As Hansu nodded at the well-distributed numbers. Boom. A tremendous wave of mana rushed over the entire war fortress. Of course the N and Hansu, who were running towards the war fortress to rejoin with the main group, felt it as well. It begun. But still, for them to use such a massive amount of energy in such an inefficient way. The N, who had Francesca on her back, started to frown. The energy of the mana node was not something they should use with such a crappy method. To use the creation of their ancestors in a way like this. Hansu mumbled in the front. Whether it's inefficient or not, it may be effective. The N wanted to refute but she didn't. Since she couldn't. Even if their method of using it was crude and inefficient, the power behind it was not something trivial. I need to figure out the current situation. I'll go up above for a bit. Hansu spoke to the N and then smashed his foot down. Boom. The land couldn't handle the force as it started to crack apart and created a huge dust cloud. Hansu used the reaction force to skyrocket hundreds of meters into the air and looked at his surroundings. At where the mana shockwave came from. So that's it, huh? The Golden Army marching towards the Great Barrier. And the players who were charging towards that army like mad dogs. They weren't organized and were lacking in number, but the viciousness of the players charging towards the hundreds of thousands of golden soldiers made them seem like bright fireflies flying into flames. And if they fought, such a pitiful number of should have easily been destroyed. If only the bright light surrounding them didn't exist. Quajadudu. The players who had gained new strength couldn't hold their emotions back and were charging like crazed dogs. Smashing through every building and obstacles in their way. Energy that could supply them with a vast amount of power. The players weren't able to handle it, but it didn't matter. Since that much strength should be more than enough to cause a ruckus before they perished. Well played. Was she called Ilo? Hansu thought of the name he had squeezed out from Francesca before. But he only smiled coldly. I'm not sure if she's confused about priorities. If the goal was to destroy him and the other adventurers, then Ilo's plan was an amazing plan indeed. But if her goal was defending the formation, then she should have done something else. Whoosh. Hansu's body started to fall from the air towards the ground due to gravity. At the same time, Hansu's lungs expanded as he breathed in all the surrounding air. Then, roar. Everyone split up. A tremendously huge roar that pushed back all of the surrounding atmosphere rang throughout the surrounding land, covering the area of the war fortress below. Ilo, who was very wary of the battlefield situation, had the entire war fortress in her sight. Of course she saw the golden humanoid figure flying into the air. It would be weirder to not notice such a thing flying into the air. Though somebody strange flying into the air was nothing special, Ilo was shocked. After she saw the weapon in his hands. God's flail. Ilo was shocked. No way. Sir Francesca went to chase after it? That guy should have long turned into ashes. Perhaps Sir Francesca. Ilo shook her head after having an ominous thought. Since such a thing was impossible. Ilo thought of it as stupid, pushed it to the back of her mind and then quickly made a stern expression. What kind of retarded move am I about to do? Standing in the battlefield, one needed to always bear in mind of the worst case scenario. She didn't think that Sir Francesca had lost to that person, but even Sir Francesca wasn't invincible. A battle's outcome could vary significantly from just a slight variable. This entire situation was a huge variable in itself, and nobody knew what would happen to the war fortress now. If this current situation was not the rebellion of the players, and if there was actually an unknown power who had engineered the current events, Sir Francesca losing was not an impossibility. Which meant that the current situation was the worst situation possible. Though she didn't know what had happened to Sir Francesca, she needed to keep in mind that he might not be able to help her. But after a brief moment of thought, ALLA concluded that there wouldn't be many issues. Even if it's him, he wouldn't be able to defeat 20,000 zealots over there. ALLA looked towards the immortals who were charging like crazed beasts. They didn't have any fears or anything holding them back. They solely acted with greed, the greed for blood. The perfect soldiers. They would not let the prey in front of their eyes escape, since that prey would become money and EXP for them. And before they all died, the second spell they were working on would finish. What will you do? As ALLA giggled. Everyone split up. Rumbi. A thunderous voice rang out from the air. A tremendous shout that was almost impossible to emerge from the body of a single person. The moment she heard that voice, ALLA frowned. They will just get destroyed one by one though. The true strength of an army was their organized and dense defense as well as the offense which came from this. They might live if they split up, but eventually they would just get killed off one by one. Well, at least they are well disciplined. Look how well they follow orders. But if the intellect of the commander was low, then following the orders well would actually hurt them instead. ALLA smiled as she saw the army split up the moment the voice was heard. But then the person flying in the air landed on the ground with a boom. Then, boom. Another explosive noise was heard from where he landed, and ALLA turned to look towards that direction in confusion. She then freaked out at the person who was running numerous times faster than the zealots she had created. Boom. Boom. The man with the flail stomped through the ground and was charging towards the inside of the Great Barrier where the Golden Dragon formation lay. At a crazy pace. Boom. ALLA then freaked out again as she looked behind the man. And Sir Francesca. Fucking hell, Sir Francesca really did lose. ALLA then suddenly realized what his goal was and shouted out loudly. Fuck. Defend the main base. Stop chasing and defend the main base. Boom. The voice, which had been amplified through magic, rang out towards the zealots who were charging crazily. Fuck. Defend the main base. Stop chasing and defend the main base. Boom. Apocalypto made a confused expression as he heard the giant shout from behind. Did something happen? Why does she sound so panicked? The only thing left was to chase the people running away and shred them apart. The ones running away in the distance. Though chasing them was harder now, it would be easier to actually kill them, since there was a huge difference between dealing with a clumped up group and separated people. But why was she saying such things in a situation like this? Apocalypto shrugged and shouted towards his comrade who was running next to him. Someone who had the same rank as him and his best friend. Yo, do we have to listen to those orders? T.R.O.P smiled while smashing through the building in front of him. Why should we? And Apocalypto giggled at T.R.O.P's words. Right. This tremendous strength that they were given. It wasn't free. There was a time limit. It wasn't short, but every second mattered. They needed to take as much as they could within this time. But to ask them to use such precious time defending the main base? Leaving the tasty prey in the distance, that was splitting up. He didn't know what that ALLA lady had hiding in the main base, but that didn't matter to them at all. If you're that desperate, defend it yourself. Miss, you are strong too, you know. Apocalypto shrugged his shoulders as he thought about ALLA. Yo. Just charge. Ha 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 ha. Of course. Despite the frantic shout of ALLA, the players ignored the orders and started to run even faster towards the Golden Army splitting up in the distance. These fucking bastards. ALLA roared out loud as she saw that not even a single person had even turned around. Though she knew that they were like mad dogs, but for them to be this bad. Even the few of the 20,000 who were about to turn their heads followed the flow in the end and just continued to charge. Dumb bastards. Do you guys even know where your energy comes from? I should have told them before, fuck. For them to act like this when the guy who had beaten Sir Francesca was charging into the formation like this. If the Golden Dragon formation broke, then that buff would disappear as well. It was her mistake that she hadn't told them about it in case they got swept up by greed. As ALLA was about to shout again. Whoosh. A piece of metal flew towards her from the distance. Boom. ALLA hurriedly created a mana shield to block the flail flying into her face and then glared below the barrier. Towards the guy who had already arrived and was smiling at her. How about you play with me instead? Bastard. ALLA grinned at her teeth. Reincarnator, Chapter 260, Golden Dragon Formation, 3. Boom. ALLA frowned as she looked at the man who had smashed her shield. It wasn't any simple shield. There was only a single objective for her, who was the third in command in the magic brigade. Defending the others. When the mages were preparing large spells, she would get the support of a few other mages to create the defenses, and Arthas Francesca would go outside that defense to fight their opponents. Her other magics may not be top-notch, but she was extremely confident in her defensive spell. But her opponent was actually shaking the bronze barrier surrounding her quite well. Not bad. But that was it. He wasn't bad. For somebody who had the level limit of 250. But this was nowhere enough to defeat their captain, Arthas Francesca. Even with the N behind him. Though Francesca's personality was quite bad, his skills were the real deal. Even if he used the power of the flail, it shouldn't be enough. Fuck. How did he lose? Say something, Francesca. Then. Tatak. The N that was covered in flames knocked out Francesca that she was holding and threw him off. Then. Whoosh. The N, in her flame form, closed in the gap to appear right in front of ALLA and started to send out a barrage of attacks. Boom. Boom. The blazing cloud kept changing forms as it attacked her shield. And from the side the human attacked her with the flail and a mysterious golden spear. The flail was one thing, but she didn't know what the hell the spear and the ring was, and but every time the ring shone and the spear cut across the void she felt her shield tremble vigorously. He's 50 levels lower, what the hell? Ilo clenched her teeth. If there was only one person like him, she would be able to handle him. Since her goal wasn't winning but buying time until the formation activated properly. But 2 was a different story. Her level was 300. But the N in front of her was at least at that level as well. Meaning that it wasn't an easy opponent. Ilo figured out that the situation wasn't good as she clenched her teeth. No. I cannot get pushed back. A brilliant future waited for her. In a situation like this where even the captain, Arthas Francesca, had been captured, if she dealt with this situation properly then everything would come back to her as rewards. But if she got pushed back, she would have to shoulder all responsibility. Since the one who should have bared the most, Arthas, was captured by the other side already. Dumbass. You were so confident but you dare get captured as a hostage. Ilo looked at the unconscious Francesca in the distance with a dumbfounded expression. Their king, the little dragon king Constantine, was not an easygoing person who let slip UPS like this unpunished. He believed that everyone useless should be disposed of. Damn it. Boom. From the bronze sphere, a spear looking like a spike shot out. And then 17 spears dozens of meters long all shot out and aimed for the vital spots of her enemies, but it was all useless. Boom. Kleog. The N and the human both used their weapons to smash apart incoming attack and dodge the rest. Damn, this is only useful to stop them for a short while. Ilo grinned at her teeth. The bronze armor was for defense anyway. The situation wasn't that bad since her opponent's levels were lower and they were being wary of her. But sooner or later her bronze armor will get smashed apart by their attacks. At this rate. Ilo thought of the final card she had. The power those crazed dogs in the distance were using. Mana node. Ilo gulped and looked behind her. Her mana-sensitive eyes could see it. The immense amount of mana that flowed below the barrier. Her body was much stronger than the immortals who were barely at level 250 and was also much more resilient. It was much more suitable to use the power. Though she wouldn't die, such a tremendous amount of energy would still mess her up. She would become a mess if she was lucky. If she wasn't lucky then she might get disabled. Then. Boom. Kraok. Cracks started to appear on the bronze armor from the countless attacks that pummeled it. Damn. Swoosh. Ilo pushed them back with the spikes and then breathed in deeply. It had only been a minute since they clashed. But cracks had already appeared on the bronze armor. It should at least last 3 minutes. Ilo stopped thinking and clenched her teeth. There was no time to think. They were only staying here and not charging into the formation because they were wary of her. If she lost to them they would charge straight in. And if she was gone, the thin shield that covered the formation would get smashed apart while the other people from the magic brigade, who were focused preventing the mana node from going berserk, would just get massacred. Ilo sighed. Little Dragon King, Constantine. Please acknowledge my actions. If she was lucky, she might take over Arthas Francesca's spot and even receive a new. Which meant she would become even more powerful than she was now. Ilo lit up the small flare of hope in her mind, resolved her mind and then twisted the control spell of the formation. Boom. The golden dragon formation let out a huge amount of bright light into the air again. Swoosh. That tremendous amount of mana got sucked into Ilo's body. And a change occurred to Ilo and the surrounding areas of the formation. Kudududududu. The giant stones and the granite floor that constituted the Great Barrier started to grind against each other and rise into the air. No, they weren't just rising. The grayish granite started to turn bright blue. And it wasn't just the color that changed, its composition started to change as well. The stone ground rose up as it started to turn metallic. And as the metal which had the color of blue bronze rose up, it started to cover up Ilo and the surrounding areas of the formation. Like a giant turtle. Tisk. Boom. Hansa raised his spear and smashed the formation, but the bronze blue shield deflected away Hansu's attack with ease. Then. Kududujadaum. The giant formation as well as the great barrier that surrounded it started to get covered in bronze blue scales. As if a giant azure dragon had twisted onto itself and had fallen into slumber. Success. Ilo felt like her mana circuits were burning up, but glee filled up a corner of her mind. The best defense spell she knew, which she didn't even have close to enough mana to perform before. A skill which she would have only been able to cast at the level of Arthas Francesca, a skill which she had never tried before for this reason. A location where an azure dragon had settled down. Nobody would be able to penetrate it since an azure dragon was defending it. As long as the energy was supplied from the mana node, this would not get penetrated no matter what. Now, I just need to wait. Wait until the formation stabilized and the spell they were working on was completed. Or until the players outside dealt with all of the people from the Golden Army. Whichever happened, it'll be their victory anyhow. I like the latter thought more though. Keek. Of course the first one wasn't bad either. Since then, they would be able to finish everything off, no matter if it were the N or the Golden Army. Ilo laughed coldly from the dark insides behind the wall of the azure dragon seed which even blocked light. Crunch. Crunch. From the distance. Because of the great changes that occurred at the Great Barrier. The Golden Army and the players who were fighting across various locations of the War Fortress could all see it. The scene of a giant azure dragon twisting around itself and setting down. From the tremendous force of mana that radiated from this, it caused the people to fall into despair and jump in glee. Fuck. Karhul cursed out while running away in madness. If that was something which Hansu had done it would have been nice, but that aura felt too familiar. It was similar to the bright blue energies that surrounded the crazed players who were charging at them. Ha 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 ha. Bingo. Apocalypto. I'll have a taste first. Block him. The moment a player with an axe came up to their face. Karhul and the players realized that buying any more time would be useless and started to form defenses with their shields in an instant. Then. Boom. A collision occurred between the axe the player swung and the defense created by dozens of layers shields of the adventurers. And the side which had been pushed back were the dozens of players who all had full plate armor and were holding onto shields. Kyuyuak. Kahook. T.R.O.P screamed in ecstasy as he saw the bug players get flung apart as if they had been bit by a bowling ball. Ha 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 ha. Finish them off. Jackpot. He felt power overflowing through this body. Kwayarurke. The dozens of chains which had killed countless master players lashed onto him, but he wasn't afraid at all. T.T. Tiding. Kwayadududuk. The spears broke after he ran into them. He snapped the chains and pulled them back. Release the chains. We're getting pulled in. Karhal roared in rage as he saw the players charging into them with monstrous amounts of strength. Fuck. They would be nothing without that boost. We are waiting for you, Hansu. Karhal grinned at his teeth while thinking of Hansu, who had flown towards the Great Barrier and started to slash at the players. Tuong. The N asked with a worried expression as she heard the noises of battle which came from the area around the war fortress. What are you going to do? It doesn't seem easy to break through. Boom. Boom. The N looked at Hansu with a grim expression as she struck at the barrier in front of her. It would eventually break if they continued to attack it, or the body of the user holding this up would break down, but they didn't have that much time. Hansu inhaled deeply and spoke towards the N. Protect me. As the N was confused. Starting from Hansu's heart. The veins and arteries, muscles, and bones all started to twist around. Cat Duke. Aduduk. What the fuck? The N freaked out at the sounds coming out from Hansu's body and asked. What the hell is that? She didn't know what it was, but she could feel it. The great changes that were occurring inside his body. Hansu laughed as he spoke. I should at least have a trump card, right? Kyoo. Continue hiding inside this shell. Het. The goal was 9 of them. Dragons started to climb onto Hansu's spear as he smiled coldly. Reincarnator, Chapter 261, Golden Dragon Formation, 4. Kyoo. A location thousands of kilometers away from the kingdom. The capital of the empire. Befitting of the empire, there were countless buildings and structures covered and decorated in strange symbols and objects. And in the corner of this place, a strange village existed. A wall created from planks which seemed like they would break down at any moment. Roofs with holes. The village, which consisted of thousands of run-down houses, was a place where no sane person would want to live. And it looked even worse because the imperial palace of the Kirkis was located not far from it. Then, whoosh! A man cut across the darkness and appeared in front of the shabby village. In front of the entrance at the front of the village. If only we could renovate this place. The man who had been watching the war fortress from the mountains near the Koran kingdom frowned as he looked at the buildings where even ghosts wouldn't settle. Then. Oh. You're here. Was there anything this time around? From the deserted-looking village, countless people swarmed out and started to greet the man. Tens of thousands of people. The man flicked off the darkness covering his body and spoke out. There was indeed something. I just came to visit momentarily before I left. In case you did anything stupid. He was always antsy of what could happen, so he always visited this place when he went through the warp gate. Even in an urgent situation like this. It seems there isn't much going on. The man looked around the village and remembered what he had come for as he spoke. Pleasantries will come after I come back, I'm very busy right now. Even before they could speak. Whoosh. The man disappeared into darkness again, and the people who had come out to greet him smacked their lips and started to walk back into the village. To finish what they were doing. Whoosh. That bastard is coming. The vice captain of the Imperial Guards who protected the Imperial Palace, Kakam Amadarin, frowned as he felt the aura of the shadow. This person was somebody who he had hated as much as Arthas Francesca. And perhaps even more since they needed him. Though he wanted to kill him off, he couldn't do so. A mere outsider. Amadarin shook his head with an ugly expression. It wasn't like that guy was coming to him anyway. As Amadarin flicked his finger. A small hole appeared around the great defense formation surrounding the entire Imperial Palace. He didn't want to, but he had to. Since that guy would create a hole in it otherwise. Bastard. Soon. Whoosh. The shadow-like existence went through the golden hole and started to head deeper into the palace, and Amadarin Ressa led the formation and switched back his focus on his job of guarding the palace. 2 buildings were eye-catching among the buildings in the Imperial Palace. The Emperor's residence, which 1,800 builders took 10 years to complete, the 300 tall structure which was decorated in gold and silver lights. And another. Whoosh. A circular plaza hundreds of meters wide. The White Plaza had no special characteristics other than being huge. It was almost shabby compared to the luxurious structure standing next to it, the great Emperor's residence. But nobody ignored this place. Since who resided and how they used it were more important than the structure itself. And because of the name of the owner of this place, the White Dragon Arena was treated at the same level as the great Emperor's residence. Darkness appeared above the White Plaza, like ink spreading over the White Dragon area, and a man appeared. The man who had started off at the Koran Kingdom and had gone through thousands of kilometers through the warp gate started to walk towards the center of the White Dragon Arena in a hurry. Towards the man who was sitting in a lotus position at the center of the White Dragon Arena. A 2 tall man who had a very simple white monk's attire. A very ordinary looking silver stake was embedded in front of the man who was sitting in the lotus position without leaking any aura whatsoever. As the man who came out from the darkness started to walk towards the stake in silence. The man who seemed to have been asleep suddenly spoke out. You always visit that place. It seems the village isn't really a great place to live compared to the Arankar area. The man was silent from the white-robed man's words. He couldn't escape the eyes of the white-robed man despite being multiple kilometers away from the white-robed man. The man smiled bitterly and spoke. It's not really a great place to live. Anyways, Hold up your part of the deal. I need your help. The white-robed man looked between the man and the stake then spoke. You know right? I cannot move away from this thing. And, using the warp gate is an impossibility. The mana connection will get severed in the middle and I will get separated from it. A tremendous amount of mana was required to move somebody or something which was extremely powerful. Maybe the Empire's warp gates could handle him but the Kingdom's warp gates would not be able to. The man spoke expressionlessly. Don't worry about those things, just give me an answer. The white-robed man looked at the man as he stood up while grabbing the silver stake. Ududududuk. As the white-robed man pulled at the stake with all his strength. Rumbly. The entire White Dragon arena started to rumble. Kudududududuk. Hansu's entire body twisted around and made noises. Noises of muscles ripping apart and crunching. The N looked at Hansu in terror as she heard the sounds that would give chills to anybody who heard these noises. What kind of skill? Every time a dragon popped out from the body, she felt more and more terror. Not from the sound but from the viciousness of the skill. A destructive force that was created by eating up the user's own body. She had never even heard of such an extremely efficient skill that was almost at the level of self-torture. A skill which was set up so one could pull out every drop of power within their body. Kududududuk. Wajaduduk. The moment Hansu went past 8 and reached 9. Kruunch. The 9 dragons all got sucked into a single point. Then. WMMMMM. A dark sphere which sucked even the light around it appeared. A sphere much bigger and darker than the one he had created in the yellow zone in the past. If the one in the past was the size of a fingernail then this was the size of a fist. The moment the sphere was completed. Whoosh. Despite knowing that thing wouldn't cause it harm, the An instinctively retreated behind Hansu. The sphere that was created for the sole purpose of destruction was way too terrifying. How could such a weakling have this much strength? The first part of the prophecy that she had heard had been spot on. That this person will capture a small son. Though she didn't believe this either, she could accept this much. Since despite the Red Dragon wielder, Arthas Francesca, being an enormously powerful figure compared to Hansu, he wasn't an figure at the top echelons who could shake this world. But the second prophecy that they heard, and hadn't told anyone about yet, was something that she thought made no sense at all. Though the prophecies were always correct, the way the prophecy was fulfilled was not always the way they expected. As the An thought to herself. Whoosh. The dark sphere which had appeared at the tip of the spear flew forward. Annihilating the land in its path. And breaking the space around it. The moment the black sphere smashed onto the giant metal fortress which resembled a dragon that had coiled onto itself. A tremendous amount of light and noise occurred as it covered the entire area. A heaven-shaking amount of strength rang throughout the Great Barrier. The air compressed away from the point of impact and the lands flipped. Not from the destruction of the 9-dragon spear but rather from the collision only. The Azure Dragon's seed, which forcibly pulled the mana from the node below, tried to resist with all its strength but it could only last a few moments. Kududuk. Crunch. A 1-kilometer wide Azure Dragon fortress got pushed back by a small black sphere and started to get destroyed. Kawaii. Aark. The mages inside screamed but these screams drowned at the huge explosion which occurred afterwards. As the giant destruction wave swept past the Great Barrier. Rumbi. The bronze blue dragon skill, which had been shredded apart, turned into dust and created a large dust cloud. Then. Whoosh. The atmosphere which had been pushed back rushed back in with powerful winds which swept away the dust clouds and showed the contents. Surprisingly, as if the formation itself had the direct protection of the mana node, it was fine from the explosion. Well, Hansu did indeed aim a bit away from it too. Not all of them can die. Phew. Maybe it was because his mastery over the 9-dragon spear had risen but Hansu had managed not to fall asleep and mumbled while looking at the formation. That formation's main job was to suppress the power from the mana node. If that thing got destroyed then this place would turn into a hellhole. Chiajijijik. Hansu looked at the bright sphere being created above the formation. That was probably the second spell the mages were preparing. But it did fail. Though the formation was intact, the head-sized bright ball of light started to lose its size rapidly. Ugh. Kahook. The mages and Ilo who were laid out on the floor groaned as they got up. I'm alive. Ilo checked her body and made a shocked expression. All of her mana circuits had been burnt and her body had been turned into a mess but she was alive. But Ilo soon deduced why. Fucking hell. I'm a hostage huh? Damn, we almost succeeded too. Ilo made a depressed expression. The meal was basically completed. The moment their spell was completed the entire situation here would have been sorted out. But the spell had failed. Ilo looked at the tiny ball of light above the formation and sighed out deeply. If only he had come. That moment. Quad K. From the center of the golden dragon formation. From the tiny ball of light which had yet to disappear, a huge noise came out. The sound of something forcibly being ground. Then. Kududududuk. Something pierced through the small blue ball of light. A sharp silvery object. Then. Whoosh. The entire war fortress turned silent. HNNNNNGG. The N groaned inwardly. She thought it was all over. Until that thing popped out. A single crappy looking stake. But nobody made fun of it. The extremely tiny space the stake came out from. The vicious aura that came out from this tiny hole suppressed the entire area all the way up to the battlefield where the men from the kingdom and the Ans were fighting. By just looking at it shivers ran down their back and their legs trembled. Not from the stake but from the man who pierced through to this location with the stake. This guy can defeat that thing. The other prophecy had said this. That 1,000-years-old great tree would fall from a being with horns and scales. The 1,000-years-old great tree only meant one thing within this entire world. 1,000-years-old warrior. The man who created the difference between the empire and the kingdoms all by himself. Tiamat Kratos. Quad K. Seriously. A human but at the same time, a non-human. The N made a terrified expression while looking towards the existence who was creating a hole through space. Reincarnator, Chapter 262, Golden Dragon Formation, 5. Kyuyuong. As an explosion which shook the heavens and earth rang out. What the fuck? What happened? Yuyuak. The blue light that surrounded the players disappeared into thin air. Sway. What the, did that level 300 girl guy die? Apocalypto almost tripped from the strength which had disappeared into thin air and cursed out. He was curious but he didn't go back. Since a level 300 falling was something impossible. And they were people who control it had the power which had been gifted to themselves to hunt the bug players. He thought they'd be able to defend themselves but for them to get destroyed. Fucking hell. After all those cocky words. Apocalypto looked at his current status and cursed out again. The overwhelming amount of mana turned his innards into a mess and the buff was gone. Apocalypto looked at the bug players who he had been playing with up until now and were now glaring at him with vicious eyes. Aw fuck. With those words. Crunch. Boom. A massacre occurred. These fuckers. Wawayak. Quajadudk. Clang. Countless chains and spears flew across the air and turned the players into golden lights. Good. Good. It's all over. Karhal applied the quintuple beam onto his arrow and shot it out with a relieved expression. It ended. The huge explosion would have been created by Hansu. Seeing the buff had been released, he had either caused a large amount of damage to the formation or took over the area. Which meant that their job here was basically completed. Phew. As Karhal sighed out in relief. Whoosh. A tremendously vicious aura spread out from the Great Barrier. An aura which caused him to be unable to breathe and barely stand. Yuck. Ugh, what the fuck? The aura was so powerful even the fighting adventurers lost their balance and were tripping. Shiver. What the fuck happened now? Karhal stroked the chills that appeared all over his body and looked towards the Great Barrier. Was I a bit too late? Because the mastery level of his 9-dragon spear had risen, he didn't fall unconscious or get down to a heavily injured state. He still had a bit of strength and was recovering very quickly. But even so, the situation wasn't very bright. Kudududuk. Ududuk. Hansukami recovered, reclaimed his balance and stared at the monster who was slowly enlarging the dimensional crack in the distance. Tiamat Kratos. There wasn't really a big difference between the kingdoms and the empire. But there was a reason why they were called differently so. There wasn't a Tiamat Kratos in the kingdoms. And there was one in the empire. This was why they were different. A man who had lived over 1,000 years and protected the empire, a living fossil and a historical relic. But that man did not move rashly. No, he couldn't move. To control Rankom's stake, he wouldn't be able to stay away from the White Dragon arena for that long. Is he really willing to come here despite that? Tiamat held one of the 3 godly weapons of the empire, Rankom's stake, and stabbed away at the dimensional crack so it would stay open. And that wasn't all. The Golden Dragon formation, that hundreds of mages could barely control, forcibly acted up and was handing over the energy to Tiamat just so he could create a passage. Hansu frowned as he looked at Tiamat who used Rankom's stake as a medium to swallow the formation whole. He's still a monstrosity after this long, huh? He had admired his strength in his past life as well. 1,000 years in a single world. The strength that he had gained through the countless years of countries rising and falling and the lands changing was not something a passing adventurer could handle. And since he was an enemy, his might was even more oppressive. All of the hairs in his body stood up and his heart started to beat crazily. A natural reaction of the body's survival instincts as one met a tremendously powerful opponent. Kyuyuo. The dimensional portal was continuing to become larger and larger. Ugh. Hansu frowned. He had thought that everything was concluded but for that man to pop out. But Hansu soon realized why such a man had appeared after a brief moment of thought. So they interfered, huh? Hansu, after figuring out the reason, rapidly tried to organize the current situation in his head. Being late is late and not being able to stop that man is his fault. The hole had been created already and Tiamat was smashing it open. So he could open it completely and come onto the side. And the oppressive might radiating from him was increasing at a continuous rate. Kyoo. Ugh. Cough. The might that spread out from such a tiny crack was so powerful that it even caused the mages laid out on the floor to cough out blood. AHH. Hansu looked over at the mages for a bit and then clenched onto the flail. Ududuk. Block him before he comes out. That man was not something he could handle right now. So he had to prevent him from coming here no matter what. It won't be easy but I'll have to try anyways. Push back the stake as much as he could and retake the control over the formation. Hansu started to walk towards the center of the formation with the flail while pushing back the aura that was flooding out from the small crack. Right in the center. Towards the dimensional crack that was now the size of an eye. Kuduk. Crunch. Though it was only the aura of the man, the ground broke under his feet with every step he took. Hey whoop. Hansu raised his arms to block the area in front of his body as he advanced and then smashed the god's flail onto the center of the formation. Then. Roaar. The tremendous flow of energy that was being sucked into the Rankom stake started to disperse. Towards the flail which was closer and was placed in a better location. And the flail started to heat up bright red again. Like how it had been when it was sealed in the past. The souls within the flail started to scream from the intense amount of energy that started to flow through them. But of course this energy didn't only go to the flail. Ugh. Hansu grunted as he felt the tremendous amount of energy that flew through the flail. But he had to hold onto it. Though there was a medium, it needed someone's consciousness to use the energy towards the objective they needed to do. Energy without a purpose that continued to build up would only cause a havoc. Hansu only had one objective. Close the gate. Boom. The energy of the mana node, which turned the flail bright red, started to flow onto a specific point. Towards the hole in the air, towards Rankom's stake which was piercing through it. Soon. Quaske. The hole that had been opening up stopped expanding and started to convulse in mid-air. It seems Hansu had taken the upper hand on the mana node's energy. At that moment. Not bad. Tiamat smiled while looking at Hansu through the eye-sized hole. Kryakke. The black-robed man looked towards the hole where Tiamat was looking through the broken space. Monster. Though the hole created by the white stake was indeed tiny, a powerhouse like Tiamat didn't simply look with their eyes alone. Well, it's a bit opaque but it's not bad. Tiamat felt the situation across the hole with his senses and then mumbled. Saw somebody who isn't half bad, and somebody familiar thanks to him. Not bad at all. A familiar face. What the hell is he spurting? The man muttered in disbelief. A familiar face. Since there was countless people across that hole, seeing one or two people they knew wasn't something strange. If Tiamat was an ordinary person in an ordinary situation. Wait. You haven't gone out from here in 100 years. And from what he knew, not many people lived past being 100 years old. As the black-robed man looked at Tiamat in confusion, Tiamat slowly started to spread his hand out. Then, shall we go see our cowardly friends? It seems the friends are out to escort me anyway. Tiamat looked towards the N who was staring at him in a daze and started to shove his left hand into the hole. Soon. Boing. The dimensional portal that was barely holding on in the air started to tremble intensely. The power of destruction within Tiamat's left hand started to move through the portal. From the capital of the empire. Towards the center of the war fortress thousands of kilometers away. Kududududuke. The hand which ripped apart space as it advanced stopped right before the eye-hole-sized hole. The space was barely large enough for a single pointer finger to come through. And this pointer finger that was pointing towards Hansu, a 2 m tall giant muscular man, was almost pitiful. But the moment Hansu saw the finger. Whoosh. Hansu quickly moved his head away. No, he even abandoned the flail in his hand and dodged away. As the instinctive dodge had been performed. Boom. A giant laser erased everything in its path and passed where Hansu had been standing just before. Erasing the Great Barrier and destroying a part of the war fortress. Wyaaaaaak. Kahuk. The screams of the adventurers and the players who were fighting in the distance couldn't dodge. A simple gesture which led to destruction. Ha. The mages saw the concentration and the usage of mana from the finger and trembled in fear. With just a simple thought the surrounding atmosphere trembled and the mana went into a havoc. They talked about the 1,000-year warrior but none of them had actually seen Tiamat before. No, only legends and stories were told because of this. And the mages scoffed at these legends and stories. Since these tales made no sense. But the supernatural being that had appeared in front of them was far past what they had heard. At the same time a ray of hope appeared in their minds. We can live. We won't have to become hostages. Having their lives in the hands of others was the same as not being alive at all. They would need to constantly show that they had a use and the moment they weren't be of use, they would just get removed. Such a treatment was not something they would like. But the Empire, whom they were in an alliance with, had stepped up. Hope had appeared. Kakik, you'll all die now. As the mages chuckled at the golden army in the distance. Flick. The finger in the air swirled around and pointed towards a different direction. Towards Hansu who was about to grab onto the flail again. Then. Boom. Another beam came out and swept past the upper areas of the formation. Nothing could stand in the path of this finger. The barrier and the ruins. The war fortress. Even the mages. Kawaiaak. Uaak. Why? The mages whose limbs had been erased by the beam screamed in pain. At that moment. The N dodged away and muttered. In a slightly different tone from before. Dumbass. You think they will care about you? That man had lived 1,000 years. By himself. Alliances and human interactions. Nothing mattered to that man. Since nobody could tie him down. He removed things he didn't like and moved according to what he wanted. The strength which had been refined over 1,000 years had become even more perfect and his personality had become more and more like what it was today. He has become a true monster now, huh? The N mumbled as he looked at the existence who would be over across the hole. The eyes that had trembled in fear and shock had disappeared and only a pair of cold heartless eyes appeared. As if she had become a different person. It seems, you need to become a bit stronger. It's a bit too early to let you loose. This is the reason why she had awoken. The N looked between Tiamat in the distance and Hansu as she flew towards the formation. Reincarnator, Chapter 263, Golden Dragon Formation, 6. What a bastard. Hansu mumbled as he watched the left hand approaching him. It wasn't hard to kill off a weakling with a flick of a finger. But this guy was slowly, very slowly, pushing Hansu around. He was playing around after not having been able to for so long. Using this chance where he had finally been able to leave the White Dragon Arena and enjoy himself. As long as Hansu couldn't grab the flail, the vast amount of energy wouldn't stop Tiamat. This really feels annoying. Boom. Uaaaak. Kahuk. Sir Tiamat. Please. We're allies. Countless mages died while screaming around the field. But the finger floating in the air didn't care as it continued to flick around and turn the surrounding area into blazing hell. Boom. The barrier got destroyed and the war fortress slowly broke apart. And because Hansu couldn't focus on the flail, the energy that had flown into the flail just dispersed into the air. The stake, which was no longer obstructed, was continuously increasing the size of the hole. Everybody felt shivers run down their back as they saw Tiamat's eyes gazing towards them from across the hole which was now the size of a fist. Though Tiamat was smiling, it actually made him look scarier. Eyes that didn't look at humans like they were humans. Those eyes were blazing with his greed and desire. And the mages knew how scary things got when a person who didn't consider other humans as his own kind gained a tremendous amount of strength. Just a finger was this strong, what would happen if his entire body came through? Of course there wasn't much time for them to think about this. Boom. Since another beam swept by and erased them from this world. Uaaaak. Arthas Francesca, who has been laid flat on the ground, grinned at his teeth while watching this scene. Fucking bastard, Quayak. They were indeed arrogant but they were still his underlings. People who he had grown and trained himself. They were not people who should be dying like this. Fucking bastard, you're smiling. For him to have taken that monster as a role model at one point. At this rate everyone would die. From that finger that was cutting across the air for fun. Fuck. If only I could use mana. If only. Even without the prison, his level still remained. But without any mana, he was merely a powerless human being. As Arthas Francesca watched the entire scene in despair. Tut. He felt a hand touching his back. What? The suppression that had blocked his mana was released. Arthas Francesca turned around as he felt the mana releasing out from his heart and regenerating his body. To see who had released the suppression on his body. Well. It would be that person. The N. It should be her. Since only the one who had placed the suppression could break it down this easily. But he was filled with confusion as he turned around. Who are you? Arthas Francesca muttered as he saw the one standing behind him. There wasn't a difference in appearance. The N who had been fighting with him who was over level 300. The one inside that body was an entirely different being. He could tell from just one look. It was not the eyes filled with fear and rage that had fought with him. The eyes now looked calm and empty but were filled with a dim light. Like a well with the moon shining down upon it. What the? As Francesca made a confused expression. The N spoke towards him. It seems you aren't gonna move. Do you have that much free time? Fuck. Arthas quickly regenerated his body with his superhuman amount of mana and glanced at the existence in front of him while opening and closing his hands. Though he didn't have the prison, he had more than enough strength to deal with weaklings. It was more than enough beat down his thing in front of him. As well as the one dodging the attacks madly in the distance. Ugh. Fucking hell. Francesca spat on the ground and headed towards the formation. He didn't like the eyes that seemed to know everything but there was no time to waste. Francesca reached the formation and then stomped on the ground a few times. A mana wave spread out from where he had stomped and threw a low and a few dozens of mages who were still alive. And this simple movement was very effective. Whoosh. The mages felt their mana circuits recovering as well as their bodies. Francesca stomped again as he saw this. Toom. If the previous wave was for regenerating their mana, this one was for communication. A special and intricate mana code told them one thing as it swept by them. The mages gritted their teeth and nodded as they stood up. Nobody would allow a tiger to escape its cage even if they didn't have a hostile relationship. Though that bastard didn't have any bad blood with them, there was no telling what this man would do if he got across. The mages carefully started to position around the formation. Boom. Tiamat looked around at the scene in leisure through the hole which was now the size of a fist. The outside world which he hadn't seen in a very long time. Soon I'll be able to send out 2 fingers. Boom. Tiamat swept the surroundings once more and smirked at Hansu who had distanced himself away from his attacks. He had heard what this guy was doing here. But the goal Hansu was trying to achieve wouldn't be fulfilled. Since he was confident in himself. What could that golden army do? But, it's annoying when he's this good at dodging. Tiamat had actually been quite annoyed for a while. Though it had started as a joke, that guy was dodging him way too easily. He had started attacking with the intention of sending a leg flying but that weakling was amazing at dodging. As if that guy was very experienced with fighting those who were strong. Of course if his actual body was over there this would mean nothing but in a situation where he could only use a finger, he was feeling quite annoyed. Tiamat frowned as he spoke towards the man glaring at him from the distance. Don't resist meaninglessly like this. You guys, cannot become the owners of this place. Be thankful that you're living by us. Hansu frowned. He knew what these words meant. From the things he had experienced. But still. It's more than I expected. At this rate that guy will really come over to the side. And there was no way for him to block this from happening. Nothing I can do. Hansu clenched his teeth. His original goal was to take the formation, use the flail as a medium and devour everything with that energy. Then the war fortress would become something that nobody would be able to break through. He would help the Ans with that strength to let them into the spirit land, use this place as a base of operations and from there start his next plans. But since things had become like this, there was nothing he could do. He had to use the final method. Blow it apart. Boom. Hansu mumbled as he dodged another beam which barely missed the formation. Blow apart the energy from the formation. And destroy everything in the vicinity. It's a waste but nothing else can be done. Hansu deeply breathed in and out. Though destroying the formation would be a waste and he and his golden army would take a considerable amount of damage, this was still much better than that guy coming over to the side and using the formation. Then. A ray of voice made its way to Hansu. A voice that came into his head. They had this sort of ability. Hansu made a shocked expression as he heard the voice of the An, though slightly different, in his head. No way. Hansu's head quickly deduced the situation. To figure out the identity of the speaker. Who had this kind of ability? Ah. For it to have come personally. Hansu nodded and then started to charge towards the flail. Boom. 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 This crazy bastard. Tiamat made a confused expression at Hansu who had started running while shaking the ground. Is he trying to die? Tiamat flicked his finger. To end the man having his final struggle. Then. Whoosh. A flaming cloud surrounded Hansu's back. As if it was trying to use Hansu as a shield. Boom. 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 Tiamat stopped at the sudden appearance of the end but then smiled. Municella. It seems the difference between us has grown too far now. Tiamat shook his head at the giant man charging and the end stuck behind him. For her to have become like this where she didn't even have the confidence to appear before him without some weakling defending her like this. I won't kill you at least. Tiamat decided to deal with the man in front of him and pointed towards the guy. Then. Boom. A beam extended out from his finger and headed towards the man. But right before he was about to be hit. Kududududuak. Something broke up from the ground and blocked in front of him. A giant blue bronze object. Boom. The blue bronze wall couldn't block the beam completely and allowed it to puncture a hole through it. It was still successful in allowing Hansu to barely dodge. And Tiamat was dumbfounded by the scene. Aren't they fearless? They could have lived if they were lucky. They dare act against me. He had seen them moving around in the back, but he had thought that they would strike Hansu instead of going against him. Maybe I'm trusting these guys too much. Tiamat decided to kill off these guys once he got through as he flicked his finger to kill off Hansu once again. Kiyeyeyeing. Let me end you. It was too close to dodge now. As he finished preparing to shoot the man who had come all the way to the formation. Wait, where did she go? Tiamat frowned as he saw that Mutasela had disappeared from behind the man who had come out from the blue bronze barrier. Then. Whoosh. Tiamat frowned as he saw Mutasela flying towards the flail after dispersing like a cloud. Is she? He finally remembered her role in the past. Mutasela was an administrator. She knew many more things about divine power than him. If she were to connect with the divine power. Tiamat made a grim expression. That's not good. Though it started as a favor, he had taken action and it was his responsibility to end the situation. What if there was a possibility of failure? Nothing had ever gone against the way he wanted and this time shouldn't be any different. I was going to let you live. Kiyeyeyeing. As Mutasela was starting to condense into one form and the finger was about to attack her. Boom. What are you trying to do? Hansu, who had arrived all the way up to him, smashed his finger. Whoosh. An attack backed with the full strength of someone and the flick of a finger. Even so, thinking about the difference in their strength, it would be normal for Hansu to be flung away. But the result was different. What the? Tiamat was shocked. For some reason he felt his body resistance that hardened his body get nullified and his finger was pushed back. And thanks to this his attack had missed. Boom. You're really pissing me off. Once rage surpassed a certain point, it would stop showing. Tiamat's eyes calmed down and lost their fire, but it was too late. Whoosh. Mutasela, who had been able to dodge the beam thanks to Hansu, raised her hands towards Rankom's stake and the god's flail. Then. Whoosh. A strange energy exploded out from Mutasela. Hansu's 5 senses disappeared and his body stiffened. Hansu pondered deeply to himself at the sensation of the world having stopped. Reincarnator, Chapter 264, Spirit Land, 1. Boom. As the N placed her hands on the god's flail and Rankom's stake. Hansu felt the entire world stop. He couldn't move a single finger and could only look around. The same for Tiamat, who had an enraged expression. As well as the flaming body of the N. Everything had stopped. No. It's just the sensation. It didn't actually stop. The world hadn't actually stopped. His conscience had accelerated to such a degree that it felt like the surroundings had stopped. And he knew who had done this. In the center of the stopped world. Somebody walked towards Hansu, who was frozen. A very beautiful female with golden hair. This is a first, huh? Seeing me like this. Because Hansu couldn't move his lips, he thought of the words he wanted to say instead. It was the first time seeing her, but he knew who she was. The N who had her hand on the stake and the flail in the distance. Hansu mumbled as he stared at the female walking towards him with a completely different form, unlike her original evanescent body. Well, having more divine powers increases the things I can do. Creating a form for the sake of conversation is a piece of cake. Do you want one as well? Then. Whoosh. Another Hansu appeared next to the frozen Hansu. Hansu moved with his new body as he spoke with the N. You are the seer, right? The N nodded as it spoke. Let me introduce myself. My name is Mutasela. How brave. For you to come out personally. Acting alone increased the chance of her death vastly. And Mutasela had experienced 2 different near-death cases. One during the fight against Arthas Francesca. And just now. Mutasela shrugged at Hansu's words. It's too much for the other Ns to handle. If a normal N had come instead of her, everything would have been finished here and now. So she had come personally. To twist the future and turn it into the direction she wanted. You should have just come out from the beginning. If Mutasela had helped from the beginning, he could have thought up of many more plans. Mutasela chuckled. Do you think being a seer is an easy job? If I'm always in my original persona, then I would have long become insane. This was why she had to use a fake persona. To protect herself from the countless sights of the future. If not, then she wouldn't be able to handle such a long period of 1,000 years. Don't complain so much. This is the best I can do. And the other persona is better for fighting anyway. I don't like fighting that much. Her body remained the same even when her persona switched. Since the level remained. Which meant the other persona, which was filled with a decent amount of rage and fear, was much more suited for it. Hansu nodded at Mutasela's reply. Anyhow, the seer, huh? He had never seen the seer, he had only heard about the rumors. And for her to use divine powers to do things like this. Anyways, I can catch a breather, I guess. Can you close the dimensional gate? Mutasela nodded at Hansu and Hansu sighed in relief. Okay then. Though everybody had stopped, the time was still flowing. It was very slow, but Tiamat's finger was pointing towards him and was preparing to send out a beam of destruction. But if they could forcibly close the dimensional gate, then the initial problems would be solved. Anyway, this is a tremendous strength. Then. Mutasela spoke to Hansu. I have a lot to ask you. And things I'm curious about as well. Kiyeyeyeyeyeing. The formation started to shine with a strange noise. Amidst the stopped world. The stunningly beautiful Mutasela looked at Hansu expressionlessly above the glowing formation and spoke to Hansu. But you don't have the qualifications to intrude in this world yet. Hansu nodded at those words. He had realized from the previous encounter. Tiamat. And Mutasela in front of him. As well as the other powerhouses of the kingdoms and the empire. He and the others didn't have the qualifications yet. As Mutasela saw Hansu's stern expression, she smiled and spoke. So have a good trip. Huh. As Hansu frowned at Mutasela's words. Boom. The energy of the mononode. The powers of the stake and the flail swirled around together. Then. Hansu's body started to glow with a golden light. And he knew what this phenomenon was. Teleportation. As Hansu frowned, Municella laughed and spoke. You see, I was the one who set up all the warp gates. As her words ended, Hansu's body started to disappear. Since you just die if you go like this, I'll give you a gift. Municella touched the chest of the frozen Hansu next to the avatar created for conversation. Oh. A shining symbol appeared in the center of his chest. An's blessing. As Hansu mumbled, Municella smiled. Have a safe trip. Don't forget to hurry. I'll try to handle this place but, there isn't much time. Shayayayayayok. Hansu's avatar disappeared and his spirit moved back into his real body. And Municella caressed Hansu's cheeks while mumbling. And I thank you for helping our race. We'll take care of your race until you come back. As Municella's hands moved away. CHCHCHCHCHCHCHCHHHH. Hansu's body disappeared completely and not even a trace remained. Then. Boom. The frozen conscious were released and time continued to flow again. Boom. Tiamat frowned as he watched the gate closing. He could still see through it since it had yet to close completely but it was too difficult to interfere anymore. Tisk. Is this as far as I can do? Tiamat smirked at Municella who was now staring at him. Municella. You're still a coward, huh? Are you still hiding behind the fake persona? The N slowly closed her eyes as she spoke. That man will lead us. You and I, 8,000 years is a long time to live. Maybe it was because she had used too much strength. Her persona was slowly sinking down. I have to deal with this as quick as possible. Tiamat chuckled at Municella's words while she was closing the gate with her remaining strength. He got his mouth right up to the closing gate and asked. Where did you send him? But Municella didn't reply. Since it was becoming hard to maintain her persona. She merely mumbled inside her head. To our origin. The spirit lands. Beyond the northern lands. The land that hadn't been touched for the past 1,000 years. Please. Municella looked towards the direction Hansu was teleported to and closed her eyes. A land where a blizzard was raging. Above the vast frozen land. Kiiying. A strange golden light started to appear. Then. Zuoong. A man appeared from thin air. And the moment he appeared. Crash. Cough. Hansu coughed up blood as he laid flat on the floor. Damn. As he dropped his guard, the fatigue of the battle swept through his body. Though the mastery level of the 9-dragon spear had risen, it still turned his body into a wreck. And he had to handle Tiamat with such a body. Though it was just a finger, that sole finger was more than enough to erase an entire clan. Where did she send? No, I can guess to a degree. He didn't know where exactly he was. But there was only one place which had a natural environment like this. Spirit Land. A place where hundreds of different extreme natural environments existed. It wasn't just as simple as being cold or hot. This environment was powerful enough to even erase a master tier player if they didn't have the protection elixir with them. No matter how strong Hansu was, it would be impossible for him to even last a minute in his current situation. Boom. Blessing. Hansu smiled as he looked at the strange symbol embedded in the center of his chest. This symbol was blocking off the storm swirling around him. No, it wasn't really blocking it off but it's like persuading it. It felt like the symbol was calming down the raging blizzard. Saying that this man was not its enemy. And thanks to this, Hansu's body was able to not receive further damages. But that was it. He was still in a dangerous situation. It'll take a bit to recover. Udududuk. The monojade that had overheated to the point of almost melting down was slowly coming back and the broken bones and ripped muscles were slowly regenerating. As Hansu raised his body up. Roar. A tremendous roar was heard from the distant tundra. And the moment Hansu heard this. Azure Ice Tiger. Azure Ice Tiger. A demonic beast which ate up the spirit stones located all over the spirit land and succeeded in absorbing the vast amount of ice energy which allowed it to fully adapt to these harsh conditions. All demonic beasts that lived here were like this. Things that decided to eat the spirit stones in order to survive in this place. Of course every one of them were powerful. Boom. 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 The level of the Azure Ice Tiger that was charging towards this location was about 270. It wouldn't be an issue if he was in perfect condition but not now. No, even then he would only be able to handle one and not the countless others that would smell the blood and charge over. Fuck. I don't know why the hell she sent me here. Though he was worried about the situation of the kingdom, and the fight between the Ants and the Empire, surviving in this place was the highest priority. As Hansu looked around urgently. Light. From the distance. He could see a blinking light in the center of the tundra. Boom. 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 Hansu quickly started to dash through the raging blizzard and towards the flickering light. Reincarnator, Chapter 265, Spirit Land, 2. Roar. His body that was in a mess. The speed of the level 270 Azure Ice Tiger that had a much more powerful body than both the players and adventurers. And Hansu's skill pool which didn't have a single movement skill. Thanks to these three things, the distance between him and the tiger decreased very quickly. Hansu sighed as he ran. Saving the world and all that shit. For me to be chased around by a tiger like this. He couldn't blame anybody else either since this was the path he had taken. Fuck you, you bastard. Puff. Roar. If he had the flail then he could fling it but he had left it above the formation. Hansu lifted up a piece of ice by his foot, threw it at the tiger's face and dashed away. He would fight if he had to but the best method was to finish things without fighting. Boom. 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 He didn't know what would be at the flickering light but there being light meant that there were humans. Anyways, it was better to go there. But Hansu realized the identity of the light soon after. And then frowned. It got even more annoying. Was it a mistake to come this way? Hansu sighed as he saw the dozens of players shouting in the distance. Roar. Huh? Azure Ice Tiger. What the? Fuck. Our spirit stones are overloaded. Hydros clan. The leader of the 3rd Spirit Land platoon of the Hydros clan, frowned as he saw the tiger charging towards them. Usually, they would be happy to see this thing. Since the reason why their hunting team came into the Spirit Land while drinking the expensive protection elixirs was to kill things like this. Of course it wasn't for leveling or artifacts. Since those who were able to afford the expensive protection elixirs to fight in here were high-ranking master players equipped with top-tier artifacts. Experience and dropped artifacts were useless. They had one objective. To get a spirit stone. An artifact which promised the players a tremendous amount of strength that came into being after the 5th patch. Using it or selling it to the kingdoms or the empire were both great options. The players, who were limited in many ways, could break through with these spirit stones and head further ahead. His battle strength was at level 265 despite him being at level 250 while the other 30 or so clansmen averaged at about 260. Killing a single level 270 Azure Ice Tiger was not hard. If they hadn't fought just now. Though the spirit stones had given them new strength, it wasn't infinite. That crazy bastard, he should just die by himself if he's going to die anyway. The gleeful atmosphere from picking up a new A-rank spirit stone after killing off an Azure Ice Tiger started to turn grim. Most of the A-rank spirit stones his teammates had were overloaded. And killing that thing in their current situation would cause the remaining spirit stones to get overloaded as well as them having to use a few more stones of immortality. As he thought about all this, Alcaruda frowned. Which clan is this bastard from? Mannerless, you're going on the yellow list after this. Bug players on the black list. Red list for the piking players. And yellow list for the players who weren't very good to play with. Getting on the yellow list didn't put them in danger but rather it caused them to have a much harder time getting into hunting groups, clans, and participate in other group activities. Nobody liked to play with those kind of people. Hey. Bastard. Fuck off. Are you crazy? As if his teammates were angered as well, they stood up from their sitting positions while cursing at him. Since despite them having told him to go away, they knew well that he wouldn't. Alcarueda clenched onto his weapon first and stood up as well. You bastard. You thought you'd live if you came here? You're first. Boom. 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 Alcarueda mumbled while glaring at the man running through the blizzard. Doing such a thing. It wouldn't be strange to get killed on the spot. And that man was a mess. I'll kill you both at the same time. Kiyiing. As they had similar thoughts as Alcarueda. Kiyiing. The teammates standing behind him started to glow with various colored lights. They had started to activate the spirit stones before the Azure Ice Tiger got closer to them in order to deal as much damage as they could. Of course the guy running in the front was within the area of effect as well. He'll be easy to hit since he's large. Die you bastard. As Alcarueda smiled coldly. The man who was running towards them started to shout. Fuck. Don't attack. Don't. It's bad. It's really bad. The people who were about to attack stopped. What had happened? The moment they thought about what could have happened in the near vicinity. Swoosh. Hwee, ha. The man who had run over with that brief moment collapsed on the ground while gasping for breath. Fuck. Alcarueda frowned. In the brief moment they stopped to think about that could have happened, this bastard had gotten to them already. It was now hard to attack this guy since he was amidst the clansmen now. Anyway, he's really hurt. Did something really happen? Alcarueda stared at the mess of a man and then asked in curiosity. This mannerless bastard, what the hell happened? The Spirit Land had many unexplored places and unexpected events did indeed occur from time to time. Since things had come to this, Alcarueda asked in order to gain some intel. The man gasped for breath with a spear in hand as he pointed behind Alcarueda and spoke. Ha, it's long to talk about. Kill that first. Roar. As the man pointed behind him. An extremely loud roar appeared not far behind Alcarueda. Alcarueda then remembered the tiger as he cursed out. Fucking hell. It better fucking be a big deal. Kill that thing. Then. Boom. Boom. The hunting team of the Hydros clan and the Azure Ice Beast collided. Ugh, damn. Fucking hell man. Leader. You have to compensate us for this. The Hydros clansmen laid out onto the ground while gasping for breath. 2 beasts at the level of an Azure Ice Tiger in a single day. Maybe 3. This was the limit that they could fight without overloading the Spirit Stone and hunting safely. But they had fought twice in a row when their Spirit Stone was overloaded. Thanks to this, every Spirit Stone they had were overloaded for about an entire day. And some had to even use Stones of Immortalities. Fuck. Anyways, where's this guy from? He's pretty good. Alcarueda looked at the man who had caused all of this in curiosity. Seeing the way he fought, he was at level 250. But his control was quite good. Good enough to not lose out to some of the top tier master players. Though he didn't go that wild since his injuries were severe, which also meant that he fought well for being so hurt, which actually made Alcarueda feel a bit better. At least he has some conscience. Alcarueda's rage toned down a bit as he slowly walked towards the man who was checking his bodily status and asked. Hey bastard. Which clan? No. Let's hear first. What's the big deal? Being less angry was one thing and responsibilities was another. Alcarueda asked since he had decided to receive the compensation from this time around from this guy's clan, but then changed his question. The thing this man had shouted about before bothered him. In a situation where his clansmen's statuses were like this, if this event could harm them then he would need to evacuate this place and fall back. The man who was healing himself spoke out. You know where this place is, right? One of the clansmen replied with annoyance. We know. Area 11. Azure Tundra, Northern Area. Northern area of the Azure Tundra. One of the deepest areas of the Spirit Land. Nobody had gotten further north from this place. It wasn't like it was locked but rather that it was too dangerous. The man nodded as he spoke. Thanks. Huh? What the hell do you mean? Then. Whoosh. A red cloud exploded out from around Hansu. The adventurers would have freaked out from the killing intent within this cloud. But these guys were players, they could not feel such a thing. While they were confused. Kiiririk. Crunch. Uaok. What the hell is this? Even before they could freak out, the red clouds that had attached to their bodies started to devour them. Like a swarm of locusts eating at rice plants in the swamps. The players tried to retaliate but they were tired to death already and had expanded their spirit stones already. They could not deal with Hansu who had healed himself while they were fighting. You bastard. You're going to go on the red list. With those last words from Alcarueda. Whoosh. Only Hansu remained behind in the vast land where the blizzard was storming around. Kiiaaening. Uaaok. Ubas. Crunch. Hansu dealt with the ones reviving with the stone of immortality and was in glee while picking up the artifacts on the ground. And a great venom type spirit stone that they had dropped. And in a great ice type spirit stone the azure ice tiger had dropped. Hansu picked up these two things, sensed that the other tigers weren't headed this way and relaxed. Well, I'm alive for now. As his safety had been secured, he naturally started to worry about the rest. What would be going on in the war fortress? Were the ants doing well? How would Mutasela have ended things? And a few other things. They'll be doing well. Hansu decided to just let things go as they would. The ants and the ones he had brought would do things well. No, they had to do well. And he couldn't go back anyway. If this place was indeed Area 11 the clansman had spoken about. This place was extremely far away from the war zone, the most northern land of the spirit land. It'd take forever to return. Mutasela. Why did you really bring me here? Hansu pondered for a moment and then stood up. He didn't know why she had brought him here but he knew where she was telling him to go. If she sent me here then, there'll be answers over there. Hansu got up and then started to head towards the north. The answers would be over there. And I guess I should get a spirit since I'm here. Not some fakes like these, but a real one. Hansu mumbled as he looked at the spirit stone in his hand. Reincarnator, Chapter 266, Spirit Land, 3. Whoosh. Hansu was lost in thought while walking through the blizzard. There were still some stinging pains because his body hadn't fully healed but this was the best condition he had been in after he had arrived in this zone. A long time has passed by now huh? Time flew quickly when he was fighting but managing things took much longer. Calculating the things he had done so far, it had already been a year since he had come to the past. He wasn't able to care much about this due to him constantly being in battles and fights but as these conflicts stopped, Hansu's head started naturally get filled with various thoughts. What would his friends be doing at the moment? How fast would the invasion of the abyss have accelerated? Well, it's not that bad. Yet. Hansu smiled as he thought of the people fighting at the war fortress. People who would have been fighting day by day in the past. Or that would have all been massacred at the yellow zone. Or been killed off as bug players in the green zone. These people had confidently come up to this zone and took over the war fortress. His own role was clear but these people really fought for it and took it for themselves. Their own rights. You're all doing very good. Hansu walked through the tundra snow and thought about the past. He thought of his comrades who had been swept away when this world and the abyss united. They fought and resisted but they had eventually been massacred one by one. This time, not this time. Hansu gripped the forked lightning in his hand tightly as he thought of these horrid memories and continued to walk through the blizzard. There were a lot of things left to do. There was still the true goal of the green zone left to achieve. Spirit. Hansu muttered as he felt the Ant's blessing on his chest. There was barely anyone who had gained the power of the spirit. And even Keldian only had a skill that allowed him to imitate the spirit's powers called Spirit Avatar, he had never been able to actually obtain it. Since it was extremely hard to. First, one must obtain the Ant's blessing. This was the first hurdle. Before the Ants were unsealed from the Great Maze, it was impossible to obtain this blessing no matter how powerful or skilled one was. Though the Great Maze was opened up when Keldian, Ares and the others were going through this zone, most people didn't even know of such a function nor about the blessings of the Ants. Since only a few people knew this even now. Though the group with Ares had more than enough qualifications to receive the Ant's blessing, they were completely unaware of what was in the maze and just went up to the next zone. Along with most of the people who had luckily passed through the green zone. This is why they were confused when they were forming up of the plan for the green zone with him. There was such a power in the green zone. Not the spirit stones. The world tree could clearly be seen in the red zone. The aboriginals of the orange and yellow zones had given them the intel so it was easy to set up a plan for these areas. But the Ants, the aboriginals of this zone, were a race they weren't able to meet while they were here as well as in the abyss so though they knew about the spirit stones, they didn't know about the existence of the spirits themselves. But Hansu, who had joined them later, knew about this. Since Hansu was close to and saw the person who had obtained the Ant's blessing and obtained the strength of the spirits deep inside the spirit land. And Hansu made a resolution as he saw this. That if he got to the green zone again, he would gain this power and allow everyone to have a chance at it. In preparation for the abyss. The power of the spirits was that powerful and was also useful. Django. He should currently be busy. Hansu thought of the man who had left him a deep impression as he continued to move. Geek. Well. This is a secret but it should be okay to tell you I guess. To obtain the spirit's power, you first need the Ant's blessing and then comma. Hansu thought of these words as he walked through the tundra. Django hadn't told him the exact locations either. But he did give him instructions to obtain the strength of the spirist. To continue walking in the direction the blessing pointed towards. The Ant's blessing was like a house so it felt the emptiness inside and looked for an existence that filled it up. Not a dead corpse like a spirit stone but a living creature. He would just need to continue in this direction. You might be surprised when you get there. But I guess this is teasing you right? Ha 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 ha. So why did you kill the Ants? Because you killed them for the protection elixirs, you won't ever be able to obtain their blessings. Hansu thought of Django laughing at him and shook his head. But in all honesty, it wasn't really a tease back then. There wasn't anybody who wasn't interested in the spirit stones, and almost everyone had killed the ants for the protection elixirs in order to go into the spirit land. And he was part of this group. But Jang O would never have known that he would come back to the past like this and begin everything anew. Well, anybody who would foresee something like this would be insane. Hansu chuckled as he continued to walk. Then, a loud roar was heard in the distance. Hansu frowned as he looked towards the 100 tall giant object through the blizzard far off in the distance. Northern Wall Beast, I've come close to the Thousand Rivers mountain range, huh? If one headed a bit further north from here, they would arrive at a giant mountain range that blocked humans off like a giant castle wall. A humongous mountain range named the level 290 Northern Wall Beast, which was much more powerful than an Azure Ice Beast, was something that came down from these mountains and roamed over these places. A giant mountain range, that was so big to the point of blocking any and every invader, and was thus called the area wasn't blocked off artificially like the Great Maze of the Ants in the past. The reason why it couldn't be crossed was very simple. Since anyone would die before getting through it. A tremendous damage that normal protection elixirs wouldn't be able to stop. And beasts that were several times stronger inside. An extremely tall mountain that was so tall and wide that it would be impossible to climb it given the duration of the protection elixirs. Hansu understood why Mutasela had sent him here to a degree. I guess she means that I can climb above that thing after I obtain the spirit. So getting the spirit's power was of utmost importance. Roar. Boom. 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 A 100 tall yeti-looking beast. Ended quickly. Hansu, with the forked lightning in his right hand and the spirit stone in his left hand, glared at the approaching northern wall beast. Then, whoosh! The A-grade venom spirit stone exploded out with light and let out a green aura. Well, the spirit stone itself was exploding. Since Hansu forcibly put it into overload. A method which gave the user a tremendous amount of strength but made the spirit stone unusable after. Boom! Hansu smashed the head of the northern wall beast after jumping up. Clongig. Roar. The northern wall beast roared in rage as it survived the attack. Yeah, this isn't enough. Level 290 was no joke. But unluckily for the northern wall beast, it met Hansu. The two most recent skills Hansu had obtained were both specialized for killing giant things. He had fully recovered his health and mana on the way here. The Nirmaha Ring's ability, which ate a tremendous amount of mana but allowed him to ignore physical defense, was applied on the tip of Hansu's spear again. Then, boom! 3 dragons appeared from the spear and exploded towards the beast's head. Boom! The northern wall beast's head was pierced through. Slump. Boom! Hansu landed on the corpse of the beast as he frowned at the strange sensation on the tips of his fingers. This feels weird. What is this? The northern wall beasts were something he could not come anywhere close to in the past, so this was the first time he had actually killed one. But the strange sensation did exist. Hansu decided to ignore the sensation for now and started to head towards the direction the symbol was telling him to. Then, whoosh! Whoosh! From the distance. Small flickering lights could be seen in the distance. They chased me, huh? Hansu gripped his spear as he looked at the players who were communicating through the flickering lights. The spirit land was still part of the players' territories. He won't be able to dodge them forever. It would be selfish to want to go through this entire area without any conflicts. This was what he had expected. But there was one thing that was out of his expectations. At least 500. And it's increasing. With that many people, it meant that every hunting team of the 15 great clans in Area 11 had grouped up together. And this wasn't it, there were more to come. Hunting teams that were specialized in killing the Azure Ice Tigers and the Northern Wall Beasts were gathering up to number almost 1,000. You're going to even stop hunting to chase me? They wouldn't walk here for a stroll. The high-tier master players came in here using items that costed anywhere from hundreds to thousands of dollars an hour to come in here. To obtain greater benefits. And they wouldn't invest this heavily because of one single collision. Did the Empire have a hand in this? These guys aren't people who listen that well. They could just pretend to follow orders. But these guys were very into this whole thing. Hansu pondered for a moment and then made a decision. Go through them. He didn't know what was going on outside the spirit land. And he was almost at the location the Ant's blessings was telling him to go to. If they did form a plan to deal with him, it would be better to act before they grouped up completely. Hansu then started to madly dash towards them. Boom! Then, shimmer shimmer. The flickering lights started to enclose their encircling towards Hansu. And the first one to arrive slashed down at Hansu with his short sword. A player that was covered in shining artifacts grinned at his teeth as he slashed at Hansu. You fucking bastard. The outside is in chaos because of you. Fucking. You seem to have a lot of stones of immortalities. Boom. Hansu mumbled after instantly blowing apart the guy's head, then frowned at the sword embedded on his side. An injury which occurred as he tried to deal with him in a single blow. These guys weren't easy. But there wasn't much time. So he had to kill each of them with a single strike. Even whilst receiving some damages. Let's go. Boom. There were plenty of people who would hand over the spirit stones to him. Hansu blew apart a great ice-type spirit stone in his left hand and started to charge towards the encircling. Reincarnator, Chapter 267, Underground, 1. The leader of the Hydros clan, Karen, shook his head. What a mess. Karen was at loss for words as he saw the giant war fortress that was surrounded in some white aura. Quite a lot of things had changed from the collision that happened the day before. The normal players who lived day to day with their daily earnings didn't know, but the giant clans who used the kingdoms and empires' territories as their base of operations were busy assessing the situation. And it was the same for the 15 great clans, which were so large to the point of influencing the local powers. But one thing was clear. That things had twisted in a very complex manner. The ones who appeared have no thoughts of coming out from the war fortress. And they couldn't go in even if they wanted to. Since the Golden Dragon formation was protecting them. The half-powdered walls of the war fortress got reconstructed as the cracked ground mended itself. The bright light surrounded the entire war fortress and prevented anybody from entering. And the players whose revival points were in that perimeter got forcibly moved to the village next door could only stand outside and stare at the high-standing war fortress from the distance. The people from the kingdoms who had tried to go through the barrier had received heavy damages from the attacks of the ants and had retreated. The only thing they could do was watch for now. For this entire thing to have been caused by one mad guy. Unbelievable. There was a rumor that one bug player had caused all this. He destroyed the Great Maze, pulled out the ants, suppressed the Red Dragon wielder Arthas Francesca, the captain of the Magic Brigade, and ate up the war fortress. This was something that the entire Hydros clan could not accomplish. But for him to have done this all by himself, it doesn't seem like a fake rumor. We need to see how much of this is the truth. Though intel was being gathered at a rapid pace, it hadn't been long since the event had occurred. And because there were lots of other random information from all around, there was a huge lack of time to gather the important intel. There was also a bigger issue as well. What do I do with this? Karen touched the high-quality mail in his hand and pressed down on his temples because of the headache. Then, squeak. The door of the building used as the clan's office opened up as a man walked in. Clan leader. There's an interesting piece of information. What is it? Unlike the other clans, the Hydros clan was created through close relationships and top players joining afterwards. Most of the high-ranked individuals came in with connections, so they were all close to each other. Karen asked back in confusion as he heard the story from the leader of the hunting teams. So you're telling me that the one who caused the ruckus here is in the center of the spirit land which takes days to go to? And he erased an entire hunting team of our clan. Yeah. Apparently they found this out after getting pissed off when they got killed. This is insane. Can he teleport or something as well then? The spirit land didn't have warp gates. So the only method to travel was on foot. As Karen was befuddled at the fact that somebody who should be here was all the way over at the most northern lands of the spirit land. The guy shrugged his shoulders as he spoke. The rumor has already been spread all around. Those guys were so pissed that they went around spreading it. Sigh. Fucking hell. The northernmost area? Ugh. As Karen tightly clenched his head like it was about to explode, the man asked in confusion. Don't we just need to buy time? What's to gain from killing him? According to the rumors, he was an extremely powerful individual. And killing one person didn't give much profit. It was better to focus on the treasure chest in front of their eyes. If we could just get through that. The war fortress which had buckled up like a turtle. But everybody knew how sweet the meat inside this thick shell would be. As the leader gulped his saliva at the war fortress in the distance. Karen shook his head as he handed over the message in his hand. Just read it and see what's on it. This. As he read the message from Karen. His expression turned grim as well. So. They were ordered to hunt me down no matter what. Crunch. As Hansu asked the man while grabbing him by the throat, the player spat as he replied. Ugh, then do you think we'd be chasing you like this otherwise? You're dead now. Using hacks unfairly like this. If the man who he was choking was a normal civilian of this world, he might have been trembling in fear of death, but sadly he was a player. The player looked at Hansu in annoyance while grinding his teeth. Fucking hell. What a waste of time. It didn't annoy him because this guy was strong. It wasn't like they died and there was a limit to how much one could take. He just didn't like the situation itself. The Empire did promise them rewards. But it wasn't asking for a favor but rather giving them a command. How would they move around in a world like this without warp gates and without the support of those powers? And seeing their reaction, it seemed like they were going to forcefully send them into the spirit land if they didn't comply. Fucking hell. How dare a fucking NPC do this? They tried so hard to please us up until now. During the ages when the kingdoms and the empires fought, the NPCs tried very hard to drag the players and the 15 great clans. But they had all united now. The 15 clans could clearly feel that they were outsiders now. A tremendous difference in strength. They could still visualize Cycros smashing apart the earth with his giant greatsword. Of course they could fight against these NPCs since they didn't die. But what would be left for them? There won't be any fun in playing in a world filled with ruins if they won, and losing would cause an even bigger problem. Fucking bastards. They should just do it themselves. But everyone already knew that the people from the kingdoms and the empires couldn't set foot in the spirit land. Though it was shitty, the only method they had was to kill this guy. Hansu thought about the situation for a bit and then started to chuckle. Crunch. Whoosh. Hansu broke the neck and then looked around as the players started to turn into golden light. Holes and broken ice. And artifacts everywhere. Things the players dropped as they got killed while chasing him around. It's already been 3 days since they started chasing me, huh? 3 days. This was the time he had been looking for the traces of the blessing in the spirit land while smashing these things apart. Following the way the symbol in his chest was telling him to go, all the way up to right below the mountain range. He could see the raging blizzard above the mountain which rose up almost vertically. This was not something that he could withstand with just blessings. Since Municella wouldn't ask something impossible, he needed to find a way to go in, but it was nowhere to be seen. Which meant that there was only one possibility left. Underground. Hansu mumbled as he looked at the hard, frozen ground below his feet. Though snow and ice were covering it, nobody really knew how deep it would go. I'll have to use the 9-dragon spear. As Hansu gripped his spear, dragons started to slowly appear and surround his body. All the way up to 7. Hansu tapped on the ground, but there was no telling what was below this. Which meant that 7 dragons might or might not work. But he only got out 7 and pointed straight down. Since he might have to fight against the players even after smashing his way down in the worst case scenario. In a situation like this where people were chasing him down from all areas, using a skill like the 9-dragon spear which had a huge after effect was something risky. In some ways, it might be better to regroup back at the war fortress and slowly go through with the ends instead of smashing his way down. But Hansu laughed coldly and prepared to attack below. You feel impatient, huh? The kingdoms and the empires were trying way too hard just to recover some pride or for revenge. Which meant one thing. That the issue wasn't him, but rather the one who had sent him here and his current location he was at. And Hansu was very happy to see this. Let's see what you have hidden here. Hey. Kill that guy. Fucking bastard. Hansu glanced between the tall vertical mountain covered in layers of snow and the players charging at him from the distance, smiled in a cold manner and then smashed downwards with his spear. With the black orb created from 7 dragons. Boom. Though the tundra was extremely hard, it couldn't withstand the 9 dragon spear. A tremendous noise occurred as the floor below Hansu started to break apart, smashing apart the ice and melting the snow. And into the darkness below. Whoosh. Hansu, who had started to fall into the extremely deep hole slowly, used his leftover mana to attack upwards and accelerate his descent. To go down even faster. And the players accelerated further as they saw this. This bastard. Digging his own grave. You just wait right there. You're fucked. The bloody body of 3 days of chase. The depleted mana from the big skill. Hansu shrugged at the players charging at him. You guys will be able to use it as well if you're lucky. Huh. As one of the players stopped at his words right before they jumped down into the darkness. Rumbly. All the snow that was layered on top of the mountain next to him started to fall down with a tremendous noise. Creating a gigantic avalanche in the process. Holy shit. UAAA. Run away. The players screamed at the sudden avalanche that had occurred. Boom. What a rat. Sounds of cracking came out from the hands of Tiamat, who was sitting eyes closed and holding the stake above the white dragon arena. Though the godly weapon couldn't break, it was more than enough to show how distressed Tiamat was. He's really annoying, huh? Just like you said. Django. Spit it out if you have something to say. Don't stay silent. The dark shadowy man gazed back at Tiamat expressionlessly. Reincarnator, Chapter 268, Underground, 2. Tiamat looked back at Django expressionlessly. I understand that you didn't forget the fact that we're taking care of you outsiders. Well, shall we call what we have a contract, like how you guys call it? Django made a bitter expression at the condescending words of Tiamat. I know. That's why you treat us this way. Horrible living conditions. This special area that was created near the extravagant capital always told them that they should be thankful to at least be treated this way before going up. His friend, Clementine, tried very hard for their survival. But was the life given to them satisfactory? That was a different story. Reality was harsh. Especially in this damned world created by God. Tiamat spoke towards Django. We've been nice to you so far. We protected you from the players and kept you alive, but I don't like to keep things that are undead. He and the natives of the kingdoms and the empire had a hard time going into the spirit land. Since for them the An's blessing was an impossibility and the protection elixirs were not working. This is why he had kept these guys alive. These parasites that passed by his world momentarily. But if they didn't do their job, there was no need to keep them. Don't worry. I'll solve this problem. Tiamat laughed towards Django, who surrounded himself in bits of shadows as if he was about to move out. Take them all. Everybody who's just sitting around and eating. Django's expression froze. Don't you trust me? I'm more than enough. These weren't empty words. He had been doing well by himself. And though he heard that the new guy was strong, he had confidence in winning. Since he had seen the other skills over the hole. Then. Whoosh. Kahook. Django groaned at the powerful hand grabbing onto his throat. And Tiamat, the owner of this hand, slowly tightened his grip as he spoke with a cold expression. I'm telling you to do it properly, you fucking scrub. Don't you understand? It seems you don't want to take them because it's dangerous, but know this. If you fail, then you guys don't have any value left. If you still have a brain, then you should know what is better, all of you dying versus just a few. Ugh. Stop him no matter what. From going over the mountain range. Don't let a single person cross it. Smash. Muticella. Things won't go the way you want. Tiamat mumbled after he threw Django on the ground. Rumble. Hansu continued to drop as he got hit by the avalanche that fell from above. At that moment, he heard something from below. The sound of the black marble created from the 9 dragon spear smashing against something. It had succeeded in melting the snow, but something was blocking the energy. Hansu focused his sight as he fell. Soon. Through the mist that had been created from the ice and snow melting, he could see some blackish things. A steel wall that had been half destroyed by the 9 dragon spear. No, it shouldn't be steel. Steel wouldn't be able to withstand the 9 dragon spear. Some sort of alloy. Despite it being half smashed apart, he could still see faint traces of light running through it. And Hansu could somewhat guess what this was. This looks similar to the things from the Golden Dragon formation. Why is this here? The wall of the Azure Dragon seat that was surrounded from the Mana Node's energy. The feeling of the metal and the energy that was emitted from it were similar to it. Django told me he went through the entrance. Hansu thought of the words of Django from the past but merely shook his head and then raised his spear. And used his falling momentum to smash into the wall. Boom. Not bad. Despite it being half destroyed already, the wall did a good job of withstanding Hansu's attack. The issue wasn't the material but rather the energy flowing through it. The wall that was about a meter thick started to heal itself with the energy flowing through it. Then. Oh. You bastard. This isn't anywhere close enough to kill us. The voices of the players from above could be heard. This was within expectations. Though they got pushed away from the avalanche, this wasn't enough to kill them. It was just to push them away and buy some time. It'll be annoying if you chase. Hansu looked at the hole that was too small for him to go through and nodded. Then his mana was sucked into the Nirmaha's ring. Keying. Hansu saw the shining ring on his finger and then smashed the ring into the alloy wall. Boom. The wall still stood, but there was a difference this time. Whoosh. The power nullification of the ring erased about a 2 meters radius's worth of energy from the wall. This wouldn't last long since the wave of energy was flowing back into this area. But this was enough. Hansu smashed his spear down onto the wall again. Crunch. Without the protection of the mysterious energy, the wall could not withstand Hansu's attack from just the toughness of the alloy. A hole about Hansu's size was created and Hansu jumped through the wall. Huh? Hey you bastard. You're running. Hold him down. Boom. Boom. The players ran towards the hole Hansu disappeared through. But it was too late. SHHHSHSHSH. What the? This thing is shrinking. The power nullification had long worn out because of the waves of energy that rushed back in. The hole in the alloy wall that was barely enough for Hansu to get through was already getting smaller. Fucking hell. Damn. Boom. Boom. The players attacked the shrinking hole in panic but it was useless. The energy flowing through the wall was too powerful for them to break through. What the hell is hidden here? Jesus. Some people sat down and gave up but some still held on. Get back up and try looking around. There might be an entrance somewhere. Even a castle has doors. Some of the players heard this and nodded. And then started to slowly use their skills to search around. Despite the tremendous amount of ice, which had accumulated and condensed over tens of thousands of years, it could not withstand the combined heat from the skills of thousands of players. And as they started their search, a question surfaced into their heads. What is this? The players made confused expressions. The game, Exodus, was set in medieval times. Building up walls with stones and the royalty fighting with swords and spears. Though these stones and weapons were far beyond normal ones because of magic but the level of science was indeed very low. An alloy like this, which should only exist in some sci-fi movies, should not be present here. Is this for some major update, or something? The players came up with the most befitting answer. Why else would something like this exist below layers of ice thousands of kilometers away from civilization? At this moment the eyes of the players changed. Curiosity started to replace the rage inside them. And the speed of them melting the ice sped up from this. At that moment. One of the players exclaimed out loud while he was melting the ice and proceeding in a twisted path. Though it was very muted, it could not stay undetected from the focused perceptions of the other players. Did you find something? Entrance. Did you find the entrance? Everybody started to rush towards where the voice came from. But then the one who made the noise shook his head. No, it's not the entrance but. The eyes of the players naturally looked towards where the man was looking at. There wasn't an entrance there but a strange letter. A. What the hell is this now? It was so large that despite the player having melted a 30 m radius, only a single letter could be seen. And the players who had gotten curious decided what to do. Shall we? Try digging it out carefully. Some should provide support with skill so things don't fall on our heads and the others should melt it. Everyone nodded as they spread out. Kayak. They dug around it like an ant's nest in fear of things collapsing but in order to excavate everything, they would need to clear an area several times larger than a football field. So everyone carefully enlarged the area while making sure things didn't fall. They were still master level players and were the most powerful out of those. The ice melted away very quickly and soon an underground cave was created. Of a size that could allow thousands of people to live. And then they read what the letters said. Astro 17. What is this? An English word that symbolized space. Though they knew what it meant, it didn't belong here. The game's main concept was unveiling the unknown while traveling through the lands. Something like this didn't fit the game at all. Whoosh. The moment Hansu penetrated through the wall. He thought that a tunnel or a small space would appear after going through the 1 m thick wall. But things were completely out of his expectations. Amazing. Whoosh. Hansu mumbled as he fell towards the ground far below. A cylindrical space that was several kilometers wide and tall. And Hansu was shocked as he saw the giant world that spread out below his feet inside this space. Reincarnator, Chapter 269, Underground, 3. Fucking hell. There's nothing to see. The players started to leave one by one after a long period of curiously staring at the mysterious letters. This damn thing didn't have an entrance anywhere. Even if it did, they would have to melt all the ice surrounding this thing at this rate. Which was not possible. Let's go up. Ugh. What a waste of time. The players complained but started to climb up one by one with weights lifted off their minds. They still gained something from this. Even if the guys from the Empire are crazy they wouldn't fault us when we have come this far. If they really wanted to go through it then they probably could by gathering every player here including the ones above. But why did they need to? This was more than enough. They had even given up their hunts to come all the way north to find this guy. What can they do about him escaping into some mysterious piece of metal? There. Nothing we can do. As they came up from the hole, they could see countless others having climbed out from the snow and were checking their gear. And one of the players who came out from the hole shouted towards them. Yo. Let's go. It's a dud. But nobody moved. What? Do they not trust me? Well, his words did lack some explanation. But as the player was about to shout again, one of his clansmen spoke with a frown on his face. We can't, man. Huh? Why? The clansman showed the player the message that had come. Though there were a lot of words in it, the summary was simple. By the orders of the Empire, we are sending the 4th Brigade. Work well. And the player frowned as he saw the message. Damned Empire, stressing me even inside the game. What the hell is the 4th Brigade anyway? According to what he knew, there was only 3 brigades in the Empire. The player shouted while frowning at the news of the brigade he had never heard of. What about it? If they just started then it'll take forever for them to get here. How long are we supposed to wait? These players had taken 2 days despite running at full speed to get here. Of course it would take longer if one calculated the time it took to kill beasts on the way. Then. Whoosh. Don't worry. We're here already. Huh. His vision darkened for a second and then the shadow below his feet stood up. What the? The player was shocked at the sight of his own shadow getting up and moving around. Then, the shadow turned into a man. A powerful aura that radiated from his entire body. He didn't know what the 4th Brigade was, but this was more than enough to tell him that they weren't simple. And there was another problem. What is that? A small shield in the man's right hand. As the players made fearful expressions at the shield that let out a suspicious but powerful aura, the man who had used the spirit and his own skills to travel thousands of kilometers at a tremendous speed, Django, spoke. How's the situation? A few of the players were irritated at the arrogant NPC, but it was still an NPC from the Empire. They explained the situation, which made Django shocked. There's energy flowing? Wasn't it a ruin? The place he obtained the spirit wasn't as strong as this. Since they barely maintained their existence deep inside the ice or in the middle of a swamp somewhere. I guess it's a bit different. But this didn't matter. Since all he needed to do was accomplish his objective. This is the end of jumping around. Django muttered to himself as he jumped into the hole Hansu had made. With the shield raised. Whoosh. Hansu looked around as he fell. A vast space. A lake and a forest. The lake was so clear and blue that it seemed like fishes would jump up at any moment, and the green color of the forest made it look extremely healthy. And the best part was the sky he was falling through. Boom. A giant object was floating in the air and lighting up this entire space. Bright but warm. It's like a sun. A miniature sun. It seemed like it contained a tremendous amount of energy, but seeing it was radiating very soft light, he could only think of the sun. And something else came into his eyes as he fell more. If everything he had seen so far was beauty of nature, then this was something quite opposite. Cylindrical buildings that rose high into the sky. Boom. Hansu used a bit of mana to intensify his vision. He then saw the identity of these buildings. Starting at the outer parts, and at the inside through the windows. And a conclusion quickly came. It's a residential building. Though there were a lot of strange objects, there were basic living conditions set such as tables, seats, beds, and others. It was a building created for residents. And looking at this giant cylinder, a thought came up in Hansu's head. Colony. A colony created for survival, which one could see in sci-fi movies. Tata-tatak. Hansu landed onto the trees in an area which seemed to have been created as an orchard. Why is such a thing below the northern tundra? Hansu made a confused expression. Even Django, who had gained the powers of the spirit, didn't tell him about this. Did he not tell me, or was it different from this? He didn't know when and why this was created, but he knew one thing for clear. That there were spirits here. SHRRRNG. Hansu touched the branches of the tree next to him. Then a joyous and familiar aura seeped out. An aura full of life and vigor, unlike the destructive auras of the spirit stones. Aura of the tree spirit. A type of spirit stone which was sold much cheaper than ice or fire types because of its lack of usage in battles. But it was doing its job perfectly here. Maintaining the best state for the trees that were living here. The lake. And the land as well. Hansu started to walk as he sensed the nearby auras of the lake and the land below his feet. He didn't have time to waste. There was one objective he had right now. Getting the spirit and going across the mountain. And for this, he had to move. Hansu pondered for a moment and then picked a direction. To the power room. Though this place was being managed by a spirit, the spirit did not live here. To be exact, the energy of the spirit was keeping every corner of this place alive. This place which was isolated from light, air, and water from the outside. And also check on the way. See whether there are living creatures here. It was made for living creatures. It was a low probability, but there might be traces of living things. There might even be somebody who had the answer to the question of what Mutasela wanted him to bring. Tata-tatak. Hansu started to head towards the central area with the buildings while following the aura of the spirits below his feet. Then. SHHSHSHSHHH. The surrounding trees that were being protected by the spirits started to tremble. As if they were communicating. Tata-tata-tak. After a bit, he got to a giant structure after passing through many others. It's here, huh? A giant structure of which the entire outside was reinforced by a metal spirit. He could feel a tremendous amount of energy and vigor from inside it. There must be something in here. Hansu nodded. Even if something was inside there, it didn't matter. Since he just needed to get the spirit's power and go across the mountain. Then. Rumbling. A rumbling noise was heard from where he had come in from. And Hansu nodded at this sound. He came fast. Though Tiamat couldn't come, there was no way he would just sit and watch. And Clementine's forces wouldn't sit around either. Hansu thought of the man who had come to meet him. I didn't want to meet you like this, but I guess I'll have to turn a blind eye this time around, right? His previous mentor. At the same time his protector. And his friend. Hansu composed himself as he saw Django, who was creating a hole through the wall he had come through far off in the distance. While gripping the forked lightning tightly. Damn. Are you seeing this right now? What is it? It's live right now. Is it like the hint for the next big update? Damn, I'm jealous of these guys. A rumor filled with curiosity circulated between the players outside the war fortress. Usually a live broadcast would only be used in battles as a tactical usage, but that wasn't the case this time. The players have envious expressions as they saw the live broadcasts of the players who were looking at this entire thing all the way up at the northern wall. They were jealous because the rewards the first party that succeeded after the 5th update came and the maze had opened were quite substantial. Rumbling. Whoa, what the? Is that an NPC? Jesus Christ. What is that? Rumble. The people started to mumble in shock from the NPC who was smashing a hole into the alloy wall with a tiny shield in his hand. Usually they would be attracted at the sight of a powerful NPC, but their eyes turned to something else. Not the NPC, but rather the alloy wall he was creating a hole in. Specifically the things that would be inside. Then. Chiajijijik. The moment the NPC male created a hole with this powerful attacks. The players who were watching cheered. Whoa. Is he going in? Damn, shall I go over there as well? Due to the yells of the nearby players, the others who had been encircling the war fortress started to turn on the broadcast one by one. Soon, the entire surroundings of the war fortress were filled with tiny floating screens. Reincarnator, Chapter 270, Underground, 4. In the past, he had gone through the green road and had barely gone up but immediately fell into a lethal situation. Though he had gotten stronger in the yellow zone up until then, such a fucked up zone like the green zone was a first. What the fuck? How are we supposed to survive here? Are they trying to kill us all? They could probably survive if they didn't get caught, but the eyes of the bug killers were too sharp for them to successfully hide when there was nobody to teach them or help them. And the information about the location of the exit for the Urankar zone which he had logged into made him fall into a deeper despair. But there was no need to worry that far, since surviving day by day was a challenge in itself. But right before he was about to get killed off by the bug players, a man appeared before his eyes. Ha ha ha. What a poor bastard. The first impression wasn't that great, but to him, who only had despair, a ray of hope had appeared. Of course there were still issues. Rumbling. The players were in shock from the scene of the man in front of them who was breaking apart an entrance. The alloy wall which had stood strong despite the combined attacks of all of them was slowly being broken apart. From that man and the flat object in his hands. 4th Brigade, I guess they aren't a pushover. What is that anyway? As the flat object in the man's hand collided against the alloy wall, the energy field surrounding the alloy wall was dispersed. This was the reason why the man had been able to smash apart the alloy wall all by himself. Damn. Is there a way to? A small wisp of greed appeared inside the players' minds, but they suppressed it. Since attacking somebody from the Empire was a crazy act in itself, and there was something else that made them more curious. What would be behind the alloy wall? Kiyoing. But right before the entrance was broken apart, the man who had been attacking the wall, Django, suddenly stopped. Huh? Hey, why did you stop? While the players were questioning his actions. Django looked around at the players and then let out a wave of darkness. Nothing tremendously lethal, but it was still powerful enough to severely damage them. And everybody dodged while cursing in shock. What the fuck? What the hell, man? Why? As the players backed up. Yup. Django gathered up all the strength in his body and smashed the wall under his feet. Boom. The alloy wall that had been badly damaged gave up as a hole appeared. Django left behind the players and jumped down. Whoosh. What the hell, man? Why are you going alone? The players who had backed up all charged towards the hole. Because they were going crazy from curiosity by this point. But at that point. Back off, you bastards. Boom. The man let out a tremendous amount of darkness and prevented the players from coming in. And everybody freaked out at this attack and ran away again. Soon the small hole had closed up again due to the alloy wall's regeneration. Oh. Fucking bastard. How dare a mere NPC do this? Everybody started to vent their anger by cursing off Django who had left them behind. They had been wary of going in so far, but now the story had changed. An extremely mysterious space that may be the beginning of a giant quest. And the beautiful world that they saw for a moment before the hole had closed up. Bright lights, a clear lake and lush forests. This was not something that should exist hundreds of meters below the ice in the northernmost tundra. What the hell? Why did they tell us to stay then? Didn't they need us? And he said he was the 4th Brigade. Why did he come alone? If he was going to go in alone, then why did the Empire act like this? And why did they send him a message to stay here? Fucking hell. As everybody was grinding their teeth in rage, one of the players shouted, "Let's go in, everybody." There was no reason for them to not. Though they couldn't break through because they lacked numbers before, they had more than enough now. They just needed to cooperate to isolate the mana flowing through the alloy wall and penetrate through it. Everybody acquiesced at these words. Sure. Yeah. Do you even know how many are watching this? We need to show them what's inside. The man who had shouted smiled contently. I'm going to see it with my own eyes. And kill those guys if we get the chance. The man smiled. Those who were monsters. People who someone like him could not even dream of handling. But seeing the situation now, they would probably fight each other inside. At least one side will get turned into a mess. Which gave them an opportunity. This is going to be a jackpot. Hee. The mysterious shield the man had. And the glittering artifacts the man who they had been chasing had around his body. This is basically a present box. Boom. The players started to break apart the wall while thinking about the scenery inside and the two people who would be fighting to the death. Rumble. As a man fell down from the hole. Whoosh. The man's body got surrounded by shadows and then appeared right before Hansu. Crossing across hundreds of meters in an instant. And Hansu frowned at this. It seemed like he used a skill, but because it had mixed with the shadows around Django's body, it was hard to tell. Hansu muttered to himself as he looked at Django, who had perfectly integrated his skills and the shadow together. A man with many secrets. Though they were quite close in the past, Django was extremely protective of the people in his village and did not show anybody how he worked. Since he always worked solo. And Django was frowning as he appeared before Hansu. But it wasn't from the rage he had against Hansu. Django frowned at the constant trembles of the soul fragment in his head and then shouted in his mind. Shut up for a moment. I'll handle it. Though they were ones with the soul fragments, were made to forcibly listen to the orders of the soul, they weren't under control from the Lord symbol from Clementine's clan. Since the powers of a clan didn't work through dimensions, they all had their own thoughts and motivations. Django released his frown as the fragment loosened up and smiled towards Hansu. With an expression full of respect. And not only his expression. Django spoke towards Hansu. Amazing. You're the second person I've seen in my life who is this amazing. The first was Clementine. He himself had rampaged through the lower areas. But the moment he saw Clementine, he understood that the world was large and there was a lot of monstrous people. Jango decided to follow Clementine due to Clementine's endless potential in leadership and how she took extreme care of her own people. Since it felt like there would be no more dangers if he followed Clementine. I never thought there would be somebody else besides Clementine who could shock me. Jango whistled. Actually, this guy was beyond Clementine. According to what he heard, this guy had saved the World Tree, dealt with the Gragos of the Orange Zone and even killed off all the godlike higher races of the Yellow Zone. In a world like this where it was hard to even keep one's own life, this man had saved an uncountable amount of people. His achievements made him look like a hero who might appear in legends. And deserving of his reputation, he had pushed out the damned players and revived the ants even in this green zone. How worthy of respect. You are doing something that I've wanted to do so much but could not. His other comrades were telling him to get revenge for Matired and kill the man in front of him, but his thoughts were different. Kiiying. Jango spoke towards Hansu in front of him. You've done well so far, but stop here. This guy couldn't even beat him, much less Tiamat. Jango continued to speak. This was good enough. The thing you're doing is enraging, Tiamat. Stop here and join us instead. This guy's skill would help him and Clementine tremendously. Even if this guy wasn't needed, he liked Hansu a lot for a strange reason and really wished to recruit him. So he had told him about Tiamat. To make him give up on his own. And to make him join his side. You've seen it as well. That power. He didn't know what was beyond that mountain range. But one thing was clear. That the thing this guy was doing here was something Tiamat deeply cared about and wanted to prevent. If he succeeded, then Tiamat would stand up from his seat with a towering rage. Forsaking everything else. Just give up. We're just people who are passing by. But if you continue to resist. Jango thought of his comrades who were caught like hostages and then clenched his hold on the blackish shield. We got through. Boom. The players shouted in glee from the hole in the wall. But this glee only lasted for a moment. People started to shout at the hole, which had already started to shrink. Hey. Not all of us can go in. We have to keep this up. A few of the people here would have to stay and keep attacking it to prevent it closing back up again. A few of the people laughed. Well, there's no reason for all of us to go in, right? In the distance. Inside the cylindrical world. There was a very unique looking area inside this place. A factory-like structure which was surrounded by giant walls. Let's see what's there first. Though normal people were afraid of mystery, they weren't. We're immortal. The mysterious only roused up their curiosity further. Ha 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 ha. Let's go. Everybody, can you see? Continue to tune in since we haven't started fighting yet. The players smiled at the giant structures from above and then started to fall one by one. Towards the ground. Reincarnator, Chapter 270, Berserk, 1. The day when they had first met. The man who laughed at him with a funny mask. Hansu spat back at the man. Though he was weak, he was still an adventurer of the other world. The viciousness he had grown in order to survive did not lose out to anybody else's. And the man laughed at Hansu as if he was cute and then spoke. I'm just saying this because you look so damn poor. Shall I help you? Hansu chuckled. He knew that this man was strong. But that was it. The ones who were chasing him were immortal. The clan was not something a small group of adventurers could handle. At that moment. Ha 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 ha. How far can this bastard run? You're now. The bug killers stopped as they saw the man with the strange mask. As Hansu grinned at his teeth at the bug killers who had caught up, the man in front of Hansu chuckled as he spoke towards the bug killers. I'll deal with this guy, so just leave. I'll talk to the guys above, so don't worry. Like an order. Is he insane? Did that dumb mask boost his confidence or something? But as Hansu made a dumbfounded expression. A shocking thing happened. For you to have come here personally. We'll send a message to the vice leader for you. The people who had been chasing Hansu backed off peacefully. And Hansu was lost for words. How is it? Fun, right? The man took off the mask on his face and smiled. This was the first time Hansu had seen Jango's face. As Hansu thought back to the past. Jango spoke. This is the final time I'm saying this. Stop all this and just follow me. And make everyone under you surrender. Then they'll at least be able to keep their lives. It wasn't too late to stop yet. Though Tiamat treated the adventurers like crap, he didn't try to pull them out by their roots. He merely kept them below him and controlled them. Hansu replied expressionlessly. What about the ants? Jango shrugged at Hansu's words. Nothing we can do about them. The adventurers would just leave this place. But the ants and Municella wouldn't stop trying to get across that mountain range. And this was something Tiamat was dreadfully afraid of. The Empire and the kingdoms wouldn't sit by and watch. And even now, there were preparations going on in the Empire. Destruction cannon. Jango muttered to himself as he thought of the hidden weapon underground back in the Empire's capital. It had been 800 years since the ants had been trapped. They, who had sealed the ants in fear, always thought of the worst case scenario. What would happen when the ant seals were released? What would they try to do once they got released? And what would happen to the Empire and the kingdoms because of the ants? The natives had constantly worried and prepared about this for the past 800 years, and they had even prepared for a situation where the ants got to the spirit land, a place themselves couldn't enter with ease. The ants would try to cross the mountain range but would eventually all get killed before they got there. Since there was a huge difference between those who had been preparing for 800 years and those who had been in stasis. Just join us. Hansu chuckled at Jango's words. If he took this offer, he would be safe temporarily. He would also be able to reduce the deaths by a large amount. But that meant that their lives will always be under the control of these guys. The reason why the Empire and the kingdoms could not move out with ease wasn't because of the war fortress. It was because of the ants who were slowly gaining back their strength. And for Hansu to betray the ants, who will become his strongest allies, and kill them all? At that point the balance of power will be broken and there would be nothing they could do when Tiamat decides to kill them all off. And even so, it was not something he could accept when he needed to receive the spirit's powers. Well, at least I got to confirm two things. First, Tiamat was very wary of the ants and the adventurers who could become variables. Second, that the variable was across that mountain. Let's see what's above it then. Hansu looked at Jango after organizing his thoughts. Since their opinions and situations varied, they could not avoid a collision. And he wasn't looking to avoid it anyway. It was probably the same for Jango as well. Because of our past. I'll give you an offer as well. As Jango gave him a final offer because he pitted Hansu and the others, this was the final thing Hansu could do for Jango. Hansu steeled himself in order to not show his emotions and then spoke towards Jango in a resolute voice. Wanting him to accept. Though he wouldn't. Shall I make a better offer? What is it? Hansu clenched his spear and spoke. Quietly hide until this all ends. Don't interfere. Then after everything ends we will treat you guys well. Keldian had told Hansu to kill everybody who interferes. Along with the Dark Lord of this zone, Jango. But there was something Keldian didn't know. He didn't know how the people below Jango were living their lives. They haven't done any wrong. Jango had decided to shoulder all their sins. But the moment Jango heard Hansu's words, his expression froze. He could not do such a thing. This other guy was probably saying this because he thought that he would win in the end. But his thoughts were different after a long period of watching Tiamat's strength. Tiamat would win and this guy would lose. So before this guy took all of humanity into oblivion, he needed to kill him. You should have stopped here. Then. Boom. Shadows exploded out from Jango's body and surrounded him. Not the cloud-like shadows like the ones he had used so far but rather thick and dark shadows. And soon a black night appeared before Hansu's eyes. Whoosh. Jango swung across the air with the shield in his right hand. Towards Hansu who seemed to have expected all this and had started to thrust with his spear. Boom. The moment the forked lightning in Hansu's hand collided with the shield, a tremendous explosive sound occurred as a shockwave spread out in all directions. Veins popped out from Hansu's hands. An attack which carried all his strength behind it. But the shield had successfully blocked his attack. Tisk. I knew this would happen. He was superior in terms of the physical capabilities of his body and in mana. But his opponent had many cards to play as well. Boom. Boom. Hansu's spear twisted around like a snake then cut across the air towards the Black Knight. The attack which could even smash apart a master player arrived in front of the knight but that's as far as it went. Jango deflected the attack away with his shield and dispersed his body into fragments of shadows. Then. Whoosh. A dangerous aura from below his feet. Hansu lifted up his feet and dodged away from the shadows that were charging towards him. The shadow blades that rose out from the shadows below his feet. Boom. Jango, who had been focusing on defense previously, suddenly threw the shield towards Hansu and Hansu quickly lifted his spear up in order to block mid-air. Though he had lost his balance, he was still superior in terms of strength and mana. But then. Boom. Jango's shield made a strange humming noise as it started to let out yellow light. The moment that yellow light passed by Hansu. Swoosh. The demonic dragon's reinforcement that surrounded Hansu's body and his artifacts got shattered apart and the shield smashed towards Hansu's bare body. Boom. Veins popped out in Hansu's arms as he blocked the shield with his spear. And as Hansu jumped back after pushing away the shield. Whoosh. Hansu frowned at the chain-like shadows that exploded out from beneath his feet. Dark spirit. Annoying. That shield too. Crunch. He had ripped apart the chains with brute strength but the shield had succeeded in dodging the spear and smashing into Hansu's chest. Boom. A tremendous amount of force smashed into Hansu's chest and Jango didn't let a single moment go to waste as he continued to push Hansu back. Boom. Boom. The surrounding flora all got snapped and broken from the shockwaves as the nearby lake melted due to the collision of mana. And Hansu was taking all of these attacks with his bare body. Boom. Every time he got hit, cracks appeared on the 1,000 soldiers' armor and the spear got bent to the point of breaking. Hansu smashed the shield which dispersed his mana with the yellow light every time it hit him and jumped back more. But Jango didn't let Hansu do as he pleased as a storm of shadows rushed in towards Hansu. So this is how it's like to fight against him. He could not tell where the body, skills, and weapons were. It was just all darkness. He surrounded the entire body with darkness and stormed through. Cut the enemy's vision and attacked from the shadows. Endlessly. Even if he gained the spirit's power, he could not do such a thing right now. This was the accumulation of endless effort. Jango, who had succeeded in integrating his entire body, all of his skills and his artifacts with the shadow was nothing but a mass of darkness. A form which did not resemble a human at all. But. He's still human. Boom. As the yellow light dispersed his mana again and the shadows were about to smash into his body again. Hansu spoke. In a cold manner. Michael Dawson. How does it feel to sell out your comrades? Then. Jango stopped in place. Michael Dawson. One of the two clan leaders of the Anteater clan. The name that made Jango regret for all of eternity. If there is a hell. I'll be the first one to go there. Jango. Your mentality is way too weak. The moment the shadows around Jango's body trembled. Crunch. Hansu's spear flew towards Jango's body. Reincarnator, Chapter 272, Berserk, 2. Jango thought of the past from time to time. The times when he had traveled along the Yellow Zone with Clementine and his other comrades. Eries. I met them here as well. People who had come 2 years earlier and had gotten used to this world. Jango smiled. The Green Zone, in many ways, was much more perilous than the Yellow Zone but it didn't matter. Since Clementine had always led them in an amazing way. Though they were afraid of the players but they were good at hiding and they didn't think it would matter much even if they got caught. Since he and his comrades were powerful. There was nobody who could go against them out of the players as they increased their levels explosively and prepared to leave. They proceeded towards the Empire's capital, Kirkis. They just needed to spread out to not get caught by the players and just get to the logout zone. The group of Aries had gone up far before because they had logged in from a different spot but they could just meet them above. But right before they left, they met true despair. The power which determined who the losers of this world were, the Empire. And the man who shouldered that entire title by himself. Tiamat Kratos. I don't know what that fairy. I don't know what they're trying to do, but I cannot leave behind any variables. They tried to resist the man who was mumbling strange words and was capturing them, but it was all futile. Though they were confident in their own skills, Tiamat was on another level. They could not even fathom the strength of Tiamat, which had been polished and sharpened for 1,000 years, and they got sucked into the White Dragon arena one by one. If Tiamat wanted to kill them, they would have long died. He kept them alive for one reason. In order to drag out everybody who was hiding around by using them as bait. While the adventurers trapped in the White Dragon arena fell into depression. Clementine, who they had planned to meet above, appeared. Maybe to rescue them or maybe because of another reason. But one thing was clear. That Tiamat was intrigued by Clementine's words. And that in just 5 short minutes, Clementine and Tiamat had found a common ground. So a contract between Tiamat Kratos and Clementine had been created and these people were able to get released. Though he and the others were very curious about the contents of the contract, but Clementine merely laughed it off and refused to speak about it. But before she went up, Jang O found out about the contents of the contract. Jang O could not forget Clementine's voice. The kind voice which asked him to do such vicious things. Boom. Boom. The players whistled at the sounds which rang out from afar and carefully moved around far off in the distance. Sheesh, do you see that? Monsters. Let's just leave them to fight by themselves and move around on our own. One of the players whispered in fear. If they showed the battle and the viewers asked to fight, then things would change. Since they couldn't refuse the words of the people watching them. No. I don't even want to get involved in that at all. Crazy bastards. How do you even get that strong? Even if they got involved, there wasn't much they could do. Maybe they might be able to ambush them later. But right now, there was a bigger and more important objective. The players ignored the noises in the distance and carefully headed towards the giant structure in the distance. Damn. That doesn't look simple. Whoa, Hydro's clan. Nice job. Stop crawling and try running. They're probably too busy fighting to care about you guys anyway. It was clearly different from the residential areas until now. As the vast area with the giant structure came into view, the chat room watching the live broadcast exploded. And as if the movements of the players got quicker, as if they were responding to the chat, and soon they arrived by the giant dome-shaped structure. And befitting of this giant structure, a much more powerful protective energy field than the one above was flowing through it. Clang. One of the players frowned as they smacked the wall. We did arrive, but maybe this doesn't have an entrance as well. One of the players nearby shook his head and spoke. Let's spread out and search. Whoever finds it sends a signal. And the players nodded as they spread out. Rumbling. It suddenly got quiet. But wait. Isn't it dangerous if those guys stop fighting? One player, who had been moving around the area, felt a chill run down his back as he continued to search around. But this worry only lasted a moment. Found it? The player felt his heart thumping and smiled. It wasn't big but was clearly designed for people to enter. And the player who had found the entrance first started to enter it. Well, they did tell us to send a signal, but Carrick shrugged his shoulders. Was there really a need to? I could just be checking things out first in case it's dangerous. Carrick chuckled as he carefully entered. He wasn't broadcasting this anyway since he wasn't really interested in things like that. There was only one important matter. Things of worth. If they found it together they would need to share it, but if nobody knew about it then it'll all be his. But while he was walking into this place. Whoa. Carrick stopped and whistled in place. From the scene that appeared in front of his eyes. Thousands of marbles. Sizes ranging from that close to humans all the way up to a small house. Though these glass-like marbles were transparent, they were filled with multicolored lights. Some blue, some red, and some green. And Carrick realized where he had seen these lights. It was awfully similar to the things he and the others had. Spirit stones. Of course he belonged to the top-tier players who could hunt in the spirit land. He had his own spirit stone and had even seen a few S-grades while hunting. And the light that radiated out from these things were similar to the light that came out from the spirit stones. But there was a fundamental difference. The difference of energy. The lights that flickered around as if they were alive. They really seemed to be alive. The lights inside the marbles were constantly pulsating while releasing tremendous amount of energy through the tube attached above the marble, and that energy flowed to an unknown location. Carrick pondered about breaking these for a moment but soon gave up. These beautiful lights gave out an eerie feeling of some sort. Is there nothing else? Though the marbles had caught his attention first, these shouldn't be the only things in this giant building. At that moment something came into his eyes. They seemed to be heading to one specific spot. Though about half of the tubes were heading towards the colonies outside, the other half was different. Towards a deeper location. Yeah. This shouldn't be all of it. Carrick left the marbles and proceeded to head deeper into the structure. Quiet. The moment Hansu attacked the heart. Kahook. The shadow surrounding Django's body trembled. An accurate attack right on the heart. The skills and the power of the spirit shattered. Django realized that Hansu had saved a bit of strength for this chance. I thought I knew him a bit from the fight he had with Mitiron. The spirit was something that was as powerful as the mana jade Hansu had. Though he lost out in terms of the quality of skills or one's physical prowess, he won in the quantity of skills and the mastery level of the skills. He had thought that he wouldn't lose out in terms of artifacts with the shield, but there was another fatal difference. For his battle skills to be better than mine. As Django was lost in thought at the fact that his battle skills that had been honed for 18 years had been beaten by a newcomer to this zone. Whoosh. Hansu's right fist headed towards his temple to kill. Yeah, this is better. As Django was about to faint while watching the fist coming towards him. The soul fragment Django denied started to violently shake. Then Django's right hand moved at lightning speed and blocked the fist with his shield. Then. The 7-strand spear which had threatened Hansu in the zone below started to head towards Hansu while being surrounded in a dark aura. Though there was no mana jade to support this, Jang-O was much stronger than Matiron and there was the power of the spirit on top of this. And the power behind it would not be small at this close of a range. Whoosh. Hansu frowned as he backed off. Soon. Crunch. Crack. Jang-O regenerated the caved-in chest as he spoke to Hansu expressionlessly. Jang-O is too compassionate. How would he be able to complete the contract with Tiamat at this RA? Fuck. Jang-O suddenly shouted in shock and raised his shield again. Then. Boom. Hansu's right hand smashed onto the shield again. Hansu muttered while looking at the different eyes of Jang-O. You speak too much. Boom. Hansu then continued to attack. He had to finish this off quickly and go in. Those guys are getting on my nerves. Hansu looked towards the structure behind him that had started to activate with a strange noise. Reincarnator, Chapter 273, Berserk, 3. Boom. Jang-O mumbled as he looked at his body from a dark location within his mind. He had failed. And now the only thing he could do was hope that the person who took over his body, did better. For the contract. Jang-O thought of the past. The words Tiamat had said casually while walking past him. I really don't like these guys. As well as that fucking fairy. He didn't know the exact reason why, but Tiamat didn't want anyone to go past the mountain range and to the forgotten lands beyond. Neither the citizens of this world, the Ans, nor the players. So he had sealed the Ans and suppressed the citizens by creating the empire and the kingdoms. And there was no need to worry about the immortal players since their limitations prevented them from doing so. But a variable appeared. Themselves, the adventurers. Apparently Tiamat realized something the moment he saw them. That they could go across. But at the same time he realized something else. That he couldn't kill them all by himself. Because the adventurers would continue to climb up endlessly. He, who was rooted in the White Dragon Arena, couldn't kill every one of these guys who appeared all over the entire world, and eventually somebody who could go across the range would appear and slip by him. So he had decided to do his best in order to get rid of every adventurer and capture Jang-O's group to use them as a lure for others. But then Clementine made a deal with him. I will catch them all for you. The adventurers. Tiamat wanted to control the adventurers and Clementine needed to handle those who passed by his eyes and came through the green road from below. Since both sides needed the same thing, the deal was made swiftly and with ease. And there was no need for the citizens of this world to step out either. Since there was a group who was easy to manipulate and could not die. With the support of the empire and the kingdoms as well as the rewards and the hatred towards the bug players, a humongous clan that didn't lose out to other clans had been created. And Jang-O received the help of the empire and had become the clan leader. To look over the spirit land and capture the other adventurers. And for this price, Clementine's comrades from below had been guaranteed safety. For the login area, Arankar zone, and the logout area, the village next to the capital. This is how the clan had been created. Sigh. Jang-O was dispirited as he watched his own body's controls having been taken from him. Jang-O didn't want others to know about what he and Clementine were doing. It was better the less people knew about this. And to not let others shoulder this weight with him, he had decided to shoulder it all by himself and had decided to stay behind in this world. He had gained the power of a spirit and had raised the mastery level of his skills to the apex. For 20 years without rest. And he had dealt with the issues within the spirit land all by himself because the adventurers were too weak for this place and because the citizens could not come into this place. But for him to lose like this. Jang-O mumbled bitterly while being trapped within the darkness after having lost. Clementine. Is this alright? He had never doubted Clementine so far. The fragments of 7 souls, the contract trait and the lord trait. There was a limit to how many people one could control with these. Though the lord trait could control a lot more people, the contract trait was rarer and more useful, and something like the fragments of 7 souls only existed with Tihi. Though they had gained safety within this world, they were still weak within this world, and people who couldn't become their allies were more dangerous than monsters. Jang-O. Your life is more precious than the lives of 10,000 I don't know about. If I can kill 10,000 to make sure the ones who follow me are safe, then I shall gladly do so. He had thought that Clementine's orders was the best and had always followed them. Though he was swimming in a sea of guilt, he withstood the clashing waves thanks to the smiles of those who passed through safely due to him. Since the second he gave up, Tiamat would set out to destroy them all due to them not having any more use for him. But then a strange person appeared. Some crazy maniac who told him that he would take everyone here. Was killing them all the best choice? Did we have to kill them? Clementine. Someone said once. That once you are held back by the chains of reality, the past comes back to you. Jang-O thought back to the things he had done and fell into sadness. Boom. Hansu frowned as he looked at Jang-O who was attacking him. He, who was armed with countless zero-umbering skills, was extremely powerful. But between himself, who had only trained for a year, and Jang-O who had 20 years to increase the mastery of his skills, there was indeed a huge difference. And even more so since people like Tihi and Jang-O were the elites of the elites. Kwaeok. The moment the red powder spread out into the air. Black shadows spread out to block the red powder and reduce the damage. Then. Boom. Countless skills whose their original identities could not be made out because of the shadows smashed Hansu's body, his reinforcement, and his armor. Though he was superior in terms of physical strength and artifacts, that one shield neutralized it all. Kiyeyeyeing. I guess he trusts this guy. For them to lend him a divine weapon. Hansu mumbled as he looked at the shield that was slowly gnawing away at his mana with the yellow lights. Arham's shield. A shield which dispersed all forms of energy that were malicious towards it. Though it didn't have a uniquely powerful attack like the God's Flail, this single passive skill's effect in a battle was tremendous on its own. Though it was a bit inferior to the power destruction of Nirmaha's ring, it still worked as a form of dispelling. If he didn't have enough mana or the mana jade, then his mana would long have dried out. Hansu started to worry. At this rate, I indeed would win. Boom. Hansu mumbled while looking at Django, who had turned pale. Though it was better than the situation with Matiron, he, who should be roaming around the Indigo or even the Violet Zone, was much stronger than Django. Even if it was a fragment, the body could not withstand it. But the real issue was behind him. Oong. The sounds that were coming from the large structure behind him were getting louder and louder. No, the aura that was being released from that place was the issue. Rumbly. A huge amount of mana that could even shake the lands below was seeping out. Oong. If one could color the auras that were seeping out, then there would be numerous dozens of different colors. Countless types of spirits' auras. And the pressure that was being radiated was so intense that it caused both he and Django's skins to tremble, but the surrounding trees were just becoming more invigorated. The reason why Hansu was so sure of his victory was because of this. Unlike Django, who already had something inside him, Hansu's symbol was trembling intensely as it absorbing all the surrounding auras of the spirits. And thanks to this, Hansu's entire body was glowing with lights as well. Whoosh. Flames appeared every time he swung his arms, and lightning appeared where his spear smashed onto the ground. Originally, the Arham's shield should be gnawing away at his reinforcement and making it harder to battle, but the energy from the spirits was filling the gaps. Did she give me the symbol after having expected all of this? Hansu thought of Mutasela and started to recapitulate the current situation. He had the upper hand in the fight. But even though the situation behind him allowed him to have the upper hand in this battle, leaving it alone didn't really make him feel any better. Though it was all within his expectations, if this amount of energy exploded in the wrong direction, then that itself was more than enough to become a catastrophe. I need to deal with that first. Then. Boom. Hansu raised the forked lightning and then attacked Django. The shield let out rays of yellow light to disperse his reinforcement, but countless colors filled the gap where the reinforcement had been. Crack. Wind, lightning, and flame stormed the location where the shield and the spear collided. To the point of even causing the darkness surrounding Django's body to retreat. Boom. As Django couldn't handle the power behind Hansu's attack and took numerous steps backwards. Whoosh. Hansu moved his body and charged towards the structure, ignoring Django completely. Django, no, he looked towards Hansu's back and shrugged his shoulders. Can't follow that. Anyways, he's really strong. The auras that Hansu was absorbing had come out from that structure. The closer Hansu got to that building, the faster he would absorb the auras and the stronger he would get. Fighting against Hansu in a situation like this where they were already in the losing situation was basically suicide. He decided to give up and turned around depressedly. I had a lot to talk about, I guess I need to look for another chance. There hadn't been a chance to say a word, but she had come here with a lot to talk about. But eventually another chance would arise. Since that guy didn't seem to like her, which meant that they would eventually meet again. Whoosh. Django's body that was surrounded in darkness disappeared. Hansu quickly ran past the glass orbs and headed deeper. He could still see the footprints that had been left behind within this place. Hansu eventually arrived at a place. This is. Hansu frowned as he looked at the mysterious object in front of him. Rumbly. A giant sphere that had taken position inside the giant structure. The giant sphere, which had the radius of 100 meters, was floating in midair as it devoured the energy that had flowed out from the spheres he had run past. Hansu was curious about the identity of the sphere, but he had something else he had to worry about. Where did he go? Hansu was confused as he looked at the panels beside the sphere. Since this giant structure wouldn't move on its own, the player definitely activated this himself. But there was no trace of the player who activated this. Not even the trace of battle. Did he log out or something? As Hansu frowned thinking about the player who suddenly disappeared. Rumbly. A tremendous earthquake could be felt. This. It wasn't really an earthquake. Hansu was slightly worried about the whole space collapsing. Boom. As if it finally started acting up, the sphere in front of him began to let out a blinding amount of light. At the same time. Rumbly. Hansu finally realized why the earthquake had occurred and what the giant sphere in front of his eyes was. Hansu's body and the room he was located in started to slowly rise up, smashing through the countless layers of ice above. It was an engine. Reincarnator, Chapter 274, Land from the Past, 1. Empire's capital. Kirkis. Somebody walked towards Tiamat, who was sitting in a lotus position in the center of the White Dragon Arena. The Commander General of the Empire's Magic Brigade. Grand Kane. He was almost 80 and there were less than 3 people in the entire Empire who were stronger than him, but he was still very cautious when approaching Tiamat. After preparing himself both mentally and physically, he started to carefully speak towards Tiamat. The destruction cannon is almost ready. If we use the Rancom stake as a medium after we finish stabilizing it, then we can attack the ants anytime we want. Tiamat remained seated in the same position and spoke in a grim manner. Before attacking them, send a final warning to them using the players again. Telling them to give up. Understood. We wouldn't be able to finish them off even if we used the cannon in a surprise attack. Why is he giving them a warning? Kane didn't understand, but he didn't show his thoughts. Since Tiamat was in existence at the same level as a god to them. But Tiamat suddenly frowned and started to glare at Kane. And Kane was shocked from this gaze and he started to sweat profusely and carefully asked. Why? What's the matter? Kane thought back to every single action he had performed, but he couldn't figure it out. But Tiamat wasn't looking at Kane. He was looking towards the north, past Kane. Django. This useless bastard. I even gave you a divine artifact. Rumbly. Kane couldn't see it due to the distance, but he could still feel it. This aura was too familiar not to notice. Tiamat stood up as he felt the minute but longing sensation that resonated out from the north. And Kane was shocked at this action. He hurriedly asked. Sir Tiamat. Did I do something? Let's go. Pardon. Tiamat spoke expressionlessly. We're going to the cannon. Crackle. Tiamat pulled out the Rancom stake. Rumbly. A ship. Hansu felt his body rising up into the air and quickly deduced the current situation. This giant colony flying into the sky being a spaceship was just his speculations, he could be wrong. But there was one important thing. Was it safe? Hansu looked towards the engine which was letting out a blinding amount of light. It looked like it had been made with technology he didn't quite know about that was way more advanced than that of Earth, but it had been hidden under the ground for too long. Without anybody maintaining it, it wouldn't be strange for a problem to occur. The worst case scenario was it exploding on the spot or falling back down after a short flight. The fall wouldn't kill him, but the explosion of the engine was more than enough to harm him. Since the energy being held inside was not something even Hansu could ignore. Well, it was the same if it fell too. He would be fine from the crash, but all the spirit's orbs containing the energy would explode. It was the same as an explosion at that point. Let's see. Whoosh. There was somebody who was useful for a situation like this. Hansu spread out his dark cloud and started to check every corner of the engine room. Since he had to escape if things were actually dangerous. Well, he should have just escaped instead of checking the surroundings, but there was a reason why he stayed. The reason why Mutasela had sent him here. If he could be sure that this strange spaceship wouldn't explode, then he might be able to find out a lot more. Kariririk. The dark cloud started to seep into the entire engine room. From the tubes that supplied the energy all the way to the various controls. As well as the engine. Of course he didn't do this to understand the technology behind all this. Since it would take literally an eternity for him to figure all this advanced stuff. He solely focused on one thing. The flow of the energy. The most important thing was how well this energy was being controlled and contained. And soon. Whoosh. The dark clouds all flew back into Hansu's body as he deduced that it was safe enough. Surprisingly, this giant engine was working in top condition while controlling and suppressing that tremendous amount of energy despite being activated after hundreds of years. To the point of even making the flow of energy beautiful. It felt like he was watching an art piece. He tried to see if he could affect it with the dark cloud, but the flow continued onwards while ignoring his attempts. Which meant it was safe to say it wouldn't fall or explode randomly. Hansu then naturally thought of the next thing. Could I control it? Controlling it was one thing, but he was curious of the intel hidden on this ship. And Hansu was able to figure out the answer with ease. It seems that thing is controlling it. Hansu walked up to the panel next to the giant sphere. Kiiririk. Kiiying. The panel, which had yellow letters on a blue background, looked small, but this was only relative to the giant sphere. Seeing it up close, it was quite large. 5m sideways, 2m up and down. And some spherical image was appearing on the panel. Globe. It was like the globe he had seen often when he had been young. Is this the image of the planet we are on? It looked like a spaceship. Of course it would have something like this. And as Hansu touched the screen, the giant planet spun and showed another angle. Hansu spun it around to check things and then thought to himself. A bit different from Earth, well I guess that's normal. It looked much larger than Earth as well. But this singular projection was not enough intel. It wasn't showing any important locations, its purpose was just for simple imaging. I need more information. He tried to pry deeper into the panel. But what he got in return were bright red warning signs. Restricted user. Access required. Level 3 plus information. Administrator required. Add additional. The interface itself wasn't hard, but every part of it prevented him from entering. How did the damn players activate this? Hansu smacked his lips. He originally had 3 plans. First, gather as much intel as he could from this place. Second, go to the restricted lands past the mountain range with this. Third, use this as a weapon. This being a colony had no use to him. Though it could house people, that was it. If he took this to the war fortress, then the superhumans of the empires and the kingdoms would charge over. It would receive a huge amount of damage even before people got on. And this place wasn't a login area, so he would receive attacks every time he went to the login areas. But he should easily be able to follow through his 3 original plans. This giant ship was basically a bomb. Killing that monster Tiamat might be too much, but it could be used in various ways. Since he could still kill somebody like Cycrus. But, that's only when I can control this damn thing. If his intention wasn't to create a giant crater for a lake to play around in, then there was no point of blowing it up here. Since the ship seemed to have stopped in mid-air. I guess this could be used as a floating garden in the future. Hansu moved his eyes away from the panel. There was no point of wasting time here. There was a reason why he came here. Obtaining a spirit in order to go across the range. Well, he could already do this. Since there were thousands of spirits outside of this engine room. As long as he passed the test the symbol gave him. He wouldn't need to take this giant ship and could just run across it. Since the symbol Mutasela gave me doesn't look simple. I should be able to get a stronger spirit. The level of the spirit one gained was relative to one's strength and the quality of the symbol. As Hansu turned his body. Kiiying. The symbol on his body started to shine. What the? The symbol Musela planted on his body. The light from the symbol flew across his arm and then towards the panel. And the moment this light touched the panel. Kiiying. New words appeared on the panel. Administrator confirmed, logging in. Access granted. Mutasela, I don't really like surprise events like this, hee. Hansu chuckled. Reincarnator, Chapter 275, Land from the Past, 2. Rumbly. What's going on? Did those guys who went in activate this thing? Can anybody contact them? I can't seem to be able to. All the players who had been above the giant ship were startled from the sudden movement of the giant structure. Though they didn't know how far up it would rise, there was nothing in it for them if they just floated along with this. Yeah, no. One of the players clenched their teeth. This obviously seemed to be linked to an amazing questline. If he died here, then he wouldn't be able to participate. He needed to find a safe spot first. And his eyes naturally fell upon a location. The entrance, which had been clogged up by skills to prevent it from fixing itself. Not everybody can go in, but... While they were all glancing at each other, one of the players spoke calmly. Since we can't all go in, Let's divide it up. An equal number of people between clans. We can just share the rewards from in there afterwards. But as they were about to agree to this. Kiiying. What is that? Isn't that from the capital? Kirkis. In the distance. A light was flickering thousands of kilometers in the distance. From the capital of the empire. The players frowned as they saw the small but clear rainbow-colored light. Did the Calicule clan receive any messages? Isn't your clan leader the owner of a territory in the empire? One of the clansmen from the Calicule clan stayed silent, but it was clear that he was confused as well from his expression. The leader of the Calicule clan. One of the people who had achieved a tremendous amount of merit points and had been granted the ownership of a special territory right next to the capital of the empire. Their clan leader, Astania, should know something about this. Since there were rumors saying that he had connections with Tiamat as well. But they had not received any messages regarding that. What could it be? Everybody fell into confusion as they saw the 7 colored lights that continued to flicker while continuously becoming larger and larger. As the administrative rights were confirmed, all of the red warning letters disappeared. Then. Administrator number 1011, access confirmed. You are now allowed to access the Muticella system. Muticella system. Hansu's eyebrows rose up. Since Muticella was the name of somebody he knew. But he decided to ask other things first. There was a lot he wanted to ask. What is the objective of this ship? Large words started to appear upon the panel. The Astro 17 ship's construction had started on the 19th month of year 2199 in order to reach the nearest planet, Tiamat 1131, and had completed its preparations on the 21st month of the year 2211. Reason for this objective? To find more space for the expansion of the race. Hansu nodded. He finally figured out the origins of this thing. Terraforming. Is that what it's doing? A few other questions appeared in his mind after finding out the objective of the ship. He decided to ask the thing he was the most curious about first. Does the race that built you exist upon this planet? This was not something the Empire and the kingdoms, who fought with swords and built castles out of stones, could build. Even if the Empire had a lot to hide, this was clearly some super advanced technology. So he had thought the ship came from outside. But if this ship was built in order to leave the planet, then the story changes. There had to be a race who had the technology to build this. A race which he could not guess the identity of no matter what. There were 3 possibilities. 1. They left behind a few hidden ships in various locations and all went to their goal planet. 2. They existed somewhere on this planet and were hiding from the eyes of others and were silently observing them. Or 3. They could have been annihilated. Depending on which of the 3 it was, his plans would be affected in a huge manner. It would be good if it was number 1 or 3, but if it was 2 where another race was silently observing him, then he would need to prepare for this variable as well. Hansu smiled bitterly. These worlds are like damn onions. He knew that he couldn't prepare for everything even if he came from the future. Since this world that God had prepared for them was not something they should conquer but rather run away from. A maze-like place where they trembled in fear while passing through. But as his plans succeeded and the worlds were conquered, these worlds were like treasure chests as they continuously took out new things to throw at his feet. In a huge scale. Hansu quietly waited for the reply. It was a good thing in the end. Since him worrying about something that hid in the shadows meant that his light had reached and drove away the darkness from the corners of the world. Let's hear this out. Which of the 3 it is? But sadly, it didn't fully fulfill Hansu's expectations instantly. Kiiying. Instead of the answer to Hansu's question, a different type of information appeared. Energy wave similar to weapon type ZA-114 detected. Converting all surplus energy into resonance shield. EDA, 3.1131 seconds. Prepare for impact. Normal people might not have understood these strange words. But Hansu realized what was going on in an instant. They did something. Even he could feel the tremendous amount of energy approaching the ship from deep inside it. As if they had converted the giant formation of the war fortress into a cannon. Chiaening. All the lights inside the colony started to turn off. As if they were gathering energy into a specific point. Crunch. Crunch. As Hansu planted his feet onto the floor of the ship in preparation for the impact. Boom. A humongous tremor shook the entire ship. Rumble. The giant sphere next to him trembled as it started to let a blinding amount of light. Soon, after the shock passed by. The systems panel showed him the current information. Remaining shield, 85.1%. Calculating situation. In case of continuous bombardment, chance to fall before leaving the atmosphere, 98.1%. Flight to outer planets judged impossible in the current situation, beginning movement towards the closest colony according to emergency protocol. Setting flight path. Flight path confirmed. Moving to the closest shelter. Then. Rahumbi. G-force that would easily cause harm to normal humans started to get applied. Of course it was nothing to Hansu. But he still cursed out. Fuck. The issue wasn't the acceleration. It was the direction the ship was heading towards. Hansu realized which way the ship was heading towards and smiled bitterly. The ship was headed above and past the mountain range. Past the mountain range that was roaring with modest storms. At that moment. Second impact approaching. Remaining shield 85.3%. Prepare for impact. Boom. The second strike landed on the ship. Rumbly. Within the trembling ship. Hansu asked the ship system. Can we arrive at our destination? We won't blow up before. If it would explode then he needed to get off the ship as soon as possible. But the system gave a rather positive reply. If the weapon attacking us has similar recharge times to weapon type ZA-114 then it is possible. The shield can hold on. This was the most important part. But sadly, the system's reply wasn't good. Currently remaining shield amount is 70.7%. The shield will be destroyed. One extra strike after the destruction of shield is allowed. Prepare for failed landing. Failed landing. That was fine. He was confident in surviving even if he fell from the stratosphere. The issue was the natural conditions storming around the mountain range. There was a limit he could withstand with the symbol. From what he knew, even stronger mana storms appeared starting from the mountain range. If the shield protecting the ship disappears, then he would need to withstand the storm with his bare body. I don't have time for all this. Hansu looked towards the systems panel. There was a lot he wanted to ask the thing in front of him. But he had to prepare for the harsh conditions beyond the mountain range. Boom. As he felt the trembles from the third strike, Hansu quickly headed out from the engine room to the room where thousands of spirits were. And the spirits were still letting out their brilliant lights inside their glass orbs. He needed to choose one out of the thousands. But there wasn't really a need for him to choose. The symbol had been pulling him for a long time. Hansu walked past the glass orbs towards the location that the symbol was pointing towards. And soon, Kiyoying. Hansu stood in front of a peculiar-looking glass orb that was significantly larger than the others. Strange. What's in it? It was different from any spirit he had seen before. It didn't have the red glow of a flame spirit, the dark glow of a dark spirit, or even the bright blue light of an ice spirit. Well, I'll find out after I get it. Boom. Another strike landed on the ship as the ship accelerated further. Hansu decided to stay on the ship until the end. Since the weapon could aim at him instead of this giant ship if he got off, it was better to get across the mountain range and disappear from view. Hansu raised his hand towards the mysterious glass orb that had numerous dozens of colors intermingled with each other. Then, whoosh. And Hansu felt the conscious of something from the flask entering his head. It didn't really feel good, but he knew that he would need to get friendlier with this from now on. He had gained a powerful ally. Boom. Hansu's eyes slowly closed as he felt the foreign consciousness entering his mind. Then, as if the ship was preparing for an emergency landing, countless screens that showed the current situation outside the ship appeared in various locations inside the ship. And everything outside the ship was being shown, including the beam of light heading towards the ship, as well as the mountain range in front of the ship. Though it felt like he had climbed at least 20 kilometers above, they were still a bit away from the top of the mountain range. But soon, whoosh. The scenery past the mountain range appeared on the screens. Clouds, blizzards, and mists. The thing Tiamat wanted to keep hidden from the world. And the closing eyes of Hansu got focused onto the screen. This is what's beyond the mountain range. But even before Hansu could check the scene clearly, somebody spoke to Hansu. From inside him. What are you? You aren't even from the original race, so how did you contact me? Hansu's consciousness got sucked inside as his body fell to the ground. Reincarnator, Chapter 276, Land from the Past, 3. Kane made a shocked expression as he looked at the object falling in the distance. Sir Tiamat. What is that? The mages of the Magic Brigade were naturally scholars at heart. They were able to prepare for things with their extensive knowledge, and they always strived for more knowledge. But he had never even heard of something like that. How could a giant metal object fly around in the skies? And it withstood several strikes from the destruction cannon that could easily smash apart a city with a single strike. Though it finally fell, it still succeeded in flying past the mountain range. Kane looked at Tiamat in search for an answer, but Tiamat just walked forward and pulled out the Rancom stake that was inserted in a hole at the base of the giant metal tower that was the destruction cannon. Rumble. The bright light surrounding the giant metal tower disappeared as the stake was removed and it started to shut down. As the medium that transmitted the energy was taken out, the destruction cannon was naturally shutting down. Boom. Is he shutting down the cannon? Though they couldn't attack that hunk of metal anymore, the original reason why they had started up the destruction cannon was for the ants. And using the cannon was impossible without Rancom stake. Tiamat suddenly spoke to Kane, who was gazing at the giant metal tower that was cooling down. Take care of this place. Do everything I've told you as well. Though a lot of context was missing, it was clear what Tiamat was saying. He was saying that he was going to go somewhere. Kane was in an even bigger shock. Where are you going? If you leave the White Dragon Arena then. But before Kane could even finish his words. Don't worry. It won't be long. I should have set out from the beginning. Tiamat sighed. He was afraid of acting because of the 1,000-year peace they had. But he really needed to act now. He could not sit idle and watch that bastard do as he pleased. Though Kane was looking at him with worry, if everything went according to his plan then he would be able to come back. Before I go. Tiamat flew into the air and started to fly towards a direction. Not towards the north but rather in the opposite direction. And Kane frowned as he saw this. He's going there again. Damn. For how many years? How many times for that girl? Kane's expression was filled with worry and disgust as he looked at Tiamat, who was disappearing into the distance. In a bright white space, some rainbow-colored object was floating in front of Hansu. It looked humanoid, but it was clear that it wasn't a human being. The being looked at Hansu, whom it had dragged into his subconscious, and spoke. Not even the original race. The being that was staring at Hansu, the spirit, saw his chest and then smiled with what seemed to be its mouth. Oh. You have the access code. No wonder then. Anyways, what are you? I've never seen a race like you. Did you finally meet aliens? Ha ha ha. Hansu mumbled inwardly as he stared back at the spirit, who was looking at him in curiosity. It figured that out instantly, huh? Though he looked similar to the players and the original inhabitants, he was still from another dimension. And the spirit had seen through this at a glance. The spirit looked around at Hansu and then continued to speak. But why did you come? Are you here to finally release us? Then. Crackle. Hansu's skin started to freeze up. As Hansu frowned while looking at his freezing skin, the spirit looked at Hansu with an amused expression. How mindful. His body freezing meant that the ship's shields had been broken and that it had started to enter the harsh areas beyond the mountain range. Though the spirit's symbol, his mana, and his body were holding on for now, he would eventually freeze to death at this rate. Hansu started to explain the reasons for his venture here while staring at his freezing body. Since he needed to get the spirit's power to protect himself. But even before he could speak, The spirit spoke. But if you are going to ask to lend you some strength, or beg like that, then I'll deny it. I despise you humans. You don't expect me to grant your request after you having trapped me here for 1,000 years, right? If you have any sense of morality, that is. You clearly said with your own mouth before though, that I'm not the same type of humans from before. But the spirit merely scoffed at him. You guys still look the same. What do you think I'd feel like when you look just like the ones I despise? There is some logic behind these stupid words. Ugh, I heard the dark spirit had a bad temper, but this thing is even worse. He remembered Django saying how much he had suffered when trying to tame his own spirit. Should I have picked a tree spirit? Or something more docile? This thing clearly looked stronger than a tree spirit. And its temper was no joke as well. Hansu frowned at his freezing body for a bit, but then decided to try once more. Since he would need to be on friendly terms with it to borrow its strength anyway. It seems you don't want to leave despite having been trapped here for 1,000 years. Isn't it time for you to finally leave? That was clearly the reason why it had hated the humans. The ones who had thrown it in here. If they shared the same body, then it would get a chance to see the world as well. The spirit smiled in an evil manner at those words. Well, I could just take over your body. Kakik. Hansu then spoke as if something like that was nothing. Then just say that in the first place. The moment the spirit spoke back, Hansu smashed out with his spear. Towards the spirit in front of him. Boom. Wasting my time and all. Fucking bastard. At least warn me. Hansu and the seven-colored object clashed. And soon. Rumble. Boom. The white space started to fill up with numerous different colors. A special district situated next to the empire. A girl was frowning within a well-decorated house. What? They all died. The woman shook her head while looking at the screen in mid-air. What the hell is that spaceship? And the cannon? The woman looked outside her window towards the capital and made a confused expression. She had lived here for a long time and had been to many places, but never had she heard about something like that being hidden there. The player, Astania, frowned as she looked at the corner of the empire where smoke was rising from. These bloody NPCs have too many secrets. They never give a clear-cut answer either. The clan leader of the Kalagol clan, one of the 15 great clans. As well as the lord of the special district of the empire. Though it was an amazing title that every player was in envy of, it was of no help in a situation like this where it only brought her stress. As Astania was frowning at what happened in the capital. Whoosh. Something appeared in front of her who was looking out into the distance. Why? Astania was even more shocked after seeing who it was. Somebody who should not be here had appeared. Why are you here? Astania was shocked because it was Tiamat who had appeared. She had gone from time to time because she had been invited for tea. But it was always at the White Dragon Arena. This was the first time Tiamat had come out from the White Dragon Arena according to what Astania knew. And Tiamat pondered for a bit. As to why he had come here. He could see Astania whenever he wanted since she was close to the capital. Since he could just invite her after this all ended. He just needed to deal with some brat. Is that really all it is? Tiamat chuckled and threw something at Astania and then left. I'll see you after I come back. What? Astania made a confused expression after catching what Tiamat had thrown at her. Bouquet. As if he had done what he needed to do after handing over the bouquet, he jumped down from the window. Which was located at an extremely high spot. But before he landed. Whoosh. Tiamat lightly landed. Lightly. But the result was not light at all. Boom. The surrounding space broke apart as it got suppressed below where he had stepped. And the ground started to gather below Tiamat's foot. As so much space got compressed below his feet to the point of it almost looking black. Tiamat stepped once more. Then. Boom. The space exploded with a huge noise and Tiamat's body flew off along with a shockwave. Not towards the north but eastwards. Annoying me this much. I should prepare a gift for you. Tiamat quickly disappeared into the distance, shrouded by the distorted space. Rumble. And Astania was dumbfounded as she looked back and forth between where Tiamat had disappeared towards and at the bouquet. Wait, that's towards the war fortress. Anyways, how did he know I like this? Astania made a confused expression as she looked at the bouquet in her hands. A person looked towards the players and the residents of the kingdom gathered in Koran Kingdom and sighed. Ugh, so boring. When the hell is this Hansu coming anyway? The adventurers would have flown into rage if they heard what Karhal was saying. Since this place was not a place where they could drop their guard even for a second. The war fortress that was being targeted by the players was being protected by the formation. The players were steadily receiving symbols from the Ants while the Ants themselves were recovering in the spirit lands. The most peace they had in a while. Well, even if they do charge in here, it wouldn't matter. While Karhal was yawning. Rumble. Rumbly. Some thunderous rumbles could be heard across the distance. Well, the noise itself wasn't important. Karhal was shocked at the aura that was shaking the atmosphere itself that was charging towards where he was and jumped up from his seat to peer at the horizon. And something appeared in his sight. Something that was even breaking apart the space itself to approach the war fortress. But even before he could react. Boom. A huge explosive sound rang throughout the entire war fortress. Then. Look at this. Crack. Tiamat smashed down at the protective layer around the war fortress and frowned while looking through the translucent barrier. Reincarnator, Chapter 277, Land from the Past, 4. Boom. A single strike. The greenish barrier surrounding the war fortress cracked from a single strike. And Karhal grounded his teeth as he looked at the protection of the golden dragon formation that was breaking apart like a glass bead that had been dropped. Fuck. So that's Tiamat, huh? Isn't he just a fucking monster? This barrier was nothing like what the vice captain of the magic brigade, ALLA, had made before. It wasn't created with just a fraction of the mana but rather everything the formation had. The barrier that had even withstood the great general Cycrus cracked from a single strike. Boom. The formation shone crazily as it tried to fix the cracks in the barrier, but Tiamat was already raising his hand for the next strike. And as he smashed down with the stake once more, boom! The barrier that had been barely holding on finally broke apart. What the? With a mere 2 strikes, the formation's barrier had been broken. The other adventurers who had prepared their weapons after hearing Karhal's call were now just staring at the scene in the distance in a daze. A fight was only possible if they were at a similar level. Though thousands of people had gathered and there were hundreds of thousands more coming, nobody had the confidence of beating the man who had broken the barrier with just 2 strikes, even if they all charged in at the same time. And one man sighed in relief. Damn. Thank God I ran away. Anyway. It's safe here, right? The inner parts of the spirit lands. A person stared at the war fortress in the distance as he mumbled. Rumbly. In the inner parts of the war fortress. As the translucent bronze-blue barrier disappeared, Tiamat was finally able to see what was going on clearly. Tiamat chuckled. These rats. The war fortress had long been surrounded. Nobody could escape. Well, a few might escape in secret, but the rest should be trapped. But Tiamat realized how the people inside had escaped after seeing the inner parts of this place. A hole connected to the maze. Though there was a bit of distance from the spirit land and from the maze, if hundreds of thousands of people started digging at the same time, it wouldn't take that long. And it seemed nobody realized what they were doing because they were so focused on the ants and the spirit lands. Tiamat started to smile as he looked at the empty war fortress. You think you'll be fine if you hide there? Of course the spirit land itself would put him under pressure. Since he couldn't use the ants' blessings or the protection elixirs. I was originally only going to take a few, but I've changed my mind. Half. He was going to reduce their numbers by half. Well, he could just ignore them. But if he left like this, then they would believe that their tactics had worked. And he couldn't let anyone see this. It would be a warning to them. Boom! As a giant energy storm started appearing around Tiamat. Tiamat. Shouldn't your personality have calmed down a bit more after 1,000 years? I really hope that girl remembers this part of you. Municella. Seer. The one who saw the future. She, who could see the future, saw the world in a different manner than those who only saw the present, so she also thought in a different manner. Her objectives were different and so were her actions. Nothing connected properly or made sense. Just like now. For her to have appeared in front of him like this. This damned bitch. What's her plan? Tiamat frowned at Municella, who had appeared in front of his eyes. Crackle. Hansu checked his frozen body after having come out of his subconscious, and then he clicked his teeth. That was close. The dragon essence blade and the silver liquid from the body enhancement surgery tried to resist the storm of mana that was freezing his body, but it was nowhere enough. While he had been laying on the ground, over half of his body had been destroyed. And his entire body was frozen inside a block of ice. Every part of his nerves made him feel like he was inside a pool of water. I can't really see the outside world very well. Hansu gazed at the block of ice and then started to wake up something that had been sleeping inside his consciousness. Then. A voice filled with rage rang throughout his head. Fuck. That old fogey of an owner goes missing. How did I get mixed around with a kid like this? The spirit was enraged even more at Hansu's commands, but the water had already been spilled. The defeated soul could not deny the orders of a soul at a higher station. Since they, the artificial souls, had been designed like this. Ki-yi-yi-ying. The symbol in the center of Hansu's chest started to shine. Then. Whoosh. Hansu's entire body started to let out a 7-colored light while melting the ice surrounding his body at a rapid pace. Soon. Boom. Hansu smashed apart the entire block of ice and stepped out as the 7-colored lights pushed back the storm of mana. And as the mana storm that was damaging his body got pushed back, the silver liquids and the dragon essence blade started to quickly heal his body. Though he was still standing in the center of an ice storm, he could not feel any of its coldness. It felt like he was alone in another world. Nice. Hansu smiled as he walked through the storm and headed back into the ship's inner parts. The first thing he wanted to check was the status of the system. If it was still fine, then he would be able to use the ship to move faster and even gain some more information. This was a mysterious world to him. Of course, the more information he had, the better he would be able to make plans. Let's see. Hansu walked back into the engine room and then gazed at the frozen engine and the system panels. The engine had long been overloaded from the earlier events. Boom. There was a faint light inside the engine as if it was recovering slowly, but the system panel had no thoughts of turning on. Ugh. Gathering intel is impossible. Hansu asked the existence in his head in case. Since the spirit should know much more than him. And an aggressive reply came back. Fuck off. Why should I tell you? It needed to lend Hansu strength because he had lost, but there was no need for him to reply. Tisk. As I expected, since there's nothing to gain here. Let's leave. He had thoughts of waiting till it recovered but soon shook his head. He didn't know how long it would take. And there was something else that was bothering him. Tiamat. Tiamat, who had tried so hard to prevent him from coming here, wouldn't sit still. He would do everything he could to suppress him. He needed to prepare himself. And more than anything else. The scene he had seen through the systems panel momentarily bothered him. I need to check this all out. Hansu dashed out from the engine room. Whoosh. And after coming out from the structure, he could see that the situation was even worse than he had thought. There was a giant hole on the side of the ship that had plummeted into the ground. The ice storm rushed in through the giant hole, and thanks to this the entire colony inside had been frozen. The lake, trees, as well as the giant structure where the spirits were at. Boom. Well, at least the outer wall seems to be recovering a bit. Hansu gazed at the outer wall for a bit and then quickly rushed out. Whoosh. The moment he came outside, the storm became even harsher. As if it was telling him to stay hidden inside the ship. But the spirit's light coming out from Hansu's body did a perfect job of protecting him. Though he had been freed from the threat of the storm, Hansu's expression turned even darker. As I thought. This is coming from a single location. He had been able to check the storm out much more clearly. Though it seemed like it was raging from all around, he could clearly feel it. That this giant ice storm was originating from a single location. Which meant one thing. That something was creating this storm. If it was natural, it wouldn't come out from a single point. And soon Hansu's eyes moved towards a location. Towards the location the storm was coming from. Then something came into his view. A tower. It wasn't large. But tall. Too tall. It was so tall that even he, who was extremely far away, could still see it. Hansu knew that if that mountain range, which was over 20 kilometers tall, didn't exist, then everybody would know about this tower. It was that tall while also shining, as well as being something that shocked the people who looked at it. A mysterious tower over a dozen kilometers tall. As he focused his eyesight, he could see the outer wall that was made of steel and various alloys. Though it was covered in ice and frost, they couldn't cover up the traces of civilizations. Hansu then looked to the lower parts of the tower. Since what he was looking at wasn't the tower, but much below it. And Hansu realized what he had seen through the panel was not a dream. A city. A forest of buildings spread out below the giant tower all the way up to the base of the mountain range. There was no way to hide a giant forest of trees that were over a kilometer high despite the raging ice storm. Hansu watched the metal forest and thought to himself. He had assumed three things before. They left. Were watching. Or had perished. Of course the only thing he was clear of was the frozen city, and those three possibilities still existed. But as soon as he saw the city, he had a strong feeling about something. About what happened to them. They perished, huh? Hansu mumbled as he watched the frozen city. Hansu gazed at the city that had completely been frozen. He also realized what the strange sensation he had been feeling up until now was. Similar. It was strange. But not quite alien. The scene in front of him was still within his understanding. It would be like this in about a century back on Earth. Hansu decided his destination as he stared at the forest of buildings. To the tower. The spirit, who seemed to know something, had no thoughts of cooperating, and he needed to figure out a way to deal with Tiamat, but he didn't know where Municella was, so he would need to figure everything out on his own. Hansu quickly moved towards the giant tower in the center of the giant city. Reincarnator, Chapter 278, Land from the Past, 5. Rumble. A humanoid being was quickly moving north within the spirit land. Every time this existence that a human's appearance but was clearly inhuman stepped, the lands collapsed and the space broke. Tiamat looked at the status of his body while quickly flying north towards the mountain range that had started to appear on the horizon. Annoying. Tiamat frowned as he felt the mana storms that were slowly gnawing away at his body. He couldn't receive the protection of the spirits. Though he was being protected by the vast amount of mana he had, the mana storm was slowly eating away at his body. And it would become worse if he reached the lands beyond the mountain range. Tiamat grinned at his teeth and clenched his grip on the stake. The hell am I doing for a single rat? But he had to go over. Before that rat screwed things over. Tiamat. Haven't you lived a bit too long? You will perish at his hands. Nonsense. Though his stamina was being gnawed away from the mana storm, the gap between him and that rat was still gargantuan. Rumble. Tiamat shook off Muticella's prophecy from his head and increased his speed even more. To go over the mountain range he had already reached. Then. Boom. A white human being started to fly up next to the almost vertical surface of the mountain range. Rumble. A giant avalanche occurred. Rumble. Hansu, who was shrouded in a seven-colored light, continued to push his way through the storm. Through the frozen city. There is no trace of life. Though he was prepared for the worst, there was nothing that caught his attention. The giant buildings which seemed like they housed residents in the past were all devoid of any signs of life, and all kinds of means of transportation were just laid out on the side of the roads. But one never knew, anything could pop out from the shadows. Hansu quickly proceeded towards the giant tower while being on alert. And in his head, constant nagging could be heard. Damn bastard. You really need to be thankful to me. Without me, you'd long been frozen dead. The spirit's words were indeed true. The storm was getting stronger the closer he got to the tower. Without the spirit, he'd long have frozen solid and died. But Hansu ignored the spirit's words as he continued forward. Since the spirit had tried to take over his body by force. At that moment, Hansu saw something strange. What the? There was a strange space looking like a shop on the first floor of the building he was walking past. There were tens of strange boxes neatly packed on top of each other inside it. Though there still wasn't any signs of life, Hansu was intrigued and was about to enter. But then. Rumble. A faint noise entered Hansu's alert ears. Very faint. Hansu turned around towards the origin of the noise. The noise was coming from the giant mountain range behind the fallen shipwreck. And there was a huge avalanche coming down from the top of the mountain range. Something like this shouldn't happen for no reason. I thought he'd be working on traps and hostages, I never knew he'd come in person. Hansu frowned as he thought of the person who was causing a natural disaster while approaching him. Tiamat would see the fallen ship after going across the mountain range and would eventually find him. They would need to fight. Hansu started to quickly calculate in his mind. Do I have a chance? Though he had gained a spirit, he had never even dreamt of beating Tiamat in a battle. Since that thing was a monstrosity in itself. If they fought fairly then he would get shredded apart in mere few seconds. But. That's only if he's in perfect condition. Tiamat had personally come. For him to break the chains of the White Dragon Arena to move out, it stressed how urgent this entire thing was. But he's still a bit slow. Hansu could tell Tiamat's current speed due to the faint vibrations in the air. If Tiamat was coming over with his original strength, he should have gone past the mountain range a long time ago. But the fact that he was still climbing meant that he was being affected by this mana storm. And it would only become worse after he climbed over. Boom. 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 Worst case, I'll fight him, but in a place where I hold the most advantage. Hansu quickly started to move out towards the origin of the mana storm, the tower. Even though Tiamat's condition wasn't top-notch, there was still a huge difference between them. It was best to avoid a fight, but at this rate, he would need to approach the tower no matter what. Fucking hell. Hansu smiled bitterly as he sensed the aura of Tiamat slowly climbing the mountain range. His original plan was not this. Since he never even thought that Tiamat would leave the White Dragon Arena to fight him. There was only one plan in the beginning. Spirit Land. A land of death where one would not be able to survive without the protection elixirs. But there was another method to survive. Their symbol which allowed them to somewhat hold the spirits. The protection elixirs were just a byproduct of squeezing the ants dry. Once the ants got inside the Spirit Land and the flow of protection elixirs would dry out, which meant that the players outside would not be able to enter. No matter how many there were, it was impossible to enter without the protection elixirs. At that point they could just slowly gather their strength inside the Spirit Land and then move on over to the next zone. Ally with the ants to ensure safety, achieve the spirit strength through the symbol and then climb up. This is what he and his friends, the final members of humanity, had planned regarding the green zone. But for a monster inside the White Dragon Arena, who shouldn't have moved for anything, to come out in person. You will see enemies you have never seen before. The lion isn't interested in an ant but is indeed interested in a buffalo. Hansu thought back to the words of Rahiman, one of his comrades, and laughed bitterly. I knew I'd suffer after coming back to the past, but for it to be this much. Boom. 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 Hansu thought to himself as he proceeded towards the tower. There was a discussion he had with his friends. Regarding what they would do if they returned to the past. Of course, rushing ahead of everybody was a sure thing. The reason why they had been able to survive until the end was because they had that much potential and skill. Hansu remembered the excited faces of everyone as they talked about what they'd do. Someone said they would establish a harem by gathering every beauty with their strength, another said they would help the weak with the strength. Some said they would kill everyone who got in their way, and another said that they would get stronger than anybody had ever been. At that moment, Hansu stopped. What was my plan? As long as he was a human being, he had his own desires. It would only be normal if he had something he wanted to do after coming back to the past. Since this world was not a world where one could have no regrets, and coming back to the past meant that he could fix all of them. Creating an army by gathering humanity and rescuing his friends who were waiting above. It was good enough to be a reason, but it wasn't quite enough. There was something I wanted to do. It was clear he also had something he wanted to do. Since his expression was very serious back then. But he couldn't pinpoint what it was. As he tried to think about it, his head started to ache. And the noise Tiamat was making was becoming louder. Hansu breathed out. This isn't the main priority right now. He needed to survive the fight first. A single piece of missing memory wouldn't impact him in the fight. The most important thing was that he was doing well. If the memory was an important one, then he would eventually remember it. Hansu started to run even faster towards the tall tower in the distance. The spirit who had been sitting in the corner of Hansu's mind mumbled quietly. Rumble. The apex of the mountain range exploded. Then, Tiamat stood on the top of the tremendously tall mountain range and looked down. He never thought that he'd come back here. Tiamat grasped Rankom's stake as he looked down at the now frozen city below his feet. I cannot let the immortals know about this place. Tiamat started to quickly search for Hansu's traces. The city was huge and even Tiamat couldn't sense every part of it, but it wouldn't be hard. There. Tiamat looked towards the fallen shipwreck below. The hope of the humans to reach space. Though it had lost its meaning now, it didn't feel good to see it after having destroyed it by his own hands. A tremendous amount of energy started to gather around Tiamat's hands as he looked at the ship that was slowly repairing its outer walls. No aura of life. But still, just in case. Boom. The moment Tiamat raised Rankom's stake and aimed at the ship. A very faint shockwave was heard by Tiamat. And Tiamat's eyes quickly focused on the origin of the sound. Found it? Tiamat smiled in a cold manner as he watched the small being who was madly running towards the tower. He was almost at the tower. But not quite there yet. The ship. Crackle. Tiamat looked back and forth between his freezing body and the ship and then frowned. Though he would be able to destroy the ship and catch the boy at the same time if he were at his peak condition, it was a bit too much for him now. The rat first. Then. Tiamat absorbed back the energy that was gathering on the stake and redirected it to his feet. Boom. Tiamat blew apart the top of the mountain range as he flew up into the air. That's as far as you go. Tiamat disappeared. Rumble. The avalanche slowly proceeded its way down towards the ship. Reincarnator, Chapter 279, Land from the Past, 6. Fuck. The pain. Hansu grasped his head while charging towards the tower. His previous attempt trying to remember the past had given him a headache and it was becoming worse by the second. Well, it wasn't really pain to be exact. It was something screaming out from inside him. To remember. But he couldn't, as if that part of his brain was damaged. The spirit inside him pondered for a long moment and then spoke out suddenly. Hey. Are you perhaps? As Hansu answered the spirit's words. Rumble. Sounds of explosions were heard behind him. Sounds of space collapsing. Hansu released the hand that was grasping his head and then prepared himself. It's coming. Rumbly. Something was charging towards the tower with a destructive might. The moment the spirit felt that aura and exclaimed out. Swish. A white line charged towards Hansu. And Hansu's body prepared for the attack. The demonic dragon's reinforcement protected and enhanced his body. He even forcefully used the racial metamorphosis, which was still cooling down, and covered his entire body with scales. 3 dragons instantly flew out from his heart and gathered on the tip of his spear. Then, he thrusted with his spear. Boom. A tremendous shockwave resonated out through the entire vicinity. Ugh. Though he had blocked it, he hadn't done it perfectly. If he hadn't used the racial metamorphosis, then he would have been pushed back hundreds of meters underground. The white line smashed through the 9-dragon spear and charged forward. Crack. Crack. The land beneath his feet broke apart and sank down. His muscles were working as best as they could to prevent his arms from breaking. His heart and the mana jade crazily pumped out blood and mana in order to reinforce his body as much as possible. Cheek. The leftover energy from the collision heated up his entire body. But even before Hansu could completely deal with the collision. Whoosh. Something flew out through the blizzard and smashed down, a white stake. A weapon that seemed it would not stand for even a second against the golden forked lightning. But the moment they clashed. Boom. The forked lightning was deflected upwards as Hansu's body made more cracking sounds and flew back. And the white line continuously attacked Hansu. Boom. Boom. Gold and silver lights collided and created numerous shockwaves that destroyed their surroundings. Hansu clenched his teeth while receiving these attacks. His assumptions were mostly correct. But not perfect. He's beyond my imaginations. His opponent had become extremely weak but not entirely from the mana storm. Since it would be impossible for Hansu to be able to remain standing otherwise. But he easily figured out the reason. It's probably related to him being trapped inside the White Dragon Arena. The reason why Tiamat hated coming out from that place. There must be something that was gnawing away at his strength alongside the mana storm. But he was still this strong. To the point of being able to push back Hansu with ease. Whoosh. The red powder exploded out from Hansu's body and aimed for Tiamat's body. Mana wasn't of importance right now. He needed to use every skill he could. The demonic dragon's reinforcements dark golden light covered his entire body as the 3 dragons on the tip of his spear had increased to 5. Boom. Boom. But the white light surrounding Tiamat's body was holding on against all of Hansu's attacks. And Hansu clenched his spear as he looked at his opponent. Fucking hell. His opponent was crazy strong. He would survive in the abyss. Though he would be the weakest in the abyss, for him to become this strong while the dimensions were locked was crazy. And the more he fought the stronger his headache became. My god. When did my speciality become bad luck? As Hansu chuckled at the multiple unfavorable situations he was in. Hansu made a confused expression at his opponent who had stopped attacking him. Why did he stop? As Hansu looked towards Tiamat who was looking back at him from the distance. Tiamat was making an expression of disbelief while looking at Hansu. Well, towards the 3 kinds of auras surrounding Hansu's body. What the hell are you? He had felt it in the past. But he had ignored it since it was impossible. And mostly because he couldn't tell the identity of the one who had attacked through the dimensional wall. But it was different as he clashed against it right in front of his eyes. Where did you gain that? Tiamat kept his expression of disbelief as he attacked once more. Tiamat's white line rushed towards Hansu. Boom. One person cannot have multiple skills of annihilation. Tiamat mumbled as he looked at the 3 types of energy that had come out to stop his own attack. The red clouds. It in itself represented annihilation. If a stronger person used it then destroying an entire world would be a joke. The dragons on the tip of his spears. The same for this. Anybody who gained this could become an invincible being who can control the entire world. It could easily rip apart the heavens and destroy the earth. As well as the strange dark golden energy surrounding his body. Though he didn't know which race it was mimicking, it should not be a simple one. If his own race had tried to use their technology to take over the planet, then the race that energy was mimicking could easily control the entire planet with just their strength and even soar into space. Every one of these were seeds created by ascendants. This was why Tiamat couldn't believe Hansu's status. Skills of annihilation. It was skills that only those who have been born into transcendence, like himself, could gain after proving themselves. And he himself was a bit away from gaining one as well. There was one condition to gain it. Fight until you get annihilated. Or destroy the entire world and swallow it whole. This was why they were called skills of annihilation. A tremendous amount of strength that one could only gain after overcoming various trials both internally and externally. Though the ones he had were mere seeds, their potential were immense. A seed of something whose roots can cover the entire world and whose leaves and branches could shoulder the heavens. But for him to have 3. There was a thing called a limit. To raise 3 in a pot where even one seed didn't have enough room. The pot will explode. Sooner or later you will destroy yourself. Or you are already being destroyed. Tiamat looked into Hansu's eyes and mumbled. Clank. Clang. In the vast lands of the spirit lands. In the center of the flaming land which prevented the players from coming in, hundreds of thousands people held onto their weapons while glaring at one side of the spirit land. Fuck. Why are you doing this suddenly? Enbyron gritted her teeth as she looked at the beings in front of her. The Ans. The Ans who had absorbed the energy from the spirit lands weren't lingering pieces of shadows anymore. The Ans, who were now flaming or covered in arcs of lightning, had become unimaginably more powerful than before. Though there were only a few thousand of them, each of them were radiating auras which were more powerful than that of Arthas Francesca himself. Cold sweat dripped in the backs of the adventurers. Fuck. This is why the people of the kingdoms didn't like to go inside the spirit land. They should be happy that their allies, the Ans, had become stronger. Since having a powerful ally was always welcome. But the story changed. The prophet standing in the front of the Ans, Municella, ignored Enbyron as she continued to speak. And Karhul exploded out. Fuck. What do you mean? You just sent that Tiamat guy by himself freely and now you're saying we can't go help? That powerful bastard is just crawling into his own grave. There was a reason why this had all occurred. Right after Municella spoke to Tiamat. Tiamat left and headed towards Hansu. And Municella returned afterwards just to suppress them with the Ans. Of course a fight happened. Since Municella was the leader of the Ans and wanted to avoid a fight against a monster like Tiamat. But the story was different. The Ans held a favorable position beyond the mountain range and Tiamat was in a very unfavorable position. Though they could not go over before they received their spirits but it was the perfect chance for the Ans. But instead Municella didn't have any thoughts of moving out and even suppressed them from acting out. No matter how powerful Hansu was and no matter how much of an unfavorable position Tiamat was in, nobody could imagine Hansu actually winning the fight. Since they saw Tiamat personally breaking apart the barrier created by the giant formation with just 2 strikes. Various thoughts spun around the adventurers' heads. Even more so since they saw Municella and Tiamat speaking with each other. Fuck. What is she thinking? If you aren't going to move out, then move. At least let us go and help. Byron couldn't hold in back anymore against the silent Municella and exploded out. It wasn't just for Hansu. The adventurers were feeling uneasy after witnessing Tiamat's powers. If that guy rushed into the spirit land, then they would get annihilated. And that man had walked into the most dangerous location possible for himself. A perfect chance. If they couldn't kill the most powerful enemy they had in his weakest state, it would only arouse their unease further. At that moment Municella quietly responded. Patience. What? Have some patience. It's a very important phase. It's not time for some weaklings like you to butt in. Municella looked towards the mountain range expressionlessly. Reincarnator, Chapter 280, Egg, 1. Rumble. The shockwaves from the battle near the tower rang throughout the vicinity. Even to the fallen ship in the distance. Squirm. And surprisingly, the ship had fixed the giant hole created from the strike it had received. Since this place was filled with the spirit's energy. The monostorm was dangerous to humans, but it was an excellent energy supply to the spirits, which were the main source of energy for the ship. The moment the ship finished fixing its outer wall. Kiing. Faint blue light appeared outside the ship and started to protect it. The ship had restarted its shields after having restored itself completely. Then. Whoosh. The coldness inside the ship disappeared quickly as the frozen colony returned to its original strength thanks to the spirit's energy. The frozen lake melted as the trees sprouted new leaves. A miraculous scene from just the simple supply of energy. And the near-death colony was once again filled with life. But that was it. As the ship fixed itself, it had gone silent again as if it had done all it needed to. Then. A ray of golden light appeared in the corner of the quiet ship. Kahuk. Ha. Ha. A few players breathed out heavily as they revived on the spot. One even checked his own inventory and then sighed out in relief. Phew. I thought I died with the stone of immortality. How lucky. They had rushed inside after seeing a hole had appeared from the strike, but that was it. The ice storm rushed into every corner of the ship. They tried to hold on even by using master level skills, but they could not hold on for long. They died the moment their skills ended and had thought that they would die even after using the stone of immortality, but thankfully the ship was recovered after they opened their eyes. The players picked up the fallen artifacts near them and then smiled at each other. Well. The ones who got logged out are done. Let's just search this treasure vault on our own. And it seems this thing can move as well. The players soon started to scatter throughout the ship. Boom. Shockwaves rang throughout the vast area under the tower. In the midst of the white and dark golden lights clashing, Tiamat silently observed Hansu, who had been blocking his attacks. Not bad. Skills of annihilation is indeed formidable. Once someone reached the level of Tiamat, they could see things that couldn't be seen. For example, he could see if a soul was injured. But surprisingly, Hansu's soul was extremely sturdy and strong. Too strong for somebody who lived in an ordinary plane for 20 to 30 years before coming here. It was like the soul of a general who had gone through countless bloody battles over numerous decades. A sphere which was tightly condensed like steel but still radiated a powerful aura. This was the spirit of Hansu that Tiamat had seen. Well, it should be like that. Yeah. It's breaking, of course. Tiamat smirked. The steel sphere had numerous cracks running through it. It wasn't enough to break the entire thing, but these deep cracks still ran throughout the entire sphere. And it was because of those skills of annihilation. These skills gave him a tremendous strength, but that was it. There was a price to be paid for strength that surpassed one's own limits. Even if it was strength one didn't desire. For him to have strength beyond his abilities. Well, this probably didn't matter for Hansu. Since that wasn't the main issue right now. Boom. The white stake in Tiamat's hand started to act up crazily. He had decided to destroy Hansu. And Hansu frowned as he blocked off another white line. He didn't understand Tiamat's actions and words. He was getting destroyed. And what did Tiamat mean when he asked where he had gotten his skills? He should have seen tons of skills in his life. Is he talking about the zero numberings? As Hansu frowned. Boom. Another wave of pain rang through his head. Damn. Hansu clenched his teeth at the sudden pain, but this wasn't what was important right now. Since another white line was charging towards him. Rumble. These powerful attacks were making it hard for Hansu to think. I guess he's done with dilly-dallying. Tiamat's attacks were getting more powerful by the second. Boom. At this rate I'm going to just beaten down to death. Holding on was a torture in itself, but the result of this battle was already decided. He needed to find a way. And at that moment something came into Hansu's eyes. The giant tower that stood in the midst of the blizzard. Boom. Hansu blocked off another attack and then turned around. He needed to stake everything on whatever hope he could find. Looking for a method to deal with a powerhouse in a barren land was not easy. But Hansu came back to his senses. Even that seemed hard to do. The attacks continued towards Hansu, who was backing off while swinging his forked lightning. The moment he blocked it again. Boom. Hansu's body flew back and smashed into the outer wall of the tower. Ugh. The fragments of the mysterious metal tower's outer wall dropped down as Hansu's body fell to the ground. And the blizzard started to enter the broken part of the tower. A hole had appeared as the outer wall had been destroyed. Hansu got back up and looked inside. He had a chance to go inside. But he frowned as he looked inside the hole. Because he realized something very important. There is no monostorm inside. He should not go in since he would just get destroyed in there without the monostorm suppressing Tiamat. Even if there was something inside, he would get killed before reaching it. And Tiamat slowly approached Hansu. Keek. Why? Did you think something would be inside? If there was, then he wouldn't have sent Hansu flying this way. The moment Tiamat himself had arrived. Hansu's death was destined. I should just finish him off here and clean. At that moment. Boom. Ugh. Tiamat frowned at the sudden pain that rose up from the corner of his heart. Something was raging near his heart. A formidable strength even he could not easily suppress. Tiamat frowned as he looked at the man who was standing against him. There wasn't much time left until I could have become a dragon, but, because of this damned brat. A secret of the world which somebody had told him 1,000 years ago. Do you know about the transcendent abilities? They're also called skills of annihilation. The shocking facts he had heard from him. That there wasn't only one world and that countless events that surpassed human logic were happening. And that some people had risen above the limits of the world, became transcendents and went to a more suitable world. At that moment, he had started to dream. Dragon. A transcendent creature. A perfect life form he had dreamt of. He had wanted to become a dragon. Not just imitating a dragon but becoming a true dragon. So he had started a huge project which even he didn't know how long it would take to finish. But there was a limit to his own strength. The limit this world had set upon everyone. He hadn't reached it but he could feel it. So he had gone into the preparation of to become a transcendent. He created the White Dragon Arena to collect the energy from a mana node and carefully absorbed that strength through Rancom Stake. And whilst he collected the strength carefully within his body, he used the White Dragon Arena and Rancom Stake to suppress it. Since it would all go to waste if the strength went crazy before he made his way to break the wall. And after 1,000 years, he could see the end. The moment he would break out from the egg of the White Dragon Arena and become a legendary dragon. Squirm. Even now, there was a tremendous amount of power sleeping next to his heart. Strength which could flip the entire world upside down. So powerful to the point where he didn't know how to use it and could only suppress it. He had collected the strength for one purpose, and if he had collected a bit more then he would have become a transcendent. But he had come out from the egg before it had stabilized. And thanks to this the power within himself was enraged and was gnawing away at his own strength. In order to suppress this power and prepare then another few centuries would be needed. Crackle. Harsh sounds of teeth rubbing against each other came out from his mouth. Because of one bastard. He was enraged. He couldn't just kill him. Since death was too good for this guy. A sinister smile appeared on Tiamat's face. Tiamat spoke out. I don't really know if you treat the ones you brought as tools or actually care about them. He had lived for 1,000 years and seen a lot of things, he still couldn't tell a person's mind. He didn't know if Hansu was ruthless or was full of justice. But that wasn't important. Since there was only one important thing. But there should at least be one person you should care about. I'll kill them all because of you. No matter how cold one was, there should at least be one person who they cared about. The moment he dealt with the current situation, he was going to kill them all. And not leave behind a single person. Adventurers who had come and those who would come in the future as well. And you need to watch all of this. As Tiamat smiled coldly. Hansu frowned. Not from the threat but because of the deepened pain. Boom. Boom. The pain inside his head was become stronger by the second. As if the pain before was a joke. Something was constantly stimulating him inside him. And his heartbeat got harsher along with the pain. The moment his heartbeat and the pain reached the apex. Pop. The sound of something blowing up was heard from his head. What? Tiamat frowned as he looked at Hansu who froze on the spot. Reincarnator, Chapter 281, Egg, 2. Boom. In a dark space. Hansu, who had been clenching his teeth because of the pain, opened his eyes. Where? Hansu looked around the space within his conscious after sensing that the pain had disappeared. He had been inside his conscious numerous times before. A vast white space. But he had never been in a place like this before. Strange lights and darkness filled up the entire surroundings. Like watching a movie, there were countless silhouettes of people all around him. Familiar faces. But this space was not simple. There were countless cracks within the world filled with light, darkness, and countless scenes. As if somebody had gone through it with a sharp blade. And Hansu finally realized what was in front of his eyes. Memories. Why did I come here? There should be a reason why he would have been dragged in here. As Hansu made a confused expression. A loud voice was heard by him. I called you here. Damn, how did you survive like this? Because their consciousness had merged, wherever his own conscious was the spirit existed as well. The spirit came in with Hansu and then tooted while looking around. A soul which had countless cracks running through it. As well as these memory fragments. He used too much power, beyond his own limits. The spirit shook its head as he checked Hansu's recent feats through the phasing memories. Maybe if it was the spirit himself, but the humans were not creatures created for battle. They needed to rest when they got tired and needed supplements when things were lacking. But this guy was different. Battle. Battle. And more battles. He raised his strength and wrought out his body. He was continuously clashing as he proceeded forward. And the spirit made an expression of disbelief as it looked at these memory fragments. Unbelievable. It knew a bit about the humans since it was created by them. Humans could not proceed like this even if their objectives were clear, they lacked momentum. Since they were designed to chase after happiness and joy. Even if their objectives were clear, if the current situation was different then they would go around it and try to reduce the risk as much as they can by preparing for it. This was human nature. But this damned maniac went into battle as soon as he saw any chance of success. While sacrificing his own soul and body. All while planting multiple seeds of annihilation in his body and raising them. If he slowly raised his strength then he might have been able to use them all with ease. But he had gone too far in too short of a time. To the point of cracks appearing on his enormously powerful soul and his body being damaged. The body could just be healed but the soul, which was the basis of everyone's existence, was different. At this rate, he'll utterly be destroyed. The spirit fell silent as it watched Hansu. Some might say he was a hero but this was just a retard in its eyes. Since heroes at least had some complacence inside them. This was just a machine. A machine with an issue. A broken train that was constantly charging through and not knowing that its own engine was being destroyed. He shouldn't have been like this from the beginning. Strange. It had glanced at its memories but only the past few months. The moment the spirit was about to look into the cracked space in more detail. Rumble. The space trembled. His strength was not sufficient and could not stay here too long. I guess I just need to deal with the main issue quickly. It wouldn't last long. The spirit collected its thoughts and spoke to Hansu. At this rate, you'll break apart. This is why I called you. Hansu's soul and conscience was its own. Though it didn't like Hansu, it didn't want mutual destruction. And it had a very good method for itself. As well as Hansu. The spirit spoke to Hansu. Originally, you do not have the qualifications to control us. Only the enhanced race has the right. Enhanced race. The spirit nodded. According to your memories, you call them the Ans. Those are the enhanced race. Enhanced race. As Hansu was about to ask, the spirit cut him off. That's not important right now. The only important thing right now is that at this rate either your soul or body will break. Since you are lacking in strength. Hansu nodded. He knew he was in a disadvantageous position. And the spirit spoke to Hansu. What is it? The reason why Hansu wasn't able to use it properly was partly because it didn't like him but because they weren't very compatible with each other. They were created to be wielded by the enhanced race. Even if Hansu had the racial code, this was just permission. Only after they resonated through a long period of sharing their soul would they able to let out a much more powerful might. But there was no time. So it needed to forcibly attempt something. Hansu frowned at these words. If there was such a method then why are you telling it to me now? The spirit frowned. The reason why they couldn't fuse was because both sides didn't want to lose out to each other. It was called fusion, but it was actually a battle for ownership. With their soul and mind at stake. The spirit grinned at its teeth and muttered. Damn. I don't want to go through such a risk as well. I finally come out after such a long time. It might win and it might lose. But the loser would be annihilated. They would be able to survive well together, so who would go through this? The spirit did not want to do this. But there was no choice anymore. The spirit spoke to Hansu. At this rate, both of us will die out. I'm sure you don't want to die either? So risk it? If I win then your mind will disappear. On the other hand, if you win then my mind will disappear and all my power will go over to you. Though the spirit had been pushed back earlier when they fought in their minds, it had no relationship with the outcome of the fusion. Since it was a battle between the souls to determine who was more suitable for this body. And, if he has cracks in his soul then there's a chance for me to succeed. There was a reason why the spirit had called Hansu here. If Hansu's soul was still intact and powerful then it would have tried to hold on to the end. Since a sure loss was the same as a meaningless death. But it had a chance. No, it was actually high. You wouldn't be able to pass this up either. Hansu pondered for a moment and then spoke. Even if one of us wins, it would be hard to beat Tiamat. The spirit was indeed strong. But it would just give him another level of strength. Just as the monogate or the body enhancement surgery. Did you forget what's next to us? If you can use my strength properly then you can use the strength of the tower. Hansu nodded. The tower's mana storm that even Tiamat was barely holding back against. If he could use the strength then he could easily deal with the situation outside. Sure. Let's go. Hansu raised his right hand as he saw the spirit raise its own right hand. The moment they touched. Keying. The sensation of something mixing could be felt. The other party's thoughts and emotions. Well, it wasn't a lie at least. As Hansu mumbled. The spirit continued to speak. There isn't much for you to do during the process. But you won't be bored. Kakik. Won't be bored, huh? The spirit chuckled. We'll be able to see each other's memories. It won't be long. Everything fell into ruin not long after I was born you see. So. Observe well. I'll have fun watching as well. Not long after it was born. The moment the spirit's words ended. Whoosh. Hansu's mind got dragged into an unknown space. Into the spirit's mind. Rumble. Where? Hansu muttered to himself as he looked around. Though his consciousness existed, it was in a different place. It's the spirit's memories, huh? He could feel his own form inside a 5 wide flask that was shining in 7 colored lights. The memory of when the spirit had been born. Whoa. You made me? Greetings. Hansu could feel the voice of the spirit speaking to those standing outside the flask. He could not control the spirit's body or anything. Just observe. But he could still use the spirit's perceptions and look outside. There were constant machine noises coming out from the countless panels outside. Synchronization. 98%. Probability of success integrating with enhanced race, 99.8%. Beginning immediate fusion with the enhanced race. At the same time. Ha ha ha. How exciting. The spirit screamed as it got sucked into the tube above the flask and headed towards a different location. Along with Hansu. Whoosh. It didn't take long either. Since the body of the spirit was sucked into a location. A similar sensation of when he had come into its own body. And Hansu could guess what had happened. It fused with the N. Hansu then realized why it was so discontent. Geek. You're my owner, huh? Hi. Wow. It's really comfortable. I don't really want to leave at all. It's so different. Hansu thought to himself while listening to the spirit's mumbles. The body of the N where the spirit was in right now was dimensions apart from his own. They fused perfectly as if the body itself was made for the spirit. Like finding the other half of their soul. And the fusion of the two souls which was so hard for himself had been completed in an instant. It only took an instant. Then. Whoosh. Hansu could feel a familiar sensation. You're my partner, huh? Hi. I'm called. MSL-17. I'll be in your care from now on. Geek. MSL-17. I don't know what it means but I like you. Greetings. A huge glass panel could be seen in front of him. And Hansu realized where he was. The top of the tower. At the top of the tower that he was next to. And below his feet, the forest of cities he had seen before spread out. Buildings that were kilometers high. And hundreds of thousands of transportation vehicles could be seen throughout. So this is what it looked like before it froze. In the midst of the futuristic city that was dimensions apart from the frozen city. Hansu even saw the face of the N who had become the spirit's owner from the mirror's reflection. A beautiful and lovely woman with flowing golden hair. Can you see? The people below, those are the people we need to care for from now on. And Hansu had seen this woman before. Municella. So you were the previous owner of this spirit. But it said everything fell into ruin not long after it was born. 1,000 years in the past. Hansu looked back and forth between the beautiful woman's reflection on the glass and the shining city below as he muttered to himself. Reincarnator, Chapter 282, Train Headed to Destruction, 1. Rumble. It had been a day since he had come here. And Hansu felt a little suffocated inside the walking Municella. Ugh. Since I can't move according to my will. Where Municella walked and saw. Whatever she touched and felt. This was the limit of Hansu's perception. Thankfully there was a lot to see. Amazing. Hansu looked out through the window along with Municella at the world. She wasn't looking at the city. But above it. A giant sphere surrounding the city. And outside this sphere. Whoosh. Rumble. A tremendous snowstorm was raging throughout. There was not a single trace of sunlight due to the gray clouds. The thing that determined day and night in this giant city wasn't the sun but rather a giant artificial orb on the top of the tower. And below the artificial sunlight. Somebody walked towards Municella. The person, who was wearing a fancy uniform, spoke to Municella with an air of arrogance. MSL. There's no time for you to laze around here, there isn't much time left until the move. I was just looking outside the window. Since I won't be able to see this anymore. At these words the man in the uniform, rank 1 citizen Akamal, smirked. MSL 17, Municella, saw Akamal's expression and just continued to walk. She understood his actions. But the one who was enraged was the spirit instead. That fucking bastard. People who would just die out without us. It's not even like he made us. The spirit realized something then quickly quieted down. Created beings. There wasn't a clearer word to describe them but it was still a bit off to call themselves like this. And Municella smiled at the spirit's words. It's okay. You didn't say anything wrong. They, the enhanced race, had all been created. For a single objective. In order to control the artificial energy system, code name, created by the genius researcher efficiently. The previous methods were not enough to move limited amounts of energy in an efficient manner. The energy needed sentience to control its own movements. Not a single bit could be wasted. Especially in a world like this where everything was lacking. Whoosh. Municella, who had been staring at the storm outside the barrier, asked Akamal. Do we still have contact with the other cities? Why do you ask? As Akamal replied bluntly, Municella continued expressionlessly. Shouldn't we at least know each other's conditions when we're all sharing the energy of the node? If it runs dry then we're in big trouble. A river of energy that brought new hopes to humanity. Energy nodes. And this was the strength that had taken humanity to the brink of extinction. Humans yearned for more energy and thus they pried open every bit of space where the node passed by. And the result was this. The node had overloaded and the entire world flipped upside down. Volcanoes erupted as the mantle below the surface flipped and in worse cases, continents broke off. Endless amounts of hail plummeted down from the skies to cover over half of the entire Earth as the volcanic ash quickly covered the skies. The entire planet got covered in darkness and the second alternative energy source, the solar energy, was nowhere to be found. Then the long ice age came. But thankfully there was still a ray of hope. A giant tower stood in the spot where the energy of the node could still be used. The tower that acted as the last line of defense of humanity against the harsh environment. They created a shield by using the node's energy, supplied humans with the energy needed for their daily lives as well as maintained the artificial sun. The glorious city below could not survive a single day without this obelisk. And they, the MSLs, had been born to use the node's energy as efficiently as possible by using the spirit's energies. Akamal frowned at MSL's words. Impudent. How dare it retort when it's just a creation? But the level of MSL was not something even Akamal, a first-grade citizen, could act rashly in front of. The MSL series was one of the two series that had the greatest abilities out of all the enhanced race. Nephilim had personally put more effort in order to create just 100 of them. Tisk. Akamal smirked as he replied. They're doing the preparations well. Anyway, you guys need to do things properly. We need to maintain as much energy as we can before we go over to the new planet. Understood. MSL 17, Municella, looked towards the mountain range. Towards where the spaceship would be being built, beyond it. Sooner or later the node will run dry. So they needed to go over to a new planet. The planet they had found, named Tiamat. How long can we hold on? Roar. She mumbled quietly as she stared at the ash-colored storm outside the city. Municella parted from the first-grade citizen and headed up the tower. And the spirit, who had just been born recently, was extremely curious about everything as it continuously threw questions at Municella. Hey. Why aren't we living outside the tower down below? It seems there's a lot of fun things there. The city below the tower was shining with various colored lights. As if it was alluring the one looking. Its title of being the final sanctuary of the humans didn't quite fit it as various media panels and commercials swarmed throughout the city and were more than enough to arouse the spirit's attention. It was not a city which seemed like it was lacking in energy. Municella smiled as she replied. Only first-grade citizens can reside there. Even if the buildings are large and there are a lot of them. They are as numerous as well. Their population had been around 70 billion. And they had run away from the Armageddon of the world towards the obelisk from various cities all over the world. Though about 80% of the people had been killed off during the Exodus, there was still a huge amount of people remaining. This city alone held about 380 million people. Too many. No matter how wide the city was, there were too many people for them to all live. So in the outside zone where one can live in the most way, only the 80 million or so first-grade citizens could live there. People who were determined to have necessary abilities or skills towards the survival of the humankind. Everybody would be able to live in a much better condition if the first-grade citizens were a bit more frugal, but it doesn't matter with me. Power and rights were the issues of the humans. For them, the enhanced race, this didn't really matter. Mutuella turned away from the mirror to head in deeper into the tower, and the spirit asked dejectedly. You're going back already? There's almost 10 minutes left. Mutuella nodded. Time to work now. The time given to me has ended. If I don't go, then my sisters will suffer. They, the enhanced race, didn't need to sleep, so they needed to constantly work other than the few meager breaks they received. They were given 2 hours of rest a day. The rest time that was created for them because some thought they also needed some rights was always a bit too short. There was never enough energy, so the MSL series and various other kinds who needed to deal with the energy efficiently needed to constantly work. For the benefit of the countless humans here. Though most of the first-grade citizens went on to say that these creations didn't need any rights, but sadly for them, Nephilim was the one who had suggested it. The opinions of others would be crushed apart with ease, but not Nephilim's. The savior of humankind who had created the spirits and the enhanced race that was currently keeping the humans alive. So the first-grade citizens could only accept the rest time of the enhanced race. Fucking bastards. Look how much they boss us around when we don't even get paid for all this. Well, it's not like we need it. It's not like we need to eat or enjoy ourselves. They were the enhanced race. Though they were created from the humans as the basis, various unnecessary wants had been greatly suppressed. Since greed would always create unknown variables. And there was the chipset behind the necks of them implanted by the first-grade citizens. Humans. They fear too many things all the time. Did this environment make them like this? Muticella had already reached her workplace while having various thoughts. A huge area in the center of the tower. Though it was only about 5 m tall, this place was multiple times bigger than a sports field. Muticella walked across the glass floor that gave the impression of levitating while crossing it. Keying. Boom. There was a single glass cell in the midst of various bright and beautiful lines in the ground. It looked like a coffin or even a jail cell, but this beautiful glass cell was the location where Muticella, MSL-17, spent 22 hours of her day. Boom. As Muticella moved into it, the entire energy flow of the tower came into Muticella's perception. The tremendous amount of energy that kept the 380 million people of the city alive. Keying. AHH. I'm getting drunk. The spirit, which had been grumbling the whole time, started to control the flowing energy. Soon. Keying. Part of the energy flowing through the tower came under the control of Muticella and the spirit as they started to move the energy towards one place. Though it was called working, it wasn't very hard. Since it was basically instinctual to them who were literally created to do this job. The spirit felt the tremendous amount of energy flowing through its senses as it mumbled. There were about 50,000 of the enhanced race within this place. They had been placed in various locations within the tower and the city in order to use the energy of the city efficiently. From the small lights all over the city to the entire power grid of the city. But they, the MSL, had been created for an even more important task. The epitome of the enhanced race. The very core of the system that the humans used. The MSL series, the 98 sisters, had been born to manage the Muticella system. Only for this purpose. And below Muticella's feet. Below the giant glass floor. Millions of glass tubes were located throughout the tower. Exactly 19,940 to 124. And inside it? Are they, happy? They, the core part of the Muticella system. Muticella made a happy expression as she looked at the 20 million or so third-grade citizens and mumbled. But then. You're still lost in unnecessary emotions, how long are you going to keep those alive, I wonder? Somebody spoke to Muticella from outside. Someone whom even Hansu was familiar with. Tiamat. But he was different from the Tiamat he knew. As Hansu looked at the strangely different Tiamat from 1,000 years ago, Muticella was doing the same. TMT-17. Though he was born as her mate, she never knew what he was thinking about. Muticella looked at TMT-17 with a worried expression. Reincarnator, Chapter 283, Train Headed to Destruction, 2. During the early days of year 2100. Humans were confident. Space. Deep sea. Illnesses. Death. Various other mysteries. Humans had overcome countless things they had been afraid of and had thought that they had succeeded. There was not a single disease they could not cure, and humans had already been able to live past 300 with ease. The entire surface of the planet, including the seas, had become the humans' territory a long time ago. They hadn't planned colonies yet because their planet was so big, but they already had great technologies regarding spaceflight, and countless humans had already gone off to dozens of planets, including Tiamat, for terraforming and other research. But then. The energy node had been found. Not a machine, but a strange energy flow that used the humans' bodies as the basis. Different from the fossil fuels, solar energy and nuclear energy the humans had been using up until now. The power the humans had built upon so far was so they could control and go against nature. They created medicine to rule over the disease and made facilities to increase their lifespans. They made spaceships for space and huge oceanic cities to rule over the seas. But this was different. A strength which made the humans themselves strong. They could swim around the depths of the sea with ease and no illness would harm them. Their lifespans would increase the more they stacked it inside their bodies, and it allowed them to smash apart steel with brute force. Of course humans, overcome by their greed for this new strength, started to devour this new type of energy. And Nephilim stood in the lead. But humans overestimated their own abilities and underestimated their own greed. Due to this, the node blew apart and the humans had been pushed to the brink of extinction. Then they finally realized that they couldn't control every single situation with their own intellect. And so it had started. The thing the humans had been most afraid of and as a result hadn't took over yet. The great system that had been created to suppress the greed of humans. The symbol of their innermost fear. And the thing needed for it was a spirit that could efficiently control energy and manage the system. And rumble. Muticella spoke to the man who had appeared in front of her. The man who had appeared covered in white light. TMT-17. It's been a while. Hansu made a shocked expression as he looked at the man Muticella greeted. Tiamat. Was he an N? The Tiamat in front of him had the same form as Tiamat 1,000 years from now on. But the aura of a spirit could clearly be felt. The man called TMT-17 that clearly had the trait of an N spoke to Muticella. Can you not put that damn number in the back? I just call you Muticella as well. We're going to be on the same ship, let's drop some formalities at least. I don't think it's right to call me by the system's name just because I manage the system. TMT-17 just shrugged his shoulders. TMT series. The series with the codename Tiamat was one of the top 2 series along with the MSL series. Of course their objectives were different. Though they both used spirits to control the energy, their reason for their creation was clearly different. If the Muticellas were created to manage the Muticella system that provided humans with the good environment, then the Tiamats were created to get rid of the various variables and dangers that may come in the way of humans. So their name was Tiamat. Those who would protect the humans in the unknown planet Tiamat which was filled with dangers. TMT-17 looked at the countless glass tubes below and smirked. I'm playing guard here but doing the same thing in that damn ship. I've got a lot of work to do. I even have to look after those beanheads. That's our job. No. It's your job. My work is to kill and smash things apart. Whilst Muticella made a disgusted expression. With a strange noise, an announcement was made and the entire area of the Muticella was in charge of. In 15 seconds, third-grade citizens shall be released into the area of MSL-17. Underground residence. Beginning energy supply. To conserve energy, it will only be open from 11 to 1300 hours today. Boom. 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 The millions of tubes below Muticella started to move around. Down. At the same time, lights came on below the giant tower. Tiamat shrugged as he looked at the scene. It'll become busy now. I'll move away for now then. Have fun. I won't be able to see you off. Really annoying. The spirit spoke towards Muticella within the silence excitedly. Can you rest since it's empty now? The people who manage you all went to take a break. But Muticella shook her head. Like Tiamat said, it would only get busier. Then, an order came through the chipset. From the Akamel she had seen before. Muticella. Apparently the Muticella system let out the third-grade citizens. Since there's a bit of room within the system, calculate quickly. The orders of Akamel had a hint of maliciousness as well as a bit of expectation. The Muticella system didn't go on break when the humans did. It was the opposite. When the third-grade citizens are released was the time the Muticella system performed its most important task. As Muticella breathed in and out. Boom. A giant sphere above Muticella's head started to spin whilst letting out bright red lights in all directions. Underground residence. Kiiying. With the enhanced race's energy control, the frozen residences started to come back to life. Light filled up the wide area as the flowers, trees, and lakes beside the apartments started to brim with life. And from the 500m wide tower in the center. Chiiying. The glass tubes started to open in order to descend. And white gas came out from these tubes. Ugh. So stiff. Are you sure this keeps us in top condition? Whoa. 5 days have gone past already. People started to appear one after another. And they started to chatter loudly as they started to check on their bodies and their surroundings. And soon sounds of complaints could be heard. Damn. Can't we just live back there? Fuck. We were just about to kill the red lava lizard. Ugh. Walking after having flown for so long, I really can't get used to it. And there was an existence who was smirking at these people. Useless. From the highest point of the residential areas. Tiamat smirked as he looked down. People who had run away from reality. People who agreed that it didn't need to be reality as long as they were satisfied. There were no better than livestock. A virtual world that was created for those who had decided to give up on changing reality and had ran away. Was it called Exodus? What a nice name. Anyways, that Nephilim guy is amazing. He even found a use for these useless things. Tiamat thought up of the virtual world created from the Muticella system and then smirked. But then, a girl came out from between the people. Astania. Tiamat mumbled the name of the female in the distance in a daze. At that moment. Splat. How dare you come here? You're just an obedient dog. Damn bastards. Tiamat frowned inwardly at the citizens who had thrown eggs by his feet. This is making this complicated. Huh? What do you mean? Akamel asked in confusion as the man who he had been talking to suddenly mumbled. There weren't many who can ignore Akamel. But the man in front of him was an exception. This man was special even out of special people. The man whom Akamel had been talking to, Nephilim, started to frown. Well. One TMT is looking for a fight in the underground residential areas. Akamel made a shocked expression. This bastard, why is he over there? It would know what would happen once it walked in the crowds of people, why did it go there? Damn. This is why it's always better to get rid of their rights and just use them like dogs. Why did he give them free movement? He liked neither the enhanced race nor the third-grade citizens. Or maybe we should just treat them like the second-grade citizens. As Akamel mumbled with a cold expression. Nephilim got up and started to head somewhere. Where are you going? I'm going to go have a look. And this shocked Akamel. Though he knew that Nephilim was a hero and a famous being, why would he still go there? Just leave them, we'll deal with them. Just focus on the plan this time around please. There was a reason why Akamel was annoyed. There were so many things Nephilim had to do, why did he have to bother with such a menial task? And, it's tomorrow. In a situation where not a single mistake is allowed, for him to go see one man. Nephilim chuckled as he shook his head. There's a reason why I'm going. He's really special. He's different from the other TMT series. Akimal looked at Nephilim in confusion, but Nephilim just headed down. And Akimal clenched his teeth at the scene. Fuck. I don't like any of these bastards. Akimal thought for a moment, then just shook his head. Their plan was basically complete anyway. It would succeed without Nephilim anyway. Akimal started to send messages with a stern expression. Begin. Soon. The topmost floor of the obelisk started to get busy. Reincarnator, Chapter 284, Train Headed to Destruction, 3. Around the time when the nodes blew apart and pushed humans into the brink of extinction. The first-grade citizens, who were the first ones to have successfully run away to the city with the obelisk, quickly went into a discussion on how to proceed from this point onward. About how to deal with the second and third-grade citizens who were swarming towards the city. But surprisingly they quickly came to a consensus despite the situation they were in. But we don't know how long it will take until we can obtain a completely safe environment for them all. We cannot waste the limited resources and the energy of the node. They didn't know how much energy there was left in the node, and the situation outside was horrendous. If they also had to accommodate the second and third-grade citizens as well, then the resources they had would drain at a rate 5 times greater than if the node was just supporting them, the first-grade citizens, alone. 10 years worth of resources gone in 2 and 50 years worth gone in 10. In a situation where they didn't know the approximate time it would take to finish their preparations, nobody wanted to risk the resources they had like this. And it wasn't hard to control the others. Since the existing enhanced race members were extremely powerful on their own. Though they weren't made for war, if they fought with the spirits then they might easily surpass that of the army. And almost all of the control rights over the enhanced race belonged to the first-grade citizens. They just needed to control the obelisk with these and then chase the others away. But then. Haha. Everyone. Why are you so short-sighted? Everyone quieted down at the words of one man. They had to. Since this man wasn't ordinary. The savior of humankind. He researched the energy nodes to create the spirits and then successfully made the enhanced race, an almost godlike engineer amidst them. Nephilim. Though there wasn't a rank above the first-grade citizens, Nephilim was a resource that was so precious to them that he was widely perceived to be a VIP citizen. If they had to vote on the one person to save out of their 8,000, then almost every vote would easily go over to this man, a genius of geniuses. Nephilim smiled as he continued to speak. What led to the current situation was not within our control. But we shouldn't make mistakes from this point onwards, right? Easy. We just need to control every possible variable. Then one of the first-grade citizens shouted in shock. Are those even words, Doctor? We cannot control every variable, nor could we see the future. We've come all the way to this point because we had to treat those unlearned second and third-grade citizens as people and had to fulfill their desires. Around year 2050, there was a suggestion that everyone should get a chipset implanted behind their neck for the greater advancement of the humankind. Of course this was met with a flood of resistance. It was clear it would be used to control them. A tremendous amount of fighting occurred to the point of a civil war breaking out when the first-grade citizens and higher elites of the community finally realized that they had much more to lose. But if they knew this would happen, then the first-grade citizens would have gone through the war to implant the chipsets in the necks of the second and third-grade citizens. Unlike the first-grade citizens who meticulously planned and carefully used the energy nodes to an efficient way and avoiding the possible dangers that the node could bring them, the second and third-grade citizens thought that the first-grade citizens were trying to monopolize the strength and poked around into every node they could find. In order to gain the strength from that power and perhaps even use it to gain the upper hand against the first-grade citizens. And because they had failed in controlling this power, the nodes blew apart. But for them to use up their own resources to let these people into the city? These third-grade citizens were basically useless to them when the enhanced race provided them with power and various other utilities. They aren't useless. I assure you. They can solve the problem that you are most afraid of. Boom. As the giant sphere spun and let out a red light, a tremendous pressure started to appear inside Muticella's head. Pressure to control the huge and complex Muticella system. Ugh. And Muticella wasn't the only one who was groaning. The spirit also screamed out from the strain it was receiving. A tremendous amount of energy which couldn't even be compared to the amount before flooded into her. And she knew instinctively that she needed to be much more meticulous starting from this point. This was the core ability of the Muticella system. Prediction. It calculated every possible variable and every action possible to figure out the best plan. The final torch that would show the road to humanity's future. While Muticella and the spirit were screaming, the system above Muticella's head continued its calculations, and around the time the sphere stopped spinning. Ugh. Muticella was finally freed from the torrential amounts of information that flooded her head and moaned out loud as she slumped over. But the moment she was done, Akimal's words flowed into her head. If you're done with the calculations, then report the results. Tell us what the success chances of the plan is this time around. As long as the node was using large amounts of energy to protect the city from the giant storm, the node would soon dry up. The plan to move to the new planet must succeed no matter what. If not, then there was no future for the humans left. And the calculation that the Mucella system had just done was in order to determine the success rate for this plan. Muticella gasped for breath as she started to send over the data. And Akimal read over the data on the chipset as he made a satisfied expression. Nice. Good. Good. MSL-17, continue to calm down the system. Man. Why is it set up to cool down for 2 hours after only 5 minutes of working? Nephilim should just focus on this system that can predict the future. Why does he give a damn about the rights of these enhanced races? Akimal purposely mumbled it so Muticella could hear it as he shut off the call. Ugh. I'm going to beat that bastard down one day. The spirit grumbled inside her. But Muticella thought back to the calculations from before. As long as there's no special variables, the rate of success is 99.9908%. This was as good as 100%. Though Muticella had an ominous feeling about something, she decided to brush it off and started to cool down the system. She needed to completely revert it to its original state before the third-grade citizens came back. Her worry wouldn't matter much. Though there was a limit to how much the Municella could calculate, it had never been wrong until now. If we could use this for 24 hours straight, then it would be much more reassuring, but 20 million won't be enough for that. Municella sighed as she continued her work. Tisk. Tiamat stared at the people who were throwing eggs at him. Actually, he was quite in awe. At Nephilim, who had created the system, and at the first-grade citizens who supported him. Municella system. Using the 20 million souls of the citizens as the basis, it brought up a tremendous amount of calculative power to determine the variables of the outside environment. It recorded every memory, action patterns, and emotions of the people to convert it all into calculative variables. The prediction was made like this. And another thing. The calculative power wasn't always needed. Nephilim and the other scientists achieved an incredible feat with the leftover calculative power from when the system isn't predicting the future. Creation of a virtual reality. The moment this virtual reality was created, the first-grade citizens announced it to everybody below. Are you going to stay trapped within this shelter, where you never know when it will collapse? Or will you live every day happily in an amazing virtual reality where you cannot die? Many were afraid of this virtual reality at first, but with continued whippings it didn't take long for all of the third-grade citizens to escape into the virtual reality, and thanks to this the first-grade citizens had been able to use the remaining resources and energy more efficiently than before. Since the virtual reality allowed for the minimum usage of resources and energy compared to what they would have used in reality. All they needed was for their life to be maintained and the tower energy to continue flowing. Though something's off, the results are good. Nephilim had successfully gained the happiness of almost 30 million people as well as the prediction function of the Municella system. But the process wasn't without faults. This fucking bastard. Ha. He came without a first-grade citizen. How bold. Hey, come down. Tiamat frowned as he heard the aggressive shouts of the citizens. They, the Tiamat series, were not in good terms with the citizens. The safety and happiness the game provided. Though a great offer had been given to them, humans wouldn't just be moved from this alone. Why aren't the first-grade citizens using it? If it's that good. And it's not free. For us to have to stay within it forcibly. Isn't this a bit fishy? Of course there were people who went against them, so a whip was needed. And the whip that had been wrought was him. The enhanced race created for battle. An existence that had the energy of this giant city within its body and wielded it freely. Bastard. Come down. The citizens roared in rage as they remembered being attacked by Tiamat. And Tiamat frowned as he saw this. Reincarnator, Chapter 285, Star of Transcendence, 1. Tiamat frowned at the citizens. These guys. Even if the humans had succeeded in enhancing their own bodies and absorbing the node's energy to a degree, his terrifying might was not something these humans could go against. But the current situation was a bit different. Annoying. Did that game enhance their perception or something? You bastard. Come down. Tiamat made an annoyed expression as he watched the citizens who had climbed on the roof and were grabbing onto his clothes. He and the other enhanced race were set so they would only be able to attack the citizens with the orders of a first-grade citizen or when the citizen themselves broke a rule. This was why these guys, who would get killed off with just a single breath, were acting like this. And these guys, those whose physical bodies had been enhanced as well as having absorbed the node's energy, could easily rip apart steel beams with their bare hands. That was why they had been able to jump on the roof. And the people who came up here started to tap on Tiamat as if they wanted to pick a fight with him. Hey you. You're him, right? The guy who burned my friend half dead. Hey. Try attacking us like that time. Smack. Yeah. Spread some egg on you before you walk around. Ha ha ha. These citizens weren't able to attack directly either since attacking the enhanced race was against the rule. But annoying him was easy. But for them to be able to do this even though they would still clearly remember the might he could wield. That game. I guess it rids them of their sense of fear as well. Or maybe they can't differentiate between virtual reality and reality. Tiamat grinned at his teeth as he looked at those who were throwing eggs at him. The fact that he was being pegged by eggs by those whom he could kill with just a flick of his wrist was really annoying him. And the fact that he couldn't retaliate annoyed him even before. King. And the chip set on his neck was stopping him from acting out. Like a collar on a dog. Yeah. I'm just a bastard dog, huh? Crackle. Every time Tiamat clenched his teeth, the chip set on his neck buzzed as it let out sparks. In order to suppress the enraged Tiamat. At that moment. Everyone calmed down. Whoosh. A man came down from the elevator as he shouted in order to calm the people. The surrounding guards could clearly tell how important this man was. 10 men who looked exactly like Tiamat. A man who could take around 10 TMT series, which there were only 100 of like the MSL series, in this entire city there was only one person. Nephilim. No, it's not what you're thinking. Everyone who were raging against Tiamat started to stutter and fall back. The TMT series was the invention of Nephilim. They were like the children of Nephilim and it was not easy to throw eggs at the child in front of the father. Even more so if the father was a figure whom everybody respected and worshipped more than anybody else. As everyone looked to Nephilim with awkward expressions. Nephilim calmly pointed with his hand. Now. Calm down everybody. Go loosen up your bodies or something. Though the world inside the capsule is invigorating, it isn't as nice as this beautiful nature. Nephilim pointed towards the underground gardens which were being managed by the spirits and the people backed off at these words. And Tiamat looked at Nephilim with an awkward expression as well. Though he treated most people like bugs, 2 people were excluded from this. One was Astania, the reason why he had come down here. And the other, Nephilim. Am I also respecting this human? Tiamat scoffed but he didn't know for sure. He, who had only been alive for 6 months, couldn't completely control his emotions yet. The reason why he had come down here was to verify the strange sensation that sprang up from the corner of his mind. The moment he thought up to this point. Oh right, did she leave? As Tiamat tried to look around. Whoosh. Something popped up in front of him. Who are you looking for? Flinch. Tiamat stuttered as he looked at Nephilim who had appeared in front of his eyes. Nephilim was smiling, while projecting a hologram, and an attractive woman floated on the screen. Perhaps this woman. Tiamat glared at Nephilim with a slight frown while Nephilim looked back at him in amusement and satisfaction. As I thought, you are special. Tiamat looked at the 10 TMT series who looked identical to him. For him to be special when there were so many of himself? It sounded like Nephilim was mocking him. But Nephilim shook his head. Don't make that expression. You're truly special. We can help each other a lot it seems. Will you follow me? Tiamat frowned. While he was stopping an uproar, he had been downed by a citizen when he got hit in the back of the head before. Of course this shouldn't have been possible, but he wasn't in battle mode but rather suppression mode. But there was a woman who had saved him while he was being stomped and ripped apart by the enraged citizens. Damn. I really don't like you, but I'll save you this one time. You fucking bastard. Tiamat asked in confusion while the back of his neck was still ringing in pain. Since he was somebody who should simply be killed in their eyes. And if he was kept alive then he would only be used to suppress them again after he healed. This woman's actions did not make sense. The woman, Astania, spat out some blood as she answered. You also acting under orders anyway. You probably feel worse than us. They fought for freedom. But these guys never had freedom to begin with. They only followed orders and fought for the first-grade citizens. The reason for all this hate was the first-grade citizens, but only the people below were bleeding. And Astania did not like this. Damn. If you guys knew our feelings then you wouldn't be so cruel against. No. What am I even expecting from you guys? How could I? Astania chuckled. The TMTs were under a lot more pressure compared to the MSLs since their main purpose was battle, not management. Unlike the MSLs in charge of management, emotions were something that were truly unneeded in the TMTs whose focus was battle and massacres. It wasn't bad usually, but once they got into battle mode then the chipset behind them erased all of their emotions. Well. I don't know when this will end, but if it doesn't end badly then let's meet again with smiles. Astania finished her words as he climbed back out. Tiamat grasped his painful neck as he looked towards Astania with a confused expression. Things were really bad back then. But thankfully there weren't many dead, it's all thanks to you TMTs. Nephilim smiled as he mumbled. Casualties only happened when two forces of similar strengths collided. The first-grade citizens removed the limits imposed on the TMT series after seeing the situation turning for the worse, and everybody who was rebelling were suppressed by the pure might of the TMTs as they backed off. I guess he was more cheerful than I thought. Tiamat stared at Nephilim who was mumbling in happiness as he asked. What do you need? The enhanced race were wired to be respectful towards the humans. Though Tiamat felt like he could be disrespectful if he wanted, but it didn't feel right to do so to this man. Maybe it's because he created me. Tiamat controlled his unknown emotions as he tried to understand the current situation. There was no reason for him and Nephilim to converse one-on-one like this. Though he was one of the two special series within this giant city, the other party was a man who stood out amidst the 70 billion humans. They were on different levels. And this is his personal space, all other TMTs are outside as well. The tower's topmost penthouse from where one could clearly see the entire city. This place was a mysterious place where even Akamal hadn't been in. A perfect personal space where not a single monitoring device existed. Trinkle. Nephilim poured 2 cups of tea as he smiled at Tiamat. I wanted to converse with just us two. Anyways, how's the emotion of love? Well, maybe it's not there yet. But Tiamat was extremely shocked by these words. Love? This. Tiamat then scoffed inwardly. Love? A TMT like me has no such function as replying to your jokes. Find someone else please. Nephilim smiled. What do you mean? You wouldn't just go underground to eat some curses, right? Didn't you go down even though you knew that would happen? Something's itchy, right? In here. Nephilim patted his chest. Tiamat frowned as he asked carefully. Are you calling me special because of that? Even if he felt something for a citizen. He didn't know if this made him special in any way. Maybe not during a battle, but he, as an enhanced race, was entitled to some emotions. It was possible for them to feel emotions in special cases and if they were in the daily life mode. The other TMT series were just standing around expressionlessly because they didn't feel the need to show emotions. They were born for battle and all these emotions would just disappear like bubbles once they got into a battle. But Nephilim chuckled. You aren't special because of that. There's another reason. Tiamat became curious. About what his differences were and why this amazing scientist, Nephilim, was so interested in him. But when Tiamat was about to ask. TMT 17. These are the new commands and their associated data for the plan. Open the channel so I can send them over. Tiamat frowned as he heard Akamal's voice through the chipset. Rumble. Boom. Then, towards Mutasela as she finished up reverting the Mutasela system back to its original state. MSL 17. These are the new commands and their associated data for the plan. Open the channel so I can send them over. Mutasela made a confused expression at the sudden orders being sent to her. Was there something she didn't know about regarding this plan? And it's not only coming to me. It was being sent to every enhanced race including the MSLs. Mutasela started to read the data with a confused expression. Wondering why the data was sent suddenly and in secrecy. And soon. Tremble. Wow. These bastards are truly insane. Mutasela's eyelids trembled as the spirit cursed inside her. They're leaving behind all the third-grade citizens. The whole over 20 million of them. They weren't just being left behind. According to this plan. Every remaining human would die for sure. Mutasela was extremely shocked as she continued to read through the data. Reincarnator, Chapter 286, Star of Transcendence, 2. Tiamat looked at the data with a shocked expression. Codename, Plan for the Migration of Humanity. The directives were simple. First and second grade citizens were to board the spaceship that was being built across the mountain range. and there were clear instructions for the enhanced race so there wouldn't be any casualties during all of it. But nowhere in the data was there anything regarding the third-grade citizens. Tiamat asked Nephilim. What's going on? I thought everybody was migrating. Nephilim smiled. Why are you asking a scientist like me? I'm only responsible for making you and creating the spirits. People who decide how to use them are people like Akamal, the highest ranked members. Tiamat made a dumbfounded expression. Even if people like Akamal could fly, they wouldn't be able to reach the height Nephilim was at. Which meant that Akamal had to present his ideas and receive approval from Nephilim for every plan. But for Nephilim to not know what's going on in a situation like this? What are you? Tiamat, who was about to become enraged, realized what he was about to do and then calmed down. Why was he getting angry? Thinking about it, there was nothing that should matter to him even if the third-grade citizens were disposed of. Since their deaths didn't matter to him. The 100 or so of the TMT series will be allowed to board and it was better if they didn't take the third-grade citizens. Why was there a need to get angry for those who threw eggs at him? But something kept tickling him inside his chest. Something was complaining inside him. And Nephilim smiled as he looked at Tiamat. Shouldn't you run? What do you mean? Nephilim patted his chest. This. I'm talking about this from before. At that moment, Tiamat realized where the uneasiness and the annoyance was coming from. And Nephilim whispered into his ears. Our TMT-17 is a very precious resource. Adding one extra person wouldn't be that hard. And the moment he heard this, swoosh. Tiamat stomped out from Nephilim's personal area as he started to walk somewhere. And somebody shouted behind his back. Good luck. If you hurry then you might be able to find her before they re-enter. Then, Tiamat disappeared into the darkness and Nephilim shrugged his shoulders inside his own personal area. Well, you should at least hear why you're so special. That's the most important part. 15 minutes until entrance time into Exodus. Citizens, please move to your designated locations. Finally, we're going back in. Gosh, I thought I was going to die from boredom. Ugh. Geek. I'm going to kill what I was about to before. As the announcement was made, the citizens who were spread out all over the wide underground area started to swarm around the tower. Though some were looking at this with a strange expression. Astania made a worried expression while looking at the citizens. I know it's nice but aren't they relying on it a bit too much? Astania mumbled to herself. She understood that the world inside that place was good. Since they were able to forget the problems of reality inside it. The first-grade citizens who wished to rule over them. The harsh environment that continuously tried to wipe them out. And they, who were powerless to do anything in this situation. They were able to forget all of that inside that place. No, more than that. Unlike this place, where they were powerless, they could become heroes. They flew through the skies and hunted dragons. They killed beasts and saved others. Nothing I can do. It looked like they were running away from reality rather than playing a game but she was the same as them. Astania sighed as she started to move towards her cell as well. But at that moment, somebody grabbed her arm. What? Astania saw a familiar face as she looked behind in confusion. Let's go. What? Hey. I didn't do anything wrong. Why is a TMT series taking me? Astania shouted in confusion. TMT series. The beings that were in control of the city's laws. Astania freaked out. Why? Why is this happening? No matter how she thought about it, she hadn't done anything wrong. Even if she did something wrong, for a TMT to come get her. These were not things that should be for that. Tiamat frowned as he responded to Astania's words. You told me to meet with smiles but the situation is not like that. Follow me. What? Oh. Are you the one from then? Astania then realized something. She remembered who this was. Ugh, there's no way to tell them apart. Astania sighed out in relief but then frowned as she stopped Tiamat and spoke. Where are you taking me? I have to go in the cell. Astania pointed towards the giant tower filled with glass cells behind her. And Tiamat made an annoyed expression at this. This dumb girl. You're going to die if that happens. The first and second grade citizens were going to get on the ship. The enhanced race who supplied and controlled the obelisk also had to get on. Which meant this giant tower would lose both its software and hardware and would cease to work. And the third grade citizens would not be able to survive in these harsh conditions without the protection of the obelisk. They would freeze to death inside the glass cells. If you have something to say then say it here. If not then just tell me later. He wanted to speak but the chipset was preventing him from leaking the top secret informations. Fuck. Astania frowned and then threw Tiamat's hands off. What are you doing? If you're going to just play around and fuck off. Are you looking down on me because I'm just a third grade? If I don't go in there in time then it'll be bad. Astania glared at Tiamat and started to stomp towards the tower. Kikajik. Tiamat wanted to grab a hold of Astania but he could not. The chipset was stopping him. The enhanced race cannot forcefully act against a citizen. Stop your actions immediately. The chipset's electric signal suppressed his entire body as Astania disappeared towards the tower. And the various emotions inside him swelled. Rage. Pity. And Tiamat clenched his teeth and poured strength all over his body. Ugh, fooing, hell. Crack. Crunch. At that moment, something shocking occurred. Tiamat started to move despite the chipset suppression. Please. As his body moved. Boom. 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 Tiamat didn't pay attention to the fact that he could ignore the chipset as he started to rush towards Astania with an urgent expression. Huh. As Astania freaked out at Tiamat who rushed up to her. Smack. Astania fell on the ground unconscious as Tiamat hit her in the back of her head. Ha, ha. Strangely, the chipset had stopped suppressing him as Tiamat attained his goal. Tiamat breathed out roughly as he stared down at Astania who was laid out on the ground. He then heaved her onto his shoulders and quickly ran over to the elevator. I need to hurry. The train to the spaceship would soon set off. As he got on the elevator, the sensor inside it started to scan him. Scanning. TMT-17. Scan complete. Activating. Boom. Tiamat glanced at the countless third-grade citizens lying in the glass cells in the distance but soon turned away from them as the elevator started to climb up. Everyone, proceed to board starting from the citizens of Zone 19 please. You've done well until now, congratulations on obtaining the right to go to the new world. The first level station of the obelisk. Countless people were climbing aboard the long train. Most were the first-grade citizens of the obelisk. And around the first-grade citizens, the various enhanced race members were getting on board along with the citizens. Akamal looked at the scene from the corner of the station next to two TMTs. Good. Perfect. The boarding of the citizens from the city was proceeding smoothly as the Municella system was being moved onto the spaceship. Though it might not be as good as the Municella system that used the souls of the 20 million people, it would be more than enough. Since the number of citizens would naturally rise once they colonize the new planet properly. At that moment. Warning. Warning. Unknown citizen is attempting to board. All enhanced race of card A22, proceed to prevent the boarding. Huh. Akamal frowned at the sudden warning. No way. All the third-grade citizens should be inside Exodus by now. The third-grade citizens of the 17th zone who had been awakened just recently were also going into Exodus. And they couldn't use the elevators even if they were awake, so who was trying to come? What's going on? Akamal frowned as he took the two TMTs and headed towards the location of conflict. Boom. Boom. Sounds of collisions could be heard around the station. Who caused this? Akamal approached the area with a confused expression but then made a dumbfounded expression at the scene. Various enhanced race members had been flung back. And the one TMT series who had a girl on his back. Akamal realized what was going on the moment he saw this and then grinned at his teeth. Nephilim. No matter how much you try to stop me this time, it won't work. Fucking bastards. I'll make sure to tighten your collars properly after this. And at that moment, TMT-17, the one who had created all this mess, stomped towards Akamal. This bastard. As Akamal glared at Tiamat. Tiamat pondered for a moment but then spoke straightforwardly. Please let this woman on board. His demand wasn't very far-fetched. His own worth was extremely high, and though he didn't know why they were leaving behind the third-grade citizens, adding one extra woman wasn't hard for Akamal. This was why he had left behind the other citizens. Since if they started to cling onto him he might not be able to save the woman. Though you won't be treated well after you get on, you should at least live. Tiamat mumbled as he glanced at Astania. But from the distance, MSL-17, Municella, saw the scene with a sad expression. Tiamat. She understood what he was thinking. But sadly, Tiamat didn't understand the humans enough. To be precise, the dark parts of their emotions. And just like she expected. Don't want to. Akamal scoffed as he replied. Tisk, tisk. Nephilim looked at the scene from the distance and clicked his tongue. Reincarnator, Chapter 287, Star of Transcendence, 3. Tiamat asked as he looked at the dark expression of Akamal. Why not? His demand wasn't outrageous. This much should easily be doable. But Akamal smiled coldly as he spoke. Of course not. It's not fair. Not fair. Akamal nodded. Yeah. Every other third-grade citizen is below. But who is that woman for us to treat her like this? Tiamat was dumbfounded from these words. Unfair. Was this something these guys who were leaving behind all the third-grade citizens to die should be saying? It won't be bad for them. It'll end for them in happiness inside there. Every one of them agreed, right? That it's better to live inside there than living in reality. As he heard these words. Pop. A vein popped up on his forehead. And he felt something boiling inside him. Kaijijiaik. Rage was one of the most distracting emotions when they were doing their job. The chipset activated as it tried to suppress him. Ugh. While he was trying to escape the suppression from the chipset, Tiamat resisted the electrical signals from the chipset as he raised his trembling hand. Because he really felt like he needed to punch this man. Though the fist of Tiamat, who could easily rip apart steel like it was paper, was approaching his face, Akamal was completely calm. As Tiamat was about to grab a hold of Akamal. Whoosh. The two TMT series next to Akamal grabbed both of Tiamat's arms and made him kneel. Ugh. He tried to resist but it was all futile. The chipset was still suppressing him and he could not win against the two TMTs who had the same power level as him. Akamal smirked at Tiamat kneeling in front of him. It was hard making you. So you originally had the rights to come on board with us. But if you're defective then the story changes. Usually, they would just fix the chipset and reuse him but they were about to leave. They didn't have the time nor did he want to. I don't need a defective enhanced human who can resist us in this new world. This was why the third-grade citizens were being left behind. Though they were calculating the success rate of this plan, the Municella system was actually calculating something else. Should we take the second and third-grade citizens with us to the new planet? Everyone was cautious. As to how bad the situation could become if the second and third-grade citizens rebelled. The ashy storm outside the barrier proved this. Would these guys not cause troubles in the new world? The first-grade citizens scanned the brains of every citizen using the Municella system and launched a calculation. And the results. Up to second grade is helpful. Starting from the third grade, their usefulness drops and the chance of them causing issues rises. Why should we take them then? Even such a thing in front of his eyes might appear. Enhanced humans who broke the chipset and went wild. Akamal had no thoughts of sharing even a bit of their precious resources to take someone like this. Akamal laughed coldly as he spoke. Don't worry too much. I have a conscience, you see. I won't hurt you lovebirds. With those words. Crackle. Kahook. One of the TMT series stabbed into the back of his neck as Tiamat felt his consciousness fading out. Fucking hell. Tiamat lost his consciousness as he watched Akamal who was laughing at him coldly. MMM. Tiamat rose up as he sensed something whipping against his skin. And he made a shocked expression as he looked around. The empty platform. All the first-grade citizens and the enhanced race had boarded and left. Only 2 life forms were alive. He, who had fallen. And Estania, who was still unconscious. Damn. Tiamat checked the status of his body but then sat back down. What's the use? As the MSL series who controlled the Mutasela system left, there was no enhanced race member to pour him any energy. Soon this giant tower, the obelisk, will cease to act and then the harsh environment will soon sweep over the city. Even he didn't have the confidence to survive for long periods of time. He will slowly lose energy and die out. I wanted to save you at least. Tiamat sighed out as he looked at Estania sleeping next to him. He didn't know what the sensation he was feeling towards this woman was. But he felt that he would be much happier if this woman lived and was happy. And even more so if he was next to her. Were Nephilim's words true? Tiamat chuckled at conversation he had with Nephilim. He really had become special. He was probably the only TMT series who was left behind here. I should have listened to his answer at least. The reason why I am special. But it was too late to hear the answer now. Since Nephilim would have long boarded the ship. That man was in a different situation than him. At that moment. Living isn't easy, right? You would have been able to board if humans lived in harmony. No way. Tiamat mumbled in shock at the voice that was coming from the distance. Since that voice was not something that he should be hearing. But despite his voice, the voice was only getting closer. Tiamat turned around and was at a loss for words. Nephilim. How are you here? Nephilim chuckled as he looked at Tiamat. It seems your chipset is completely broken. Maybe it's a good thing? Ha ha ha. Why did you stay behind? Tiamat pinched his cheek in case he had come into the virtual reality. Nephilim had no reason not to board and he had to board. Since if Nephilim chose to stay here, all the other first-grade citizens would have forcibly taken him. Nephilim shrugged his shoulders. Oh that? I just boarded a clone who looked similar to me. I hope that guy is happy over there. What? What are you? Why did you not go? Since the chipset, which was suppressing his emotions, had been broken. Various emotions sprang up from inside him. As Tiamat mumbled with a shocked expression, Nephilim laughed as he spoke. Is there a reason for me to go? I've already accomplished my goals here. What? Nephilim pointed towards the tower behind him as he looked at Tiamat. They left behind the most important thing. Tiamat's expression brightened at these words. That confident expression. Nephilim, who had overseen all the previous plans and endeavors, had been left behind. Was this not a possibility of him surviving? Maybe the ones who got onto the ship made a mistake? But sadly. Nephilim made a sorry expression as he spoke. I'm sorry if I brought your hopes up, but don't make such an expression. This body will soon die. Huh? Nephilim shrugged his shoulders. Why are you so shocked? Since I'm done with my objective and this body has done what it needed to, it's time to throw it away. And Tiamat was enraged. Fuck. What were you trying to do here then? Various emotions that had been suppressed before sprang up. No, there was one dominant emotion inside him. Fear. The emotion that endangered a soldier the most. This emotion was slowly eating away at Tiamat due to the unknown future. And as a response to this. Boom. A white spirit exploded out from inside him and surrounded Tiamat. A spirit of light. One of the most destructive spirit in existence had come out. With one objective. To protect Tiamat. But Nephilim scratched his chin as he looked at Tiamat. Why are you getting angry after you just asked? Anyways, my objective is. Well, you could say it's engineering. Or terraforming. It's making this place a bit prettier. Suiting the taste of someone above. Huh? Someone above? Was there somebody who was in a place higher than Nephilim? Is he making fun of me? At that moment. Ah, he's here. With this. Split. Space cracked and spliced apart. And from the dark void. A small creature popped out. A small pair of wings and a shining body. As he looked at the fairy-like creature he had seen from the fairy tales. Huey. Tiamat's entire body started to tremble. Though its outer appearance was a cute fairy, there was a tremendous amount of power and viciousness residing inside it. Whoosh. Tiamat couldn't help himself as he fell on the ground, but Nephilim ignored it as he spoke to the fairy. It's finished. You're going to take over now, right? The fairy smiled. That's how it should be normally, but there's something amusing here. Originally, as the giant obelisk was completed and these other creatures were gone, it should have been finished. But how could it ignore something amusing that appeared in front of it? As the fairy, who had the same nature as God, smiled. Fucking bastards. If you're going to joke around then. Tiamat grinned at his teeth as he mumbled. This tiny thing was looking at him as if he was a toy. But the fairy shook its head and smirked. No. I'm not joking around. You see, I really like people like you. You're very special. The fairy looked between Tiamat and the direction the first-grade citizens had gone towards as it spoke out. You were born with the Transcendence Star. Oh right, I was going to tell him first. Nephilim smacked his forehead. Reincarnator, Chapter 288, Star of Transcendence, 4. We will set off after 05:02:11. Boom. Mutasela sat in the engine room as she made a bitter expression while looking at the Mutasela system in front of her. She kept thinking about her partner, TMT-17, who had been left behind in the city. It might have been better if there was at least a spirit she could talk to, but that spirit had long been taken out of her into a glass sphere. To supply the ship with the energy. Akamal, who was standing next to Mutasela, smiled in contentment as he mumbled. Dumbass. He overestimated his own worth. Couldn't you have taken them all? Not just Tiamat but the third-grade citizens as well. Impudent. Akamal frowned at her words. He also wanted to show her who was in charge, but he could not. Unlike Tiamat, MSL-17 was a vital part of the flight. I guess I'll make another when I arrive. Akamal was enraged and had almost spurted out his inner thoughts. Thoughts that were a bit extreme for the others to hear but were completely fine to utter to these products of theirs. No way. Our worth is much higher than those wasteful bastards. Those things that only know how to waste resources are a plague in a situation where we have limited resources. Maybe you don't know because you've only been alive for a short time, etch that into your memory. As Mutacella frowned at Akamal. Whoosh. Ugh. Akamal held Mutacella's chin as he coldly whispered. Know your limits, even if we need you it'll be a bit hard on us if you cross the line. Yeah, learn to avoid my gaze like that. Now, go ahead and finish your job. Move all the second-grade citizens in cryosleep onto the ship. The second-grade citizens weren't used by the Mutacella system unlike the third grades. But they couldn't just throw them away. Since they needed them as servants in the new planet. So they had frozen close to 10 million of them. And they will be moved to the new planet in that state. Until the first-grade citizens finish the preparations. The beautiful colony built inside the spaceship was only for the first-grade citizens. Perfect. I shall give you this planet as a whole. Farewell then. Akamal looked towards the city in the distance and then smiled as he thought of Tiamat. But then. Warning. Warning. The surrounding environment is changing drastically. All citizens move to the designated emergency positions. A sudden warning rang throughout the spaceship. What? Akamal freaked out. Check the outside situation immediately. Akamal hurriedly gave orders to the Mutacella system. And soon, Akamal was at a loss at the scene in front of him. No way. A humongous tornado was spinning around the obelisk in the distance. As the shield that was protecting the tower broke, a giant tornado had formed inside it. Akamal grinned at his teeth as he looked at what was happening in the distance. What the fuck? Countless ashy clouds that had originally surrounded the entire planet were being sucked into the tower. And the mountain range that was barely holding onto its shape was being covered with snow and clouds. All the land around the city was freezing and breaking apart. Crunch. Crack. And of course the spaceship which was preparing for its flight could not escape this calamity. Calculating. Flight determined to be impossible. Astro 17. Shifting to dormant mode. The warning resounded throughout the spaceship as the first-grade citizens freaked out. What the hell? What is this? We didn't foresee this with the Mutacella system. What's going on? And the spirit was shocked as well. The spirit, which was acting as a generator for the ship inside the flask, made a confused expression as it looked. They deserved it? But what's actually going on? The sky was falling with the tower as the center. The obelisk, which had become the pillar that held up the humanity's survival, was turning everything around it into a land of death. As if it was trying to suck in every calamity of the world. A similar scene was probably playing out in the other obelisks as well. And Hansu was also shocked at this scene. Was this why the ship was resting beyond the range? There's still too much that doesn't fit. At that moment. Boom. Sounds of explosions against the surface of the ship could be heard. Even the people inside the engine room could hear it. Why? Stop that bastard. Boom. Clang. Sounds of clashes and explosions were heard. Though the spirit's perception had weakened after it had entered the flask, but it could clearly hear those screams. And Akamal freaked out with a horrified yelp. You bastard, how? It also heard the familiar voice that was responding to Akamal. I sold my soul to the devil. As Akamal screamed. Hansu quickly started thinking. He sold his soul to the devil. This current Tiamat was much stronger than before. If Akamal had known that Tiamat could make that tower go insane. And that he would kill off the other enhanced race to get to him. He would have never left Tiamat behind. And as Hansu tried to suck in more of the spirit's memories. It's done. You've won. What? The spirit's exhausted voice came into his ears as he started to get sucked out of the flask towards an unknown location. When Hansu's consciousness came back, it was where he had been before. Inside his own consciousness where the spirit had sucked him in. And something very faint was barely holding onto its form in front of him. Something that had lost its previous 7-colored luster. Damn, you've won. You bastard. You're similar to that guy, huh? That guy. As Hansu frowned at the spirit's words. The spirit chuckled as he left behind its final words. I congratulate you for your victory. Now, wipe that shit that you caused with your new strength, haha. Ugh. How pitiful am I? At that moment he realized he needed to hear something. This bastard saw something from my broken memories. Hansu held onto the spirit as he asked. Speak, what did you see? As a consequence the spirit became even more transparent. As if it was about to flicker off. Usually a threat like this would have worked. Since the spirit's mentality wasn't that strong. But the situation was different now, it was already done for. Dumb bastard. Why should I? Kikik. Have fun. Whoosh. The spirit broke apart and disappeared before it could finish its own words. And the 7-colored fragments of the spirit's body entered Hansu's body. Then. A new ability started to appear in his body. Like he was becoming a new entity. A change that was occurring as he consumed the spirit's fragments. It was something he wouldn't resist usually, but he was looking around frantically. My memories, just a bit more. But then. Whoosh. Hansu's consciousness started to get sucked out. Towards the body outside. Tiamat frowned at Hansu who had flinched for a bit before moving, but then he just gathered more white light in his hands and prepared to attack again. It was not something his light spirit had in the past, but something he had gained after hearing that he had to devour everything to become a transcendent. Boom. A giant beam exploded out from Rankom's stake as it flew towards Hansu. It was not a might which Hansu could withstand. No matter how close the gap between them had gotten, this beam was more than enough to smash him into bits. Boom. A giant storm of mist appeared around Hansu. Tiamat grinned at his teeth as he saw this. Did you fuse? Chiaeek. So it was like this. Hansu replied nonchalantly from inside the mist. and the snowstorm was gathering and creating a wall of ice around him. As Hansu lifted his hands to activate this newfound power again. Whoosh! The snowstorm started to gather at a single point. Kahuk! Towards Tiamat, who was preparing to attack again. And in an instant the snowstorm that had been created from the crazed tower that gnawed away at Tiamat's power pushed down onto him, but numerous times stronger than before. The power of the light spirit he had was solely focused on destruction. The dark spirit in Django's hands was focused on manipulating the darkness efficiently. But the ability of the spirit which Mutasela, the manager, had was different. Control. Control over the power a spirit had. An ability needed for her to manage all the giant Mutasela system as well as the entire obelisk. Tiamat's light spirit was more efficient when turning energy into destructive force, but not when there was a huge energy storm all around him targeted at him. Crunch. Crack. Fucking hell. It wasn't just any mana storm. The mana storm that had previously surrounded the entire planet and had now been compressed by the tower was rushing around Tiamat. And as Tiamat grinned at his teeth at the tremendous pressure. Boom. Hansu dashed through the snowstorm as he smashed down into Tiamat with the forked lightning. Kahuk. As Tiamat was flung back and was about to smash onto the ground. Boom. Hansu, who had dashed over and got on top of Tiamat, asked as he beat him. Tell me what happened in the past. What? Smack. Smack. Ugh. Hansu whispered as he grabbed a hold of Tiamat. Did you finish them off 1,000 years ago? He needed to hear this. As to what that devil's deal was. And if that contract was still in effect. You bastard. Boom. Arg. Crunch. Since the spirit isn't responding anymore, I'll need to hear from this side. Hansu dodged the stake that flew towards him and smashed Tiamat in the face again. Reincarnator, Chapter 289, Star of Transcendence, 5. Hansu clutched his head as he activated the demonic dragon reinforcement. My soul is about to break apart. Though he had bought time after eating up the spirit, it was hard for him to battle for prolonged periods of time. But he had a feeling. Something's not right. The virtual reality game the third-grade citizens were enjoying in the past. And the first and the frozen second-grade citizens who had been attacked suddenly. The players who played the game Exodus as well as the residents. The residents he could understand to a degree. Since it wasn't impossible if Tiamat had dealt with the first-grade citizens and established a nation with the second and third-grade citizens. But the players were different. The third-grade citizens who should only exist in virtual reality were actually walking around here. Of course there was no guarantee that the players here and the third-grade citizens of the past were the same people. No, they should be different. But Hansu saw. The face of the girl who Tiamat was holding onto and was trying to protect. That face was somebody he knew. No, it was a face which anybody in this world would know. Clan leader of the Kalakul clan. Clan lord, Astania. Someone who had gained the ownership of the special territory next to the empire's capital despite being a player and the person who's shown the most out of the clan lords of the 15 great clans. Their names and appearances were exactly the same. This was too much to call it a coincidence. If the existences that could only live within virtual reality in the past were actually walking around in reality, then Tiamat had really fucked something up. And there was only one thing that could explain this whole situation. A contract. Tiamat's final words which said that he had made a contract with the devil. Boom. Speak. What is the contract you made in the past? Hansu choked Tiamat as he mumbled. Kahuk. Tiamat gritted his teeth as he vomited out blood. Because he had erased the special characteristics of all the enhanced race from himself in order to resist the orders of the first-grade citizens. The snowstorm around him was continuously gnawing away at him. There was no way to defeat Hansu anymore. This is the end, huh? The first thing he thought of was that thing. The reason for his 1,000 years of hard work. Those things. Tiamat chuckled as he thought of the fairies. Yeah. If you fused then you should have seen a bit of the past through Mutasela's memory. Well you see, I've only asked for a small thing but I don't know why things have become like this. Tiamat thought of the past. The fairy-like existence from the past spoke to him. And told him that he had done more than enough to have the right to ask them for something. Well, I really shouldn't give anything out. But a trade if possible. You don't have to agree if you don't want to. And Tiamat grinned at his teeth at the fairy's suggestion. He had heard before. That none of the devil's deals were proper nor good. A one-sided trade designed for the enjoyment of the devil. The other party who trades with the devil will be driven into destruction. Tiamat smirked at himself who had accepted this offer. But he knew now. As to why all those stories told him to be wary of the devil's offer but why none of them refused it. This is it, huh? Humans didn't trade with the devil because they were weak or evil. The devil was. This evil thing. It appeared right when the humans were at their weakest point in life. That point when the humans could not deny it. Kakik. Tiamat realized as he looked at the fairy which was smiling in a vicious manner. That he himself was at the weakest point of his life. There was only one wish in his head. To acquire a space where he and Astania could live together. Destroying the first-grade citizens or something. And as he wished. The fairy smirked. Half of it is okay. Since it's a bit much for me to personally intervene, you do as much as you can. This place is under your jurisdiction after all. Nephilim smiled while nodding and then stretched his hand towards the tower. And soon. Boom. The giant tower went crazy and started to reverse the power that was pushing away the calamity that was covering the entire planet. The ashy clouds disappeared as sunlight landed on the land across the mountain range. Tiamat realized that the giant obelisk which Nephilim had made had the power to solve this calamity. Of course he didn't care whether the citizens died or not. But he couldn't help but feel disgusted at this man all of a sudden. Nephilim suddenly spoke. While the obelisk is working, the third-grade citizens cannot come out. Since it's all activated with the Mutasela system as the basis. And that's the same. For that woman. Astania's body disappeared into thin air. Towards the inner parts of the obelisk. This is just a hostage. You see, it's a contract. There's no free lunch in this world. This is as much as we can do. And, another thing. Nephilim approached Tiamat and lifted his hands towards the back of Tiamat's neck. Tiamat instinctively tried to attack Nephilim and attacked him with the white beam. But it was futile. It's not anything bad. The white beam was deflected away and Nephilim's hand grasped onto the back of his neck. Like an adult holding down a kid. Everyone thought that Nephilim wasn't any stronger than a first-grade citizen no matter how much of a genius he was. But for him to suppress Tiamat this easily. Nephilim used a strange energy and controlled the chipset. Boom. White light started to explode out from Tiamat's body. In order to allow the full extent of your potential, a limiter would just get in the way. The secret only the developer knew. Nephilim smiled as he removed the limiter. And Tiamat looked at his body in shock. Power was rushing throughout his body. Nephilim laughed towards Tiamat. This is as much as we can do for you. The girl is a hostage, remember. Nephilim laughed. This is a trade. There's only one reason why we're on your side. Fulfill the reason why you were born. It was simple after this really. Though it was still a bit hard for him to go up against all of the first-grade citizens and the enhanced race members, but they were all spread out inside the ship. He just needed to smash them apart one by one. He killed all of the first-grade citizens who had the power to control the enhanced race. And he had saved all of the second-grade citizens and the ants. Since he knew it was impossible for him to do this all alone. Nephilim's condition was simple. Become strong. More than anybody else. There's nothing for us to receive from you yet. When the time comes. We will come. We'll let go of the girl as well. At that point our trade will be complete. Until he transcended and attained the power to escape this world with his skill of annihilation. So he had used the second-grade citizens and the ants to create the White Dragon Arena. And had sealed the ants who could become a variable. As the secrecy of this all was a requirement that the fairy added into their deal. Tiamat asked back in confusion. All the third-grade citizens were asleep and the second-grade citizens and the ants knew about the history already. The fairy responded. This world is going to be recycled. When that happens, focus on keeping the secret. Since it's easier to use them if they don't know anything. And he realized after close to 1,000 years. Whom he needed to keep this a secret from. The tens of millions of people's information were inside the obelisk. Tiamat was shocked as he looked at the third-grade citizens who were reviving with erased memories with that information as the basis. He then realized. And he realized this was even more true as he saw these adventurers getting hunted down by the third-grade citizens. He finally realized what being recycled meant. Tiamat had finally started to understand what the final words of Nephilim were. Live with some confidence. You have that right. Isn't the previous world you lived in quite dull? It was just a nursery after all. I guess I failed to hold up my end of the contract. Tiamat spoke to Hansu with a defeated expression. You wouldn't allow me to live. Tiamat looked at Hansu who wasn't responding and nodded. There was no reason for Hansu to keep him alive. Since this was the only chance he had to kill him. And it was clear from what Hansu was holding with his hand. Badump. Badump. The hand that had entered through his ribs and had grasped his heart. He had failed. He had failed to transcend and release Astania from being a hostage. I really worked hard for 1,000 years. It wasn't that bad. Since Astania would continue to live in this world. In immortality. Better than dying. He could just refuse to speak of the past but he did on purpose. Because. You wouldn't be able to escape it either. Because you. As Tiamat smirked. Boom. In the distance. The giant spaceship in the outskirts of the city started to activate. What the? Why is this working? As one of the players made a shocked expression. Can we see outside if we turn it on? Try turning it on, I want to see what's going on. Okay. As one of the players fumbled with the panel. One of them recorded the inner parts of the spaceship and broadcasted it. Now, shall we see what's going on outside? Since the spaceship was falling across the mountain range. We will be able to see the scene behind it now, right? This is being broadcasted for the first time. One of the Colloquial clansmen laughed as he started the broadcast. Reincarnator, Chapter 290, Transcendence, 1. What could possibly be there? Astania looked at the screen her clansman was broadcasting with curiosity. A strange spaceship? And the lands beyond the sky-high mountain range. Anybody would be curious about it? Is there really information regarding the 6th patch? That's something she would need to prepare for. As a person who was in charge of a huge clan. Keying. Astania leaned back as she watched the screen on the spaceship through the broadcast. It seemed like it would take a bit before the screen actually turned on. At that moment a flower came into the corner of her vision. The bouquet that Tiamat had given her before. Where the hell did this man go anyway? Astania touched the necklace on her neck as she mumbled. This was also something that Tiamat had given her while congratulating her for her rise to the lord of this territory. A gem which symbolized the ownership of this special district. I don't know why he's so nice to me. Is my beauty so incredible that it even impacts NPCs? A smirk had started to appear as she thought up to this point but she quickly resumed her original expression. Tiamat's actions weren't sincere enough for her to think this way. With an NPC with immeasurable strength, he could have easily forced his way in but instead he just roamed around her and took care of her discreetly. How petty. Just charge at me like a man or something. This was in another world. There were cases of people dating NPCs as well. No, it was quite common actually. Since the players, who were confident in their looks, approached the NPCs for their power or wealth. And her clansmen were always joking with her as well. That she should just lure him in and catch him. Isn't it fine as long as he's interested? Just. Though it was still a joke in the end, there was a bit of desire for this to actually happen deep inside the clansmen's minds. Since the Colloquial clan wouldn't just remain as one of the 15 great clans once their relationship with Tiamat improved. There would only be a single clan to rule over all other remaining clans. That was how powerful Tiamat was. Even if he just shifted around a bit to let off his excess emotions, the entire world of Exodus would flip upside down. If Tiamat wanted to give Estania the capital, then that would happen, along with the taxes that the empire collected. A tremendous strength. And Estania had actually dreamed about this alluring future as well. Though she stopped rather quickly. That eye is the problem. Estania smacked her lips. Eyes. The eyes of Tiamat that stared at her. Those eyes were always so sad and filled with immeasurable sorrow. And because of this, using him to gain more power and wealth didn't feel quite right to her. Estania smiled as she touched the necklace on her neck. I should treat him better once he comes back. We should eat or something. The new restaurant that opened in the front looks good. At that moment. Oh. It's coming up. The screen to the outside. The entire Kalakul clan started roaring at the broadcast. And the moment Estania heard this, she resumed her cold expression and regained her posture. Whatever was there was really important. But before we do this, shall we hear the words of the people first? As to how they feel about this historical event. This bastard. He was purposely letting out the steam after riling them all up. And as Estania smirked at the clansman who was pretending to be a reporter at a scene. What the? Estania focused her eyes. She brought the screen closer to her face. AHH. What the hell? Whoosh. Swoosh. The countless clansmen who were on the broadcast started to disappear into golden light while only leaving behind echoes of screams. What? Why are they logging out? Estania was confused as she stared at the broadcast. Since these guys, who had no reason to log out, were disappearing into golden light. She assumed poison, but it didn't seem like it. And the players who were watching the broadcast of the screen on the spaceship heard the clansmen broadcasting this, backing up in shock. The players then all looked at the scene on the screen. A giant tower that reached above the clouds. And the vast city that spread out beneath it. The moment they saw this. Whoosh. Even the broadcasting player disappeared into golden light. But Estania now knew why this was happening. The moment she saw the tower. All of her lost memories were coming back. Memories of the long-forgotten past. She remembered when she had run to the city during the apocalypse. She remembered when she had been oppressed by the first-grade citizens in the city. She remembered when she had risen up against the first-grade citizens. And. Tiamat. You dumbass. Estania smiled as she remembered all this. She realized why Tiamat had taken care of her so much. And why he had always been around her. I guess we won't be able to eat together. Whoosh. Estania's body started to disappear. For the price of breaking the law of this world. A body which was supposed to be trapped inside the obelisk but had instead been allowed to live in this world. A body made by someone else would disappear once it breaks their rules. And soon. Clank. Estania disappeared into golden light as only a single necklace remained beneath where Estania originally stood. Ah. Kiiying. Tiamat was at a loss as he looked between the spaceship that had started to fly up in the distance and the light disappearing from the ring on his finger. How could this happen at the last moment? The light had gone off on the ring on his finger. The light of the ring that was connected to Estania's necklace. The light on this ring would only go off when the necklace had lost its owner. And the royal necklace wouldn't lose its owner even if one logged out. Which could only mean one thing. That the necklace had completely lost its owner. Which meant. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Tiamat started to laugh like a maniac. The laughter which had both rage and hysteria mixed together spread out all around him and Hansu. For what? For what have I survived up until now? The moment he knew Estania died. Something that had supported him for the past 1,000 years had fallen. And at that moment he knew. That he had cherished this woman more than he had thought he did. Tiamat gazed at Hansu expressionlessly. There was a lot more I wanted to talk with you about, but. It doesn't matter anymore. A cold smile appeared on his face. And the moment Hansu saw this. Danger. Hansu instinctively crushed his heart. It was the expression of a man who had thrown away everything, someone who had nothing to lose anymore. Quajuk. Splurred. Blood exploded out from Tiamat's mouth, but the cold smile remained. He was a supernatural being, even out of the supernatural beings on this world. He wouldn't die immediately even if his heart was crushed. Even if his brain was smashed, his body would still move according to his final will. It would only be for a moment, but it was more than enough. Enough to erase everything. This damned world. I'm going to return it all. Since it was a world created from the contract. It'll be okay for me to just return it all to how it was before. Then. The tremendous amount of condensed energy next to Tiamat's heart started to pulsate as it quickly enlarged. The energy which he had compressed with the Rancom stake and the White Dragon Arena for 1,000 years. This energy, which could easily flip the world upside down, started to burn up with a blinding light. Ha 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 ha. How useless. As Hansu heard Tiamat's crazed laughter, he quickly took Rancom's stake from his hands. It was too late to prevent the explosion. But he had to lessen the damage as much as he could. Hansu breathed in and out and then stabbed the stake towards the condensed energy next to where Tiamat's heart had been. The enormous amount of energy started to get suppressed by the stake as they created an intense amount of sparks. And cracks had appeared on the sphere of energy and energy started to leak out. This energy followed the stake up into the sky. Like a bolt of lightning being attracted by a lightning rod. Quad Duke. Hansu quickly forced the stake to be pointed towards the sky. Rumbling. And the energy that had started to explode out from the sphere started to follow the stake into the sky. The snowstorm got dispersed from the energy storm of the sphere and even the clouds above them started to swirl into a storm. Cough. Tiamat, who still had a bit of strength left to talk, laughed in a weak manner as he looked at the stake that had embedded him onto the ground. Haha. If it was something that could be suppressed so easily like this, then he would have never said it could flip the world upside down. Though most of it flew into the sky. The remaining energy was more than enough for what he wanted to do. Boom. Hansu stomped onto the ground as he quickly rushed towards the inner parts of the obelisk. It was not time for him to bicker. I can only live if I reduce the damage as much as I can. The energy he was feeling from inside Tiamat was no small matter. Hansu, who had entered through the broken wall from before, quickly rushed in and started to drop as deep as much as he could as he broke apart the floors. Towards the deepest parts of this tower. Boom. Boom. Tiamat laughed at a loss as he heard the sounds of Hansu breaking through the floors. Will you be able to succeed in crossing that huge barrier? As Tiamat's eyes slowly closed. Boom. An immeasurable amount of energy exploded out from Tiamat's body and started to sweep through everything around him. Rumble. What? What the hell? What happened? Mutasela and the adventurers who were with the ants were at a loss as they stared at the huge pillar of light that had appeared far behind the mountain range. A deafening sound which rang throughout the world, the earthquake that made the world tremble and blinding light that shook the entire world. If there wasn't this sky-high mountain range defending them, that huge energy storm would have swept through them as well. As people stared at the Tower of Light, Mutasela saw something else. The scene of the future she had seen through the Mutasela system in the past. Though her view was blocked by the mountain range, she could clearly see it. The scene of the city in the distance. The 1,000-year-old guardian tree shall fall. She saw the scene of the huge tower falling from the energy storm. Mutasela asked the adventurers at this moment. You all received our blessings, right? Yet. Why do you ask? Mutasela smiled coldly. Winter is coming. Then. Boom. The tremendous snowstorm that the obelisk had been suppressing this entire time started to sweep through the world. Reincarnator, Chapter 291, Transcendence, 2. Rumble. At the war fortress near the Spirit Land. The players started to curse at the broadcast that had suddenly ended. What the hell? Did somebody crash into their house? The player who was broadcasting seemed to have logged out as the millions of players who were focused on this broadcast were only left with complaints. What the hell? Are the higher-ups in the clan suppressing the leak of this intel? They're going to look at it only by themselves, huh? As the people started to shout in rage. Rumble. In the distance. A deafening noise accompanied a blinding light as it exploded out from behind the mountain range. What the? Then. Papa. Pay Papa. The bodies of countless players disappeared into golden light. Like a wave. Like something had lit the countless fireworks. And everybody started to scream at the scene. What the hell? What? What's going on? Bug? Is it a patch? What the fuck? If they're going to forcibly log us off, then at least tell us. There was never a case like this. At least put up a notice. Everyone shouted out with mixtures of rage and fear. This had never happened before. There was never a case where Exodus had faced a game-wide bug like this. Never a case where they had to force close for a patch. A huge explosion. And the mysterious event that occurred after this made everyone fall into chaos. What's the standard? Antoinette, a player who hadn't been logged out, mumbled to herself. Though most had been logged out, there were still players who had remained like this. But it was only for a moment. Antoinette gulped as she looked around at the countless artifacts on the ground dropped by hundreds of thousands of players. Whoa. I guess it's not a logout. It seems the server is facing a huge bug this time. Did the server blow up or something? Antoinette gulped as she stared at these artifacts. These artifacts wouldn't remain behind if they logged out. This was just like when the players got murdered. They're going to get sued big time. Antoinette giggled as she looked at the scene in front of her. Though the drop rate was low, that was only when 1 to 2 people had died. Antoinette gulped at the mountain of artifacts in front of her as she soon started to carefully gather them up. Whoever picks them up is the owner. It's not my fault, right? It's the fault of the stupid game company. When would she be able to benefit like this if not now? And there was chaos around her as well. Hey. I picked it up first. What the fuck do you mean? This is yours? This is originally my friend's. Bullshit. You're even from a different clan. Countless people were bickering over the precious and expensive artifacts. Even if they take back the artifacts, they had nothing to lose. Since it would just be returned to how it was. Hee. How fun. But just at the moment when Antoinette was picking the artifacts up and was smiling. Swish. What? Antoinette shivered at the sudden chill that swept past her. Though the war fortress was close to the frozen spirit land of the west, it wasn't enough to make her body chill. Since the chill that existed on the spirit land never came out. Like it was been held back by something. And though the chances of that chill reaching all the way here was close to 0%, the cold sensation sweeping past her currently was not an illusion. What the hell? She wanted to ignore it and continue picking up the artifacts, but the temperature that was continuously dropping was not something she could ignore. Antoinette raised her head with an annoyed expression to figure out the reason behind this chill. Some maniac isn't using a skill to take all these artifacts, right? Is it a spirit stone? But Antoinette's worries weren't correct at all. Since her worries were merely the best case scenario. And sadly, the reality was not something Antoinette could have ever dreamt of. Oh my god. From the spirit land. Something was charging towards her. A bright, white storm made of hail and snow. The ice storm was freezing everything in its path. As if the dam that held it back exploded. What the hell? Run. Crack. Crack. The players who were located closer to the spirit land than him tried to run away in fear, but it was all useless. The players exploded into golden light the moment the ice storm swept past them. And soon. Rumble. The hailstones from the ice storm swept past Antoinette as well. Fucking hell. Whoosh. Antoinette freaked out at the snowstorm as countless waves of flame exploded out from her body. The fire that came from the A-grade spirit stone had always been enough to burn any players and beasts that came her way. But not this time. Whoosh. Crackle. The energy from the flame was way too small in comparison to the huge storm as the explosion of flames quickly died down. And soon. Fuck. If I die like this, then even the stone of immortality is useless. Antoinette disappeared into golden light as she cursed inwardly. Whoosh. And the storm continued forwards past Antoinette and past the war fortress. Towards the empire and the kingdoms past the war fortress. Towards the entire world. Rumble. Rumble. The giant obelisk. And the huge city below it. This giant and majestic city had long disappeared. Whoosh. The steel forest had long melted down from the tremendous amount of heat and energy that had swept past it and had turned into lava. Though normally the snowstorm would have cooled it down, this storm had long been dispersed by the giant storm of energy as the remaining bits all escaped towards the world as the suppressive powers of the obelisk disappeared. Bubble bubble. Above the lava sea. Ki-yi-yi-ying. The tower that was barely holding on started to tilt. The remaining few hundred meters of the obelisk after its top had been blown off by the energy storm. And soon. Boom. The obelisk fell into the lava sea. Though only a few hundred meters had remained, it was still a humongous size. This huge mass smashed into the lava sea, caused a tsunami of lava and caused lava to flow inside the giant underground structure beneath the obelisk. Rumble. The underground structure beneath the obelisk that had barely maintained its shape started to swallow up the molten metal as it created a waterfall of lava. And from inside the lake of lava deep inside it. Bubble bubble bubble. Bubbles rose up as a huge whirlpool was created. Boom. An explosion occurred as it pushed back the molten metal lake. And from inside this. Boom. A humanoid figure rose up. And this figure landed on the rubble of the obelisk that was slowly sinking into the sea of lava. Cough, ugh. Hansu, who had scales covering his entire body, checked his current status. I barely survived. He would have been able to reduce the damage further if he went deeper since the third-grade citizen's capsule seemed to have been working fine. But there was a limit to how much he could do within that short period of time and as a result he had been hit by the storm of energy. But I managed to survive at least. Now, what to do from here is the real issue. Hansu looked around as he mumbled. A scene which could easily be described as hell. The tremendous amount of heat was melting all of the surrounding land. The sea of lava didn't seem like it would cool down any moment. It was just like Tiamat's last wish to see the entire world falling to an apocalypse. And he was standing right in the middle of this all. The high temperature was continuously boring down into his body as the space where he could stand was slowly disappearing as the obelisk sank deeper. There was a limit to how much he could survive after he had been turned into a mess from the explosion. Roar. And from deep inside his body, the demonic dragon reinforcement surrounded his entire body as it madly tried to recover his body. But there was a limit to how much it could do. At this rate he would definitely die. I need to escape. Hansu looked around at the sea of lava as he breathed in deeply. Boom. He then jumped up from the obelisk and onto the sea of molten metal. Chiaik. Since its density was originally high, it wasn't hard to run on top of it. Toom. 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 A shockwave occurred every time Hansu's feet landed on the sea of lava as he used the rebound force to quickly move forward. Towards the half-destroyed mountain range. It's a race against time. Whether his stamina fell first or whether he escaped the sea of lava before that happened. And every time he stepped on the sea of lava, the heat from the molten metal gnawed away at his strength. I guess the players are done for now. Hansu mumbled as he thought of the lava that was continuously flowing underground. He then squeezed out every bit of remaining strength he had and started to run. My headache is getting worse. At that moment. In a situation where he was using everything he had to go up against this hell-like environment. Despite the pain in his head. Kiriring. The zero numbering skill that was keeping Hansu alive. The mastery level of the demonic dragon reinforcement was rising at a rapid rate. Reincarnator, Chapter 292, Transcendence, 3. Rumble. My god. Did he aim for all this? Unbelievable. Karhal and Akiju mumbled to themselves as they watched the giant snowstorm that had been released from the spirit land and headed towards the kingdoms and the empire. But because it was spread out in an area much larger than the spirit land, the power behind it had been lowered. Though the ones that were the closest might have been killed off by the storm, the power will lessen the further it spreads out and it would become easier to withstand. Well, of course, only in comparison to the spirit land. They're all going to die. Karhal estimated this result as he looked at the might of the storm. The players should be able to hold on for 2 to 3 hours without the protection elixir. And the powerhouses of the empire and the kingdoms would be able to hold on a bit longer. Even longer if they used their defensive spell formations. But there was a limit to how long they could last. And the players were disappearing into golden lights from time to time randomly. Even those who didn't receive enough damage to die. What the hell happened over there? Karhal looked away from the mountain range and towards the vast lands of the kingdom. Though the citizens of the kingdom wouldn't freeze to death right away, it was just a matter of time. They would die from exhaustion. Or starve to death. Since there would be no way of acquiring anything to eat if this entire world got covered with those ash clouds and ice. A minority would be able to survive through it using large amounts of mana, but they wouldn't be able to threaten the adventurers anymore. And the adventurers coming up would be fine as well. The ones who are already here and have the An's blessing could just set up a base here and the Ans could just give out more blessings while they bought time with the base. And with that, they could just hunt the beasts on the inner parts of the spirit land to level up before going up. This is the best plan. But there was a variable. The Ans. Karhal and Akiju were worried about the Ans. Would they maintain the alliance? This situation was extremely favorable for them. Even if they didn't go against the adventurers or betray them, if the Ans decided to just hide, then it would be fatal for them. Since there would be no way for them to save the people coming up from that moment onwards. It was impossible to stay within this harsh environment and level up 50 times without the An's blessing. Not in this world filled with snow and ice. While Karhal and Akiju were making worried expressions. Somebody walked towards them from the snowstorm. What's going on? Karhal stared at Mutasela walking through the snow with a worried expression. I don't know what your thoughts are. Mutasela smiled towards Karhal. I understand why you are worried. But don't worry, we don't have any thoughts of fighting against you. There weren't many of them left anyway. They had no thoughts of losing more by fighting with the adventurers. Though they were stronger now and would slowly lose out in strength as more came up and received the Ant's blessing, there was a reason why they could not attack the adventurers. It's not time for us to fight. What are you? Then. Boom. 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 Fireworks and flames rose up from somewhere from the war fortress in the distance. A location where the soldiers of the kingdom resided. Karhul cursed. He knew what those flames meant. Fuck. You didn't think they were going to just die like this, right? The spirit land blew out to spread out to the entire world. There was only one choice the kingdoms and the empire had. They will come to hunt us down. I trust you'll do your best as our allies. Since if you want to survive in the future, you'll need us. The great General Cycros and his elite soldiers were no pushovers. And it was the same for the elite soldiers of the empire. As Mutasela mumbled in worry. Ikiju asked Mutasela just in case. Couldn't we just make an alliance with them? Ikiju didn't like this battle. There was not much difference in terms of battle strength between them. If they fought then both sides would receive huge amounts of damage. And since the opponents also knew this, they might be able to escape this war if they shared the Ant's blessing. Since what they wanted was survival. But Mutasela chuckled at Ikiju's words. Probably not. If they know about you guys. That would never happen. What are your orders? Whoosh. In the midst of the snowstorm. The vice captain asked Cycros in worry. They were able to withstand it for a short moment by squeezing out all the remaining protection elixirs and their mana, but there was a limit. Cycros mumbled as he stared towards the spirit land in the distance. We need to kill the Ants. Not all the citizens were as strong as them, and there was a limit to the amount of mana they had at their disposal. Without any protection, they would slowly die out. The vice captain asked Cycros carefully. What about an alliance with them? The Ants' battle strength was not low. It was the same for the adventurers who had joined them. Those adventurers wouldn't want to fight against them either. Since the soldiers of the kingdoms and the empire would fight with their lives on the line. But Cycros chuckled. Alliance, that's a very good thing. If this situation could remain like this, that is. The vice captain fell into silence from the words of his captain, Cycros. Those guys are weak now, but would they continue to be in the future as well? They will continue to flood this place and become stronger as they continue to receive the Ant's blessing. Sooner or later they will become the strongest force in this world. They had caught a few of these people in the fight before. And their words were very strange. That they were just the scouting party. Sooner or later, tens of millions would start flooding into this place. And these were not the people who lived in peace like the residents of the kingdom, but rather people who had been sharpened and polished through countless life and death battles. Would they like an alliance between us and the Ants? In my opinion. They wouldn't. Remember this isn't a battle regarding who survives but rather who becomes the next owner of this world. These words stabbed into the vice captain's heart. Just think of one thing. To capture the Ants after killing them all. They are beasts. People who have climbed up to here by killing. If we don't get rid of them now, then the ones who will fight them next are your sons and daughters and even your wife. Understood. The vice captain nodded in resolution. The talk about his own family had given him a clear reason for this fight. Fucking hell. Who caused this? The vice captain sighed. He didn't know how things got to this point. The times of when the kingdoms and the empire ruled over the world while the immortals enjoyed this place was very stable and peaceful. But everything changed in a moment. The trapped Ants became free as the rat-like adventurers who were always on the run became the biggest threat to their whole existence. He couldn't believe that all of this happened in less than a month. He has tensed up too much. Cycros spoke to his vice captain. Don't think that we're at a disadvantage. This is more like our final chance. If this strange explosion didn't occur and the mysterious snowstorm in the spirit land stayed within place, they would only be able to sit back and watch them become stronger by the moment. But since the fence protecting the spirit land had disappeared, this was the perfect chance to wipe them out. But something worried Cycros deep inside. And as if the vice captain had the same thought as him, he said it out loud. The Ants would know all this as well. Why are they helping that side instead? There was no reason to maintain the alliance. Since the situation had been flipped upside down. The possibility of the adventurers killing them all off after they got strong wasn't just for them. No, the Ants might end up in a worse situation than them. Mutasela. What are you thinking? You need to wipe those guys out when they're weak. Cycros thought of Mutasela as he mumbled. Rumble. In the midst of the collapsing land. The lava sea rose up and down on the other side of the half-destroyed mountain range. Boom. The powerful force smashing down on the land continuously created earthquakes as the metal wave smashed onto Hansu's body as it burned up his skin and mana. Chiaik. As he was defending himself with the demonic dragon reinforcement. Phew, at least I'll be able to survive once I get there. Hansu looked at the huge mountain range that he had arrived to. Chief. Though the snowstorm had disintegrated from the explosion, there was still snow here and there on the top of the mountain range as the base of the range absorbed most of the impact. Though the snowstorm was the embodiment of a catastrophe for the citizens, it gave him a break and he could rest up. Tata. Hansu mumbled as he grabbed his head while running past the half-destroyed mountain range. I'll need to rest for a bit after I escape. He couldn't climb up with this unknown variable within his body. There was a need for him to recover and check up on his body even if it took some time. There should still be some time until the abyss opens. Of course, since he had interfered, the invasion of the abyss might have hastened in comparison to his previous life. Maybe 1 or 2 existences of the abyss would pop out. But this was all within his expectations. The strengthened humankind would be able to withstand this. Hansu moved his body even faster in order to forget about his headache. Boom. And after a while, the heat disappeared as he entered the area of the snowstorm. Something came into the eyes of Hansu while he slowly regenerated his body as he absorbed the energy from the snowstorm. He saw the vast icy plains past the mountain range. These icy plains had melted down to a degree from the energy that exploded out from behind the range. And in the cracks that had appeared. Rumble. He could see dozens of spaceships. Spaceships that had been frozen by Tiamat even before any of them could escape. And Hansu frowned as he looked at this. Since one of them was strange. Rumbling. It's active. One of the Astro series let out some light as it started up. Astro 1. He could clearly see these letters on the surface of the spaceship that was starting up. I guess I'll need to check this out. Though his body condition wasn't top-notch, he could not just ignore this. Since this meant that somebody was inside the ship and was controlling it. Hansu quickly started to head towards Astro 1. Reincarnator, Chapter 293, Transcendence, 4. Rumble. Hansu approached the huge shining ship as he checked his body. Kong Hansu. Strength, green, 99.9%. Stamina, green, 99.9%. Agility, green, 99.9%. Perception, green, 99.9%. Mana, green, 99.9%. Magic, green, 99.9%. Physical resistance, green, 99.9%. Magic resistance, green, 99.9%. Level, 250. Demonic Dragon Reinforcement, 99.3%. Pandemic Blade, 60.8%. 9 Dragon Spear, 38.2%. Forked Lightning, green, 99.9%. Nirmaha's Ring, green, 99.9%. Thousand Soldiers Armor, green, 99.9%. Dark Cloud, green, 99.9%. Dragon Essence Blade, green, 99.9%. Mana Jade, green, 99.9%. Fragments of 7 Souls, 3/7. 7 Stars, 3/7. Of course his runes should be at 99.9%. But the thing that caught his eyes was the demonic dragon reinforcement that had almost reached 100%. It rose this much, huh? The masteries of things like reinforcements which increased the abilities of humans rose faster when their bodies were strained while using them. And he had continuously fought with players and faced beings much stronger than himself like Arthas, Francesca and Tiamat. And on top of that, the harsh environment that rushed in from all around him. If only this fucking headache went away. But it seems he had no time to heal. He had to check who was inside that thing. The chances of it being a player is low. The lava had probably filled up the inner parts of the obelisk and burned up all the bodies of the third-grade citizens. And it was even less likely for it to be someone from the kingdoms or the empire. There was no way for them to have come all the way here already when the spirit land had just opened. Which means there was only 3 options. N. Jango and his forces. Or somebody from below might have sneaked up. He wanted to heal up a bit more before going in, but the ship seemed like it was about to activate. It would be hard to catch it once it flew up. And once it started accelerating it would be impossible to catch up before it rose into space. Gotta go in. What if someone like Jango used that thing as a bomb? If that thing fell onto the heads of the adventurers, then it would be a catastrophe. Boom. 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 Hansu quickly stepped off as he headed towards the giant ship. And this isn't half bad. To be honest. Hansu mumbled as stared at the vast amount of energy flowing through the surface of the ship. After arriving below the ship, he jumped and headed straight up through the air. As he used up a large amount of strength to reach the ship that had already lifted off, the headache from inside him and his already damaged body both screamed at him. Crack. Crunch. Ugh. Maybe because his body couldn't function properly due to the pain. Hansu's body couldn't reach the ship as he started to fall back down. Not like this. Hansu frowned while looking at the ship that was lifting off in front of his eyes and used the new power he gained. At the same time. Kiyiing. The surrounding snowstorm started to gather up, accompanied by a strange sound. To be more specific, the surrounding energy of the ice spirit had come together. And soon a bright blue light gathered beneath his feet. Crackle. Ice started to form beneath his feet out of thin air. Whoosh. Hansu jumped off the ice beneath his feet and thankfully was able to reach the surface of the ship. And as Hansu reached the surface of the ship and grabbed a hold of it. Chiaeniak. The tremendous amount of energy that even the 9-dragon spear had a hard time penetrating through gathered up to prevent the intruder from entering. Something he could not go through in his current condition. But there was a clear difference. Kiyiing. This time, the power of the spirit inside him did its job properly. Rumble. The huge amount of energy of Astro 1 that was being controlled by the Mutacella system started to flow into his own body. It flowed through the mana circuits in his body as it reached the mana jade in the deepest parts of his body. Then, the dried up mana jade started to suck up the mana greedily like a dried up farmland meeting rain for the first time in years. It wasn't just sucking up mana either. The mana jade recycled the mana into the demonic dragon reinforcement as it sent it all over throughout his body. To heal his body, which had been destroyed by the explosion of Tiamat's body. Rumble. Though it was slow, he saw his skin regenerating as he sighed out in relief. Since the energy of the spirit used for the shield considered him to be a friendly entity. Though he couldn't use the energy however he wanted due to the power of the Mutacella system being stronger, he was easily able to receive a much purer and concentrated energy than what was spread out around him. And I can even do something like this. Hansu condensed the energy using his controlling power and pushed it into the surface of the ship. And then, crunch. And the shield smoothly gave way as his spear reached the surface of the ship. No matter how powerful this ALLA was, it wouldn't be able to withstand the demonic dragon reinforcement without the energy. Kiyiing. Sparks were created from the spear and the surface of the ship as it started to melt down. As he used the power of the spirit to stop the flow of the energy and melted the surface of the ship, a hole big enough for a human to go through had appeared. Done. Hansu felt a warm and soft energy surrounding him, unlike the cold and harsh snowstorm outside, as he entered the ship. Which meant that the colony inside the ship was functioning properly. Hansu absorbed the surrounding energy as he walked towards the engine room. Let's at least see who it is. Boom. As Hansu walked by, The surrounding flowers died, and the lake lost its luster as the lanterns flickered off. Because he was forcibly sucking in the energy to heal his body. Hansu nodded as he used his new powers to heal himself. If the monojade or the body enhancement surgery strengthened the body itself, the spirit allowed perfect acclimatization to the surrounding environment as well as the power to prepare for any unknown variables. The fact that it could divert a fraction of the energy from the enemy's attack and use it for itself was amazing in itself. Since he was able to reduce the power of the enemy and increase his own defense. But Hansu suddenly frowned as he felt the energy coming out from the control tower. No way. At that moment, an extremely familiar face had appeared in front of him. The faces he had seen in the past and in the present as well. The enhanced race member who had the face of Tiamat. Level. It should be around 330. Hansu frowned as he looked at the TMT series that were absorbing the energy from the spirits in the ship. Though they were much weaker than Tiamat, they were still very strong. And these guys didn't have any bombs inside them nor had their conditions been turned into a mess from the obelisk storm. TMT-1 walked out with a shocked expression. He really killed Tiamat. Though they were all of the TMT series, TMT-17, or Tiamat, was an exception who had escaped the confinements and had become a monster. For an weak adventurer who could only break through the limits for a short moment to defeat Tiamat. Though Municella had indeed prophesized all this and though they had felt the obelisk falling, it was still shocking to see somebody defeat Tiamat and come back alive. What are you doing here? TMT-1 came back to his senses and remembered his job. Not his first job which he was doing here. But his second task, after meeting the existence called Kong Hansu. Did she tell me to greet him first? My god, for him to really appear. TMT-1 thought that MSL-17, Municella, was truly amazing as he shrugged his shoulders. You have fought for us, I am very thankful of this. I don't think that's what you want to say. It didn't seem like they had come here to apologize. And TMT-1 replied expressionlessly at Hansu's words. Yes, you are correct. Since there isn't much time I will directly transfer the message of our representative, MSL-17. Then. Hearing. TMT-1 used his light spirit's power and created a hologram with the surrounding energy. And Municella appeared in the air as she smiled. I thank you with all I have. You have freed our race. TMT-1's energy trembled as it even made the same voice as Municella. The respectful tone of Municella was filled with sincere thankfulness. This is a bit too much for just releasing them from the seal. As Hansu frowned. Municella's hologram continued to speak. We thought about what we could do in return. But we came up with only one thing we could do as repayment. No matter whether Hansu wanted it or not, there was only one thing they could do for him. And as her words ended, a humongous energy beam, which was actually TMT-1 who had surrounded himself in white light, charged towards Hansu. Unlike TMT-1 who had a cold expression. Municella's hologram smiled warmly as she spoke her final words. Since you released our binds, we will release yours as well. I never wanted such a thing. Along with Hansu's shout. Boom. The giant spaceship got filled with explosive sounds. Reincarnator, Chapter 294, Transcendence, 5. And by Aaron. The substitute leader for when Hansu wasn't here. Since he's running around by himself. I will need to fill his void. An organization didn't just work because you gathered up a lot of people. It was even more complex than the most complex machines. It needed constant supervision to get rid of enmity between members and provide everyone with what they wanted and needed in order to become a successful organization. And in one way, by Aaron's job was even more important than Hansu's. Since she was constantly controlling and managing those who tried to cause trouble. Like now. What are we going to do? There really isn't a reason for us to fight them, right? Aaron massaged her temple as she watched the countless 10,000 men captains who had gathered up in front of her with complaints. Fuck. Where the hell did this Hansu kid go? And nobody else can handle things like this. There were plenty of powerful people she could trust in battles. But power wasn't enough to control such a large organization. People like Sophia or Karhal weren't suited for management, and though Ikiju had experience controlling a village, she had never managed such a large organization either. And it was the same for the others. There was a huge difference between personal strength and managing a huge organization properly. And Aaron was one of the small minority who could do such a thing. Since she had the experience of managing the clan, one of the giant clans which ruled over the Orange Zone. If there weren't for the managers of huge clans and herself, this huge organization would have long imploded. But with the monopool and the body enhancement surgery she had received, instead of beating up their enemies she really wanted to beat down the people in front of her. There's no point in being angry. Just persuade us. Why do we have to fight? Boom. 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 One of the 10,000 men captain, which was one of the highest positions in their quickly created rank system, Samuel Keener. He had been in charge of the middle management in the Rirarari clan in the giant clan of the Orange Zone and was an expert in management and was powerful as well. She originally had great trust on him because he had always watched what came out of his mouth. Right now he was really getting on her nerves. Aaron spoke in words what the other captains were implying. So. You want us to leave behind the Ans and just depart? This was what the others wanted. To leave the Ans behind and escape. Away from the forces of the kingdoms and the empire approaching him. And Samuel nodded. Yes. Crack. The handle of golden sword in her hand crunched apart. Though it was an artifact created from the efforts of masters from the lower zone, it could not withstand her strength which had been severely increased due to her. You understand what your words are, right? It wasn't just leaving behind the Ans. Without the Ans, there was no future for the people who would come after them. Without the Ans' protection, they would all freeze to death before they could level up. Samuel flinched at Aaron's words but didn't back off. Honestly, there are indeed more people below. But to me, the 10,000 lives I lead are more important than all of them. If we collide now, then I don't know how many would die out of them. They had seen with their own eyes. Great General, Sirkus. They had seen how powerful his elite soldiers were. And level 400 was not something they, who hadn't even reached level 250, could handle. Even if they won, they would receive a huge amount of casualties. And there was a way for them to guarantee their lives. Use the ants as bait and then climb up after leveling up from the deepest parts of the spirit land. In a situation where the people of the empire and the kingdoms had no reason to attack them, there was no reason for them to fight for the ants. Fuck. And Byron frowned as she looked at Samuel's resolute expression. It was much better when the spirit land was here. Fuck. Hansu, please help me. And Byron thought of Hansu as she mumbled. Can you see them? Ikija frowned as she looked at the people who were clamoring in the distance. Ugh, how embarrassing. And it was the same for Karhal. Their faces had long turned red from embarrassment. Fucking bastards. They should at least just do it quietly. I really feel bad for Mr. Hansu. For him to move around with these people. It's not like he's your mother. And the moment Karhal heard her words, he splurted out in anger. What are you saying? Hansu is raising them because they are still useful. Though she had excluded him in the day, he knew he was a part of it. And it's not like our meeting was that smooth. If it was up to him, he would just kill off the ones who he should and take the ones he needed. He would focus on power and materials. And his own opinion wasn't that different from Clementine's minion. But there was a reason why he followed Hansu's opinion instead. Since Hansu's method was much better in the long run if they could control them properly. And they had been able to control them well up until now. I guess it's all up to one's own abilities. And from what he could see, Hansu had more than enough rights to use such a method. Karhal shouted towards Mutasela as he looked at the golden army in the distance. Look, even that captain leads an army around despite his strength. It's not like you live in this world all alone. Becoming stronger as they became bigger was a given. And the friction that occurred from this was the price for this strength. There's no such thing as an organization who's always in peace. It's not like we're robots. But Mutasela's smile became even brighter at his words. Is that so? What are you trying to say? Mutasela chuckled as she continued. So where did you use them? What? I'm asking if there was really a time where you guys were needed. Karhal couldn't refute her words. Right. Where is he trying to use us? It should be natural for somebody to want to use the power of a group once they created it. Even if it was more efficient to act alone, it was safer to move in a group. But Hansu's actions up until now were clearly different. It's like he really is our carer. Mutasela kept smiling as she continued. From what I hear, everything you guys have around you is from him. And he even has to feed you. He needs to think of the cost of maintenance, but he had no use for you, but it's not like you guys will listen just because he gives out rewards. And it's not like you're that precious to that man? You guys don't really seem that close. Karhal and Akija's faces turned gloomier and gloomier as Mutasela's words stabbed into their hearts. Though they wanted to refute, they couldn't say anything because of the people bickering behind them. Mutasela continued. Everyone has a need for some measure of enjoyment and contentment. Have you ever seen him search for such a thing? Ikiju and Karhal shook their heads. They actually had talked about this in the past. It's not like humans were machines, one would clearly break down if they continuously ran around 24 hours a day. But this was exactly what Hansu was doing. And it wasn't like he was looking for his own enjoyment. He could easily live like a king by ruling over the adventurers. It's not like he needed to risk his life or face a powerful enemy immediately. But from his own actions. Isn't he like a worker ant? So I became curious. There was two reasons for one to work hard to the point of even destroying their own body. Either there was a huge, unbelievable reward. Or somebody forced him. But Karhal shouted in rage from her words. No way. Who can force him to do anything? Who could force Hansu to do things? Even if there was somebody, there was plenty of chances for him to escape their grasp. Since he was alone most of the time. Mutasela laughed coldly. I'm curious about that as well. So. I'm going to help out a bit. What? It should be done about now. At that moment. Kyo. In the distance. Something started to fly up above the mountain range. That is. A huge steel ship that was letting out light. Karhal and Akija frowned as they watched the giant ship approaching them. Boom. Boom. Do we just need to beat him up like this? Since Astro 1 will move to its destination on its own, he just needed to do this. But beating up a guy whose body hadn't even healed up wasn't very fun. TMT1 made a bored expression while beating up Hansu with his light blade. Well. If he dies then whatever. There were no orders to deal with him carefully. He had just been told to drive him to near death. Though Hansu was holding on very well, he needed to perform his first job now. Kiyeyening. As TMT1 gathered up energy to smash for his final attack. Crack. Crunch. TMT1 stopped at the strange noises coming out from Hansu, who was kneeling on the ground. A strange change. Then. Hansu slowly rose up. With a completely different expression from before. A small mumble came out from his mouth. Ares. Chaldean. His broken memory surfaced. Fixing the broken cracks inside him. If you were asking for a favor. You should have just told me. Kryak. Kruunk. As he heard the frightening noises all over his body. Hansu smiled. Reincarnator, Chapter 295, The Great Collapse, 1. Would it be possible for a weak person to not be selfish? In a world like this? There were no exceptions. In order to survive, weak people needed to adopt the mindset of trampling upon others and stealing. And it was the case for me. But everyone is granted a chance to change. No matter if that change if one you wanted or not. Rumble. TMT1 stopped attacking as it saw Hansu emitting a strange aura. Mutasela had told him to stop his attacks as soon as something changed about Hansu. I wouldn't want to attack him even without her order. TMT1 mumbled to himself as he watched the strange creature in front of him whose entire bone and muscle structures were being reconstructed. It seemed like every part of Hansu was changing. And even the color of his reinforcement skill was changing as well. The previous beautiful, dark gold light turned chaotic. as if it was purifying and stabilizing itself before going up onto the next level. And as most of these lights entered Hansu's body, Hansu stood up. Hansu looked around as TMT-1 met his gaze. Something clearly changed. It wasn't just a physical change. His mentality had also changed. And another existence came up inside TMT-1's head once he saw this new Hansu. Tiamat. Hansu's previous eyes were very similar to them, the TMT series. Eyes which only followed orders and sought after battle. So TMT-1 had actually looked down on Hansu. He was befuddled at how this guy, who had been born with something none of them had fallen to the same level as them. But now, his eyes were completely different. His eyes now had countless emotions and desires which he was suppressing as much as he could. And TMT-1 had seen this before. There was one among their ranks who had gone through the same thing. Tiamat. A man who had been born a machine, a tool, and had succeeded after chasing after his desires until the end. With the single desire to climb over the wall. TMT-1's speculations weren't wrong. A lot of changes were indeed happening both inside and outside of Hansu. This was erased. Was this erased too? Gosh. Hansu mumbled as he chuckled. His memories were coming back. Memories of the past when he had climbed up alongside Django. When he had met Clementine, Ares, Keldian, and Kangti. When the abyss had opened up and he and the others had defeated Clementine. And how he had reached the time crystal deep within the abyss with the surviving humans. Most of this was along what he originally remembered. Minus a few missing things. Ares, Keldian. Ares' trait created gaps in his mind as Keldian's skill rushed into his head. Not in a harsh way. Very softly. But very effectively. So they could lead Hansu towards the direction they wanted. By erasing memories that got in the way and planting information inside him that created an obsession deep inside his heart. But it was all coming back. And his physical body was evolving as his demonic dragon reinforcement advanced. The suppressed soul dispersed and reformed and was completely fixed. Saving humans, how tedious. Hansu looked towards the golden army below the spaceship that had risen high up as he mumbled. For them to prepare such a large amount of tools for him who preferred to work solo. Though it was him who had done it in the end, it didn't really feel like it was his work. Since if it was really him, he wouldn't have done any of this. I guess I understand why they have done this. Hansu compared his original memories and the new memories he had made after coming back to the past and chuckled. If it was his original personality then he would have given this all up many times over. Crack. Hansu checked his body and started to ponder. About what he would do from now on. His body had changed and his mentality had changed as well. He found his lost memories, escaped his binds and found himself again. His goal should change as well. Different from the original plan of Ares and Keldian, he should achieve what they wanted through his own style. I understand your good intentions but, you really shouldn't treat a friend like this. Ares and Keldian's plan was very simple. Stop the release of the information regarding the future and the abyss and strengthen the humans step by step. By gathering the various relics throughout the 7 zones and preventing infighting between the humans. And both of these things had been going well up until this green zone. It wasn't bad. At least until now. Hansu chuckled. The past him would have never been able to do any of this. It wasn't his abilities that were the issue but rather his personality, it didn't fit him. But the result wasn't bad. Though him having been forced by somebody didn't feel that good, the fact that he had created a basis for a large amount of people to survive was a good thing. This was why he liked Ares. He had been able to chase after a goal that he usually could never even dream of because of his personality. But not like this. I'll see you after I climb back up. Hansu decided to forget about Ares and Keldian for now. There was no point in agonizing over Ares and Keldian whom he couldn't even see right now and everything that had happened up until now was because of their interference. It was time to forget about them. He had to plan his future. Well, I do have to win. He agreed that he had to win against the residents of the abyss just like Keldian. He also agreed that the entire human race had to become stronger just like Ares. But their methods were wrong. Was our plan the perfect plan? They created a new clan by using the knowledge they gained from the abyss as the basis as well as the experience they had gained when they passed through the 7 worlds. Stopping the invasion of the abyss as much as they could, increasing the strength of individual humans to the utmost limit and fight the abyss together. But after putting together the countless secrets of the zones he hadn't known in the past, a new solution appeared inside his head. Not like this. Look at them all. Hansu clicked his tongue as he looked at the golden army that was below through the panel on the spaceship. They looked good on the surface but that was it. The beings of the abyss were strong. Very strong. This was nowhere enough. Hansu spoke towards TMT-1 who had been staring at him the whole time. Hey. Let me borrow your ship for a bit. What is that? What the hell? Did the ants do something? It'll be bad if it's the kingdom's weapon. A formidable surface and its overflowing energy. If a weapon was on board then it would become an indestructible weapon and even if there weren't any weapons, it would still be dangerous. From the amount of energy that flew through it, merely self-destructing it would cause a tremendous explosion. And there might be a ton of things inside it since it seemed like there was a lot of space within it as well. Every adventurer looked towards the spaceship that had flown into the sky in a worry. It would best if it was their ally but the chances of that being true was very low. At that moment. A few beams of light came out from the ship as a giant hologram appeared in the air. A hologram which resembled a certain someone. And the moment everyone saw this. Where the hell did he even get such a thing? Phew, thank God. What took him so long? The adventurer sighed out in relief with a slightly confused expression. An extremely familiar face had shown up. And it filled them with hope. I don't know how he's using it but, not bad. And they could tell that it was good for them from the expression of the people from the kingdom. Could we climb up without fighting this time again? That would be nice. Though they didn't say it out loud, they had all thought the same thing. As to how much they could climb while avoiding the fights. Most people didn't like fights. Fights where their lives were on the line. But as most of the adventurers sighed. Is that really Hansu? Some people who had been with Hansu for quite a bit of time, like me, made confused expressions. Something felt different about Hansu's expression. Karhal and Akiju looked towards Mutasela to see what all of this was about, but Mutasela merely shrugged her shoulders. No, she wasn't just pretending not to know. She actually didn't know how Hansu would change. She had just smashed apart his restraints as payment for releasing them, but even she didn't know what would happen as a result. As Karhal and Akiju made worried expressions while looking at Hansu. Mutasela, I know you're listening. And you, Psychros, let's talk. A giant voice came out from the spaceship as it rang throughout the entire area. What's he planning? Everyone was confused at this request. TMT1, who had projected Hansu's hologram outside according to his request, asked Hansu because he was curious about why Hansu had called Mutasela and Psychros over. What are you planning? Hansu shrugged his shoulders as he replied to TMT1's question. I'm going to flip everything upside down. That's the answer, right? Why is he asking me? How would he know what Hansu was thinking? But then Hansu asked another question. Not at TMT1 but rather, into the air. Answer me, the thing we are doing is not the right path, right? This wasn't the path that led towards victory. One would find the answer if they combined the path Tiamat took and the hints hidden throughout the world. An answer they would be able to find only by smashing apart their common sense and logic. At that moment. Krayok. The space split open as a small creature replied to Hansu with a smile. Not bad. Taking care of you guys was really annoying me. Thankfully you figured out the intent of the creator of this game. Did you feel something while you were playing war? Hansu nodded. With a slightly bitter expression. Yeah, we should have opened the abyss from the very beginning. And then. You pass. The fairy smiled in contentment. Reincarnator, Chapter 296, The Great Collapse, 2. Humans got stronger the more they gathered. And they got stronger the more powerful each individuals were, the more people they had as well as the better the synergy with each other was. So Hansu and the others planned things following this concept. To raise each individual's strength to the utmost limit. To save as many people as they could. And to create as much synergy between them as possible by getting rid of all forms of infighting. This was the solution they had come with, creating a completely unified human race. This was the only option they could think of in a world like this where each individual's strength was limited. Even in the green zone, the limit of one's level was 250. Though there might be a bit of difference between people due to their artifacts and skills but not by much. They could not defeat a huge army that was well coordinated. They had thought that climbing through the zones as quick as possible was the fastest way to get strong and they made that the basis of their plan. A plan to create a well coordinated army. A plan to create 7 highly organized bases throughout the zones that were protected from the abyss. But the moment he saw Tiamat. The moment he saw a superhuman who could go up against the entire world by himself. Hansu realized that trying to buy time by protecting the 7 zones from the abyss was the wrong answer. Should have just smashed it apart from the beginning. What they needed was not a strong army. What they needed was a supernatural being that could go up against the entire world. A gigantic tree that devoured everything and constantly grew. A limitless world and powerful enemies to grow this giant tree. Him withholding information was not the answer. It was the complete opposite. They shouldn't be trying to grow like greenhouse plants away from the harsh environment outside the greenhouse itself. He needed to share the information. He needed to share the information with as many people as he could to break down the wall that stood between this world and the abyss. In order to break the limits. To create a spot where he could fight, devour, and grow into a huge tree. It would be possible if they fused with the abyss, the limitless world. It would be possible for everybody to become as strong as Tiamat and even stronger. And at this moment Hansu mumbled. Ares and Keldian probably knew this. But it was clear that they were worried. That Hansu would release the information right away and break down the wall right away. And now Hansu realized why they had fumbled around with his memories. I guess Ares could not allow this. When the greenhouse fell and the harsh condition rushed in, only the strong seeds will stay alive. Since they would kill off all the weaker plants that would steal its nutrients. But Ares wouldn't be able to withstand this. The moment the wall between the abyss and the 7 zones broke down, countless people would die. The already difficult world would become even more impossible as even those at the red and orange zones would have been dragged down to their death. Since countless people had died when the wall broke down even in the past. A lot of transcendence might appear. And the chance of victory might increase as well. But Ares could not allow a victory gained through a mountain of corpses. This was why they had fumbled with his memories. And as Hansu thought of all this, another question appeared inside his head. Why me? If Ares, Keldian or someone else from the past had come then they would have been able to save at least 20 more years. At that moment, the fairy asked Hansu. Are you sure about this though? Originally, the only one qualified for transcendence is you. Even when the walls existed, there were existences who could break through the ceiling and grow. Transcendence. People who had the rights to break through the limits set by the world and go above and beyond. This right was completely up to one's potential. People who weren't born with this couldn't even dream of such a thing. The only transcendent who had been born in this green zone was Tiamat in the tens of thousands of years of its history. I'm saying, in a situation like this where the ceiling is sealed, only you have the right to break through it. And when that happens, those things below wouldn't be able to go up against any of your words. The best part about his trait, 7 stars, was not really that his skills grew fast and beyond their limits. It was the fact that it gave him the right to break through the ceiling that stopped everyone else. This was the true identity of the 7 stars, one of the many forms of the transcendent stars. The fairy laughed. You could become an emperor. Leading a tremendous army. The sole sovereign of the humankind. But if you break apart the ceiling completely, that might not happen, right? Competitors might appear. Because the wall existed, the one who could break through it shone the brightest. But if this wall didn't exist, competitors would appear. There were always people who had potential, worked hard, were strong-minded as well as lucky. Though there might barely be one transcendent out of billions of humans, there were countless people who could reach the wall. And as he heard this, this is why Hansu realized why Ares and Chaldean had sent him back specifically. If Ares, Chaldean or other first-year adventurers came, then they would have been able to buy more time. But they still wouldn't be able to break down the wall between them and the abyss, which would only limit their own strength as well. And when that happened, he, who would come into the tutorial, might get killed. Since unlike the other three, Hansu was actually weak in the beginning. So they had sent him. So they knew that a leader was needed in the end. After saving as many people as they could before breaking down the wall. After Hansu put everybody under his control. So that Hansu could lead them through the abyss after the wall crashed. The sovereign status that was maintained with strength. But Hansu shook his head again. This is a wrong choice as well. Strength came before anything in a victory. He could not fight with such a weak army. He needed warriors for the battle against the abyss. People even he could barely fight against. This was that the god and the fairies wanted. Fighting and fighting. They wanted something that could amuse them to be born. I'll play along. Hansu made his decision and smiled towards the fairy. I'll do what you guys want me to. The fairy asked again. Are you sure? This is a very important choice you are making. If you do this, then the remaining 4 billion people or so will have their lives changed. And it's important for you as well. Once he broke the wall, the 4 billion or so people will fall straight into the hard and unforgiving life headfirst and would need to fight continuously. If some figured what Hansu had done, then they might hate him to the core. Why did Hansu make them fight? And moreover, it wasn't really to Hansu's benefit. Since he had given up the chance to stand above everybody and instead had given a chance to his competitors. The people that could reach but could not break through the ceiling would soon grow crazily. And there would be people who would go against him as well. Hansu chuckled. Living comfortably is impossible after coming to this world. He just needed to see one thing. Could he climb over the giant wave? He didn't want to, nor was he confident in doing so. But he had given others a chance to gain their own strength by sacrificing their immediate comfort. A chance to gain enough strength to fly over the tsunami that would come their way in the future. Only those people who sacrificed their own comfortable life to get stronger, would have the right to fight against the abyss. What he needed was not meat shield that listened to his orders. He needed allies whom he could entrust his back to. As he made his decision. Let's begin. Hansu activated the soul fragments inside him. The soul fragments trembled as they started to resonate. The 3 worlds Hansu had gone through. Along with the soul fragments inside the 3 overseers of those worlds. The huge earthquake inside his body trembled alongside the 3 fragments. Please convey everything I say, to everyone in your worlds. Then. Hansu spoke towards the huge screen in front of him, towards the countless adventurers staring at his ship. The words I will say from now are extremely important and things you must know. Red. Orange. Yellow. Green. Every zone. Towards the billions of people living in these zones. His information regarding the abyss will spread. Until the crack appears on the barrier protecting these worlds from the abyss and things proceed on to the next level. Hansu spoke coldly as he felt everyone's eyes falling on him. Listen well. Remember clearly. And be aware. As to what will happen from now on. Listen well. Remember clearly. And be aware. As to what will happen from now on. Tom Roran, who was receiving the protection of the World Tree in the red zone, squinted at the giant video in the air that had been created from the powers of the World Tree. What is he trying to say? There was never a case such a broadcast had been made. And the mood didn't seem simple either. Though he hadn't seen that man himself, he had long been fed up by this man's stories. Kong Hansu. The one who had killed the 5 calamities of the red zone to revive the World Tree and save the red zone. And then. Hansu's words slowly rang throughout the world. What I am going to tell you about. Is the reality and the wave that will come your way. What the hell is he saying now? Tom Roran was befuddled at these words. And not only him but every other adventurer in the red zone as well. Come our way, is he a prophet or something? As they were making confused expressions. Hansu's words rang throughout the entire zone. Remember these words. The information regarding the abyss. Then. The barrier surrounding the entire world squirmed as the world itself seemed to tremble. Reincarnator, Chapter 297, The Great Collapse, 3. In the orange zone, a distinct voice continuously flowed out from the robots that Guan Ye, who had the crown of thorns, controlled. The broadcast was everywhere, from the hunting grounds to the giant control center created for recreation. Anton Owl, who had been hunting beasts above Lazar, was in a daze as he heard the broadcast. As well as everyone else next to him. The first thing you have to be aware of is the race called the Karkil. Their heart exists 15 centimeters below their left chest bone and you will only be able to kill them after you destroy all 3 of their hearts located there at the same time. If not, then they will create an explosion in a 150 m radius. Everyone who has weaker defenses than someone at the orange zone with lower than 55% mastery of a high-grade defense skill will definitely get killed by this. Also. What is this? What's going on? The words ringing out from the air were very hard to comprehend. It was saying that these zones that they were going through, the 7 colored zones, were just the beginning. That it was a preparation for the actual game, the abyss. And the actual game is going to start before the 7 zones ended. What were they, who were now barely in the orange zone, supposed to do then? How could they deal with monsters that even people in the violet zone had a hard time dealing with? For them, who had only been here for 4 years, to have to deal with things that even people who had been here for 20 years would get massacred by. I really hope this is a joke. But the words in the air were too serious for it to be a joke and for them to ignore. The words continued. Sadly, you arrived way too late behind the first people. So the abyss will fall upon us before you guys can get stronger. In preparation for this, you need to struggle with everything you've got and everything you will ever get in order to get stronger. These are some good things to know. In the orange zone, the alloys that can be made are Like a teacher giving a lesson. Information that was crucial for survival continuously flew out from the air. The endless flow of information stopped for a moment as the voice sighed and gave a few additional words. Of course, even if I tell you this, it won't be easy. But you need to use this information as the basis to continually get stronger. That's the only way for you to survive. Why is he only telling this to us now then? It would have been better to tell us earlier. Damn. Is this really going to happen? Mumbles were heard. A seed of fear was planted inside the minds of people. And naturally their fear and hate focused towards one person. Towards Hansu, who was telling them this information as if he was confident enough to survive. Damn. Is he saying he's confident enough to survive by himself? His voice was too calm, unlike how uneasy they were feeling. Rumble. It's proceeding well. Good, good. The fairy felt the vibrations in the air as it smiled. Though normal humans couldn't sense this, it could, as it was an overseer. The scene of the information regarding the abyss spreading out to hundreds of millions of people in an instant. And as the information densities between the abyss and this location were equalizing, the giant wall that stood between the two worlds started to break down. The wall that the god had erected and that they were watching over. Rumbling. The fairy smiled as it spoke to Hansu. Will you be okay though? They will hate you a lot. People will find a target to direct their anger and fear when they found out about bad news. And even more so if they couldn't do anything about those news. Moreover, the person who gave those news was extremely calm, as if the approaching calamity wouldn't affect him at all. If Hansu continued to spread information out like this and these were all true, it's clear who the people will think of when they start suffering. The fairy chuckled. The prophet will always be treated badly, right? Why don't you try making excuses? You can lie to them or something. The prophets who gave bad prophecies never had a good ending. Look at the past Chinese dynasties. History clearly showed what happened to those who spoke ill of the future. There were only 2 cases in which the prophet received a good treatment. Either they would say things that people liked, or they would lead people towards the correct path and navigate them through a bad future. Of course Mutasela belonged to the latter. This was how she was able to receive the respect of her whole race. Hansu cut off the fairy. There's no time to explain. Each time more information was released hastened the descent of the abyss. And he couldn't release all the information at once either. He needed to stay on the edge. So people would be able to survive. And because of this, there was a limit to how much information he could tell them. He needed to tell them the most important information first. Since there was a limit to how much he could tell them, every word he said was precious. Hansu finished his words and spoke towards the screen again. The most dangerous beings that will appear in the green zone are the Dakramas. These guys usually use supersonic waves to communicate, and everyone thought that Hansu was telling the same thing in all the zones, but that was not correct. While Hansu was telling the people of the green zone the relevant information, he was using the soul fragments to tell different things to the people in the different zones. Just the necessary information for each floor. Soon the great collapse will happen, and the information he was telling them was the most crucial for them to survive. Knowing or not knowing made a huge difference, especially if one's life was on the line. And every floor had different things they needed to know. The things he were telling them would be of great help when the change came. Though it's far from everything. It should be much better since they have information and strength unlike in the past. Hansu mumbled as he absorbed the information the owners of the soul fragments had about the different zones. And Hansu's efforts weren't in vain. The strength of the humans were countless levels higher than when the abyss fell upon them in the past. First, there were many more people and each individual strength was much higher than that of the past. Internal strife had been reduced as much as possible, and though there wasn't a lot of camaraderie, some friendship still existed between adventurers. Even if the abyss opened, they would fare much better than in the past. Survive well. And become strong. The greatest weakness of the Dakramas is. As Hansu started to talk to the people of the green zone, a tremendous tremor could be felt through his skin. Although logically nobody should be able to sense this, he, who had the right to break through the roof, could feel it. This familiar sensation. The ceiling was collapsing. The tremor that broke the wall between the 2 dimensions. At that moment. Ha 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 ha. Good job, Mr. Hansu. The fairy laughed out loud as it snapped its fingers. Then. Rumble. A tremendous tremor that everybody could feel rang throughout the entire world. Rumble. What the? Everyone started to freak out. A great change was occurring. The sky was breaking apart. The clouds split apart as a crack appeared. The grounds broke apart. Mountain ranges broke down as fissures appeared. Krayak. Holes appeared in the skies and on earth and continued to enlarge. Then. Udduadk. The holes stopped growing as they stabilized. But the tremor continued to become stronger and stronger. Fuck, it was all real, huh? Karhul cursed out. He wished that this was all a lie. He really hoped that this was all an elaborate joke. Even if they were scared to their wits, he hoped it ended there. But sadly that wasn't the case. Fuck. It would have been better if his personality had changed to that of a liar. He wished that the new personality of Hansu was full of lies and flat air. But unluckily, his new personality seemed to be similar to the one they knew. In that he was always serious. Rumbling. And the tremors were continuously becoming stronger and stronger. At that moment. From between the cracks and fissures. Boom. Huge pillars landed upon them. They descended from the endless skies. Huge metal pillars that seemed like they could penetrate right through the planet. And soon a familiar voice was heard. A vicious and maniacal laugh of an existence who brought disasters wherever it went. Ha 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 ha. Congratulations everybody. You have received a huge opportunity. Thank Mr. Kong Hansu for giving you guys this opportunity. The voice of the fairy could be heard throughout the ears of everyone. Not just Karhul but everyone from the red zone and all the way to the violet zone. Throughout the ears of every adventurer in the 7 colored zones. We will begin the gustation phase. Stage 2. Starting up the ascendant elevator that will take you up before the abyss. Everyone in the 7 colored zones, prepare for boarding. Then. Rambi. On the giant pillars. Thousands of lights appeared all over their surface. As if somebody had pushed the on button. Everyone in the 7 colored zones. While Karhul was thinking about the fairy's words. The fairy spoke another line. Oh right, residents of the abyss. People who will be coming down, prepare to board. Ha 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 ha. The moment this voice rang out. Everyone's expressions froze. Reincarnator, Chapter 298, Demon King's Egg, 1. Red Zone. Atop the world tree. The thing you need to prepare in the red zone is the Akoran light gold. The way to create this is. Is this real? The overseer of the world tree, Tekelin, made a dumbfounded expression while broadcasting the information from Hansu. Though Hansu had shared a part of his own memories, the things he were saying were far beyond what he knew. Then. Rumbly. Above the world tree. A tremendous noise came from the king's palace on the top of the world tree. What? Kiyayaing. Tekelin felt an uneasy feeling throughout his entire body as he used the power of the world tree, teleportation, to come outside the palace. Then. Boom. A huge metal pillar landed upon the world tree. The pillar broke through the palace and the world tree and headed deep below the ground. Deep down. What the hell? As Tekelin screamed out as he watched his destroyed palace. Click 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 click. Boom 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 boom. Lights started to appear on the metal pillars. Then. If there's an elevator then there should be floors, right? But it doesn't seem like we would need to recreate the floors, we can just recycle. Recycle. And in front of Tekelin. Chiaini. Along with a loud sound of friction, cracks appeared on the surface of the pillar as a door appeared. And above the door. Bling. Floor dash. A set of illuminated characters appeared. Unknown floor or something. At that moment. Yuik. I almost died. Anyways, what is this? The entrance. What the hell? A question mark. What floor is it? Tekelin gulped as he heard the screams of the Red Zone's adventurers. This shouldn't be the only place where something like this is happening. Tekelin mumbled as he sensed the trembles of the other soul fragments. Ruoaar. Guanye sighed as he heard the painful roars of the giant beast. A roar that shook the entire world. This roar was coming from the white tiger, Lazar. Anybody would scream like this if their body were thoroughly pierced by metal pillars. Well, at least it didn't go berserk. Guanye mumbled to himself as he saw Lazar screaming out in pain. Though it was good that it didn't go berserk, his expression was still full of worry. The pillar that penetrated through Lazar to the sea of lava didn't look simple. Though the elevator was barely a thin needle compared to the humongous Lazar, the humongous tiger couldn't move as it stood in place while crying out in pain. As if it was fearful of the existence that sent down the elevator. Guanye controlled an Akadus to approach the elevator while he worriedly looked at the Lazar that was frozen in fear. Floor dash. There's no floor. Reporting current situation. Entrance has been found. There is no information regarding the floor. Sector 11. Entrance has been found. Lights are coming on. Found one as well. It seems to be activating just now. Guanye replied to the reports of his clansmen with clenched teeth. I'm watching it as well. Rummel. Something was coming down from the sky with shimmering lights. Faster and faster. The activated elevator started to let out a loud noise. The overseer of the yellow zone. Khan, the clan lord who had been given the commanding rights over the satellite fortresses, sighed towards Hansu through the soul fragment. Unbelievable, even if it's really an omnipotent being. Rumble. Khan grinned at his teeth while looking at the scene in front of him. Countless satellite fortresses had escaped his control and were aligning themselves. Boom. Boom. As if an absolute force was pulling them together. From 6 to 7 and all the way up to dozens. Boom. They were connecting with each other. Then. Rumble. The moment 7 or so groups aligned themselves from the ground upwards. Boom. A giant pillar descended from the skies and penetrated through all the fortresses. And the clan lord, Khan, sent down orders to the controllers of the satellite fortresses pierced by the pillars. Report the situation. The moment his orders were passed through, a crazy amount of replies came back to him instantly. Ares 11, main residency area has been penetrated. An entrance connecting to the pillar has appeared. Ares 14, being controlled due to an unknown force. Inner area is forcibly being enlarged, and becoming isolated from the outer world. Ares 77, a strange spatial phenomenon has occurred, all contact with the outside except the connecting fortresses has been cut off. At this rate, we would need to use the elevator in order to move. We would need to use the elevator in order to move up. While Khan was at a loss while thinking about the mysterious elevator. A scream came from one of them. Fuck. The entrance connecting to Ares 11 has opened. 27 unknown organisms coming out. We're attempting contact. Their appearances seem to fit the description of the Radukale race you instructed us of before. Fuck, 1st barrier has been breached. Already. There's merely 30 though. Khan freaked out at the huge destructive force. Block them. Use all of the defensive structures and functions of the fortress. Khan screamed out. Boom. Countless sounds of collisions and explosions were heard. The beams the fortresses were shooting towards their inner parts and the attacks of the beings from the abyss. Rumbly. Everyone in the green zone was at a loss. From the countless spaceships that rose up above the northern tundras. Astro 11. Astro 71. Astro 98. Astro Dash. The spaceships broke apart into 9 or so sections and got stuck onto the pillars that came down from the sky. But there was an exception. Astro 11. Unlike the ships that stuck onto the pillars, this single spaceship remained flying above the northern tundra. Thanks. No problem. You're even going to do our job for us. Hansu spoke towards the ferry as he stared at the screen he had turned off. That's enough information. If he let out more then beings even stronger would come down. Phew. Hansu sighed and then adjusted his posture. It was just the beginning. The fairy smiled as it spoke. Shall I then stay away for a bit? Talk between yourselves. We can discuss your reward after. The fairy disappeared with those words and TMT1, who had been frozen when the fairy had appeared, started to move again. Then, two people appeared. The two whom he had called earlier. The leader of the second-grade citizens, Great General Cycros. The leader of the enhanced race, or the ANS, Municella. And their expressions were filled with fear from what they had seen outside. Though they had gone through countless things in their lives, the scene outside was completely unfamiliar to they. What the? Hansu spoke towards them. It's time for us to go our separate ways. Our separate ways? Hansu nodded. Yeah. The plan you guys tried to accomplish in the past. Oh wait, I guess only one side knows. Municella fell silent. Hansu's words were true. The plan she had made. Moving out from this planet and heading towards a new planet where only the enhanced race could live. It was impossible in the past. Since Tiamat and his destruction cannon prevented the spaceships from rising up. So she decided to use Hansu's hand to deal with the two and then head towards the new planet Tiamat. But, these guys weren't part of the plan. As Municella glanced at Cycros, Hansu spoke out expressionlessly. Go with them. You don't know what would happen on the planet. Hansu wanted to get rid of these guys who could become variables. And it wasn't very hard to do that. He just needed to let them proceed with the plan. The enhanced race had the spirits and the power to control vast amounts of energy. The second citizens, the kingdoms, and the empire, had a huge amount of manpower and strong elite forces. Since they need each other and had similar strength, they wouldn't be able to deal with each other easily. Well, one side wouldn't just sit idle if the other wanted to leave anyway. The people of the kingdoms and the empire would not sit still if the ANS wanted to leave. It was the same for the second-grade citizens. Without the enhanced race, they would not be able to maintain the ship all the way to the Tiamat planet far in the distance. Municella was silent for a moment but then nodded. She wanted to leave anyway. Though leaving was the original plan, they could have come up with a better plan with some time. But Municella didn't want to stay on this planet any longer than she had to. The aura that the metal pillars were radiating were triggering all of her senses of danger. Municella spoke towards Hansu. A few of us who cannot fly decided to stay here. Some can't survive the long journey, some don't want to leave their homeland. They will give you the ANS blessings. Though you guys would need to gain the spirits. Municella ended her words and then looked towards the ships that had become part of the elevators. The adventurers who had come up and who would come up from now on would probably have a harder time gaining the strength of the spirits. Since they would only be able to receive the powers of the spirits after they deal with the strange organisms constantly expanding their territory. But Hansu nodded as if it was not a big deal. Not much reason to do all this if we can't even manage that. Suddenly, Municella became curious. What would Hansu do in this new world? What will you do now? Hansu smiled. Since my role as the prophet has ended. I'm planning to go on a vacation. Vacation? TMT1 was dumbfounded. Hansu's words were so shocking, to the point of breaking his calm countenance. A vacation amidst all of this? What the hell is he thinking? Fuck. What's going on? Mr. Hansu. Kong Hansu. Explain this. What the hell did you do? TMT1 frowned as he looked at the adventurers screaming outside the ship. Reincarnator, Chapter 299, Demon King's Egg, 2. Hansu shrugged his shoulders despite the strange gazes. It's time for me to take a break. Isn't it time for me to work solo for a bit? Municella and Cycros both shook their heads. One clearly showing disappointment. Another didn't show it but still had a similar expression. Can a person change this much? Such a waste. Cycros, the one who had clearly shown a disappointed expression, thought to himself. He personally liked people who strived for the well-being of many people or for the greater good. Since he himself had become a general because of this. Though he had met him as an enemy in the beginning, he had felt a lot of sympathy for Hansu who was working himself to death for the humankind. Putting one's life on the line for someone else was not an easy feat. He had thought that it was part of Hansu's nature to help others but it seemed like it was due to the restraints he had. He had heard something akin to it from Municella on the way but he still kept his hopes up just in case a similar personality remained. But it was for naught. Too bad I guess. Cycros stopped paying attention to Hansu and turned around. Municella smiled awkwardly between the two and spoke to Hansu. So. What will you do now? Hansu understood the meaning behind her words as he chuckled. Just drop me off anywhere suitable. Yeah. Behind the mountain range should be good. There's something I must do hidden away from the people's eyes. Municella was embarrassed because Hansu had understood her meaning of her wanting to leave this place quickly as she nodded. The more time she dragged on the more variables would come into play. TMT1 received Municella's orders and quickly drove the ship towards the other side of the mountain range. But at that moment, Cycros couldn't hold back his anger and spat his words out. You really are a scoundrel. Do you not see the chaos outside? Don't you feel any responsibility? Cycros pointed towards the outside scenery the screen on the wall was showing. A corner of the spirit land. A scene of chaos. They probably realize it by now. That you abandoned them. What the hell is going on? Samuel Keener, a 10,000-man general, mumbled as he stared at the giant elevator in the distance. This feels incredibly ill-boding. He wasn't just talking about the feeling he was getting. Kaaak. From the tower. Tremendous screams and roars could be heard. Sounds of things breaking and smashing apart. Crash. Boom. At that moment. He could hear complaints next to him. Damn. Leader, do you know anything about this? Samuel shook his head at the words of the 1,000-men captain. He hadn't known anything about this. At that moment. John Stone, the 1,000-men captain who had complained, asked back cautiously. Isn't this linked to Kong Hansu? Him. Samuel Keener started to think. Yeah. Something is off. They could slowly figure out if it was true, but if it was really linked to Hansu, the information they received from him was priceless. A piece of knowledge could determine life and death in a bad situation. Pushing aside the fact that he publicized this knowledge, the origin of all this information was suspicious. Where could he have gotten all of this information? And if he knew about it, why did he say it right as this huge change was about to fall upon them? There's too much we don't know about. He just told us how to deal with the monsters from the elevators and nothing else. He grew even more curious as Hansu only spoke the most important and crucial information as if he was running out of time. Johnstone spoke to Samuel again. Think about it. Isn't something strange? The moment he spoke, these things happened. And didn't the fairy say it? That this opportunity has come because of Hansu. Keener frowned at the word opportunity. He didn't like this opportunity that the fairy spoke about. To a normal person, an opportunity was something that had a small amount of risk in comparison to the large reward. But the fairy never spoke lies. Which meant that this was a high risk and extremely high rewarding case. The fairy, which didn't even appear during normal times, actually appeared and told everyone that the elevators were a huge opportunity. Which meant that those elevators were extremely dangerous. Way more than anything they had gone through in the hell-like yellow and green zones. And according to the fairy's words, Kong Hansu had brought all of this upon them. Johnstone got excited as Samuel frowned more and more. Look. This is all caused by that bastard. Why isn't he appearing now? He really dislikes internal strife, he should be all over us right now trying to quiet us down. Samuel agreed. Hansu did not like internal strife. Every time it happened, he would rush over and either suppress all of them or make a deal with them. Like he was obsessed. And the red, orange and yellow zones were controlled under an absolute rule. The reason why they were able to complain like this was because there was no method of controlling them in the green zone. People were complaining with rage-filled eyes due to the lack of control and the huge change that suddenly struck them. Fuck. Explain this. What is going on? Though they were complaining, there was a reason why they couldn't revolt or cause a ruckus. In the distance, the ants that stayed behind and surrounded them. Because of their existence, the current ants were much stronger than them. Much stronger. What if the ants were the method of control Hansu left behind for them? At this rate, we might need to go to the front lines if we're unlucky. He was feeling uneasy about the action of going into the giant elevator. If they need to use meat shields, who would they use? Those who listened or those who didn't? Damn, this is too real. Samuel Keener mumbled. It was hard to think that someone who paid so much attention to controlling them in the red, orange and yellow zones wouldn't care about it in the green zone. And he didn't even bring them up to the yellow zone before the satellite fortresses were ready. Despite it being easier to fight together with them. People who were at such a high rank were trying very hard to calm down the people below. Amazing. Samuel Keener was at a loss for words. That man wasn't even here. But every one of them were contemplating every single one of his past actions. Samuel was terrified at the tremendous amount of influence the man had. At that moment. Rumble. In the distance. A single ship that hadn't fused with the elevators started to fly towards them. Maybe because it was designed to fly into space, the speed at which it flew allowed it to arrive by them almost instantly. Rumbly. Samuel almost got blown away by the winds created by the giant ship and frowned as he stood in place. I knew it. He's already had everything prepared. Every person who had been complaining or making a ruckus fell silent as the ship arrived above them. Since he returned, I guess we can at least hear what's going on. They would at least be able to hear explanations since the ship came back. But at Samuel's side. Everyone on board. It is time for us to leave. The voice of a woman was heard instead. It's not Hansu. Municella was speaking towards the ants. What the? Kong Hansu? Where did you go? As Keener frowned in confusion. Something unbelievable happened. The ants, whom he thought were watching over them, started to fly into the ship. What the hell? But as Samuel was about to speak. Somebody was faster than him. Hey. What the hell, man? Where the hell are you guys going? Fucking Johnstone. Why are you asking with so much hostility? The same words would sound different if spoken differently. Samuel was about to speak to cover the hostile words of John, but Municella answered calmly. We will leave this planet. We do not want to live here anymore. What? Samuel looked towards the ants in shock. Most of the thousands of ants were flying onto the ship. They wouldn't be able to control them with the few remaining behind. They weren't here to control us. But while Samuel and the other 10,000 men generals were shocked, Johnstone asked back as if he knew this would all happen. Do you know where he went then? Municella kept her smile as she replied. He left our ship previously. He said that there was something he would need to do by himself. Johnstone shouted proudly the moment he heard this. I knew this would happen. See. This is all caused by that bastard. He caused this and just ran away by himself. As his words were heard. Mumble mumble. The fear of the one who could control this suddenly disappeared and they felt freedom as a result. Fuck. Really? Damn. What do we do then? Shouts were heard all around them. And Samuel frowned seeing this. What are you planning, John? Johnstone was vicious but was still 1,000-men captain. He wouldn't act like this without any plans. He should know that making people uneasy clearly wouldn't be good, but for him to do such a thing. Samuel glared at John. Below the mountain range. Two shadows laid on the ground in the depths of the harsh snowstorm. A shadow who was lying down with an exhausted expression unbefitting of the vacation he spoke of. And the shadow of a small creature flying around in glee in the air. Ha ha ha. A smart person indeed acts quickly. I should have watched the scenery a bit more before I came to give you your reward. Anyways, how's your body? What do you think? It's a mess. But still, it's progressing well. Reincarnator, Chapter 300, Demon King's Egg, 3. The one that was needed now. Was not a savior. But a demon king. Hansu stared at the fairy, mumbling in amusement and joy as it looked towards the situation in the distance and spoke. Well, even if I want to do anything, I really can't. My body is really a mess. Crunch. Hansu muttered in exhaustion as he checked himself. The fairy didn't seem to mind the exhausted Hansu as it spoke in joy. It would be boring without you. How much longer would you need to rest? Hansu lifted up 2 fingers at the fairy. 2 years. It should take that long before I fix this. Him speaking about the vacation was not a lie. He really needed to rest. No, recovering was more like it. In order to climb. 2 years. This is how long it should take him to recover his destroyed body and create a foothold to continue forward. It was also long enough for people to rise up by themselves using the stepping stone he created for them. Hansu spoke as he suppressed the 3 seeds which were acting up as if he didn't have the right to control them yet. How many did I shove in there? I'm far from being at that level. There were memories about the skills of annihilation amidst the lost ones. 3 seeds of these skills had been put into him while his soul had been cracked from the collision of his own will and that of Ares and Chaldean inside him. The soul was constrained by the body. The soul, which had grown for over 50 years while mastering 7 skills to the limit, could not withstand 3 skills of annihilations. If it wasn't for the and his instinctive mastery in controlling skills attained from decades of training, then his soul would have long been destroyed. The fairy smiled at Hansu's words. Well, you do your thing with the rest. But you still need to receive the reward. What of it? Will you share it again this time? Hansu shook his head tiredly. He didn't have that much room to spare. Give me the immortal soul. He shouldn't be greedy for the 0 numberings. Since he didn't know what would come out due to it being random. There was a single thing he needed. The immortal soul. The solo numbering 1 skill that raised one's soul and body to the extreme. This skill, which had the highest efficiency out of the discovered skills, wouldn't lose out even when compared to the 0 numberings. He would need it to heal his damaged soul and his almost destroyed body. No, he needed it to reduce the time it took. His body and soul were really badly damaged. Damn. Even my soul fragments aren't working anymore. Despite his damaged soul, he had used that put a huge strain on his soul. In order to send the information through the dimensions. It's really a mess. He was holding onto his consciousness because the second-grade citizens and the ants might have looked down on him if he fell down, but this was really the limit. He really tried hard to say a few more words but fell down. The fairy looked at Hansu and spoke while pulling something out from the ear and putting it into his body. Rest a bit then. Then. Rumble. The that had entered Hansu's body started up. Then. Crack. Crack. A silver liquid came out from Hansu's pores and started to solidify around him. Like an egg. At the same time. Rumbling. The energy of the spirit inside Hansu's body acted up as it absorbed the energy around him. The that entered his body had started to work properly. Immortal soul's main power was survival. It utilized every skill and everything one had to survive. It would heal the soul with the mana and create a foundation for the skills of annihilation to grow. The spirit's power absorbed the energy around him to help him recover. The liquid used in the body enhancement surgery would constantly supply him with nutrition and prevent outside forces from reaching him. The moment this egg was completed, the vacation that Hansu spoke of would begin. The long, 2-year vacation. The fairy approached Hansu's face, which had now almost been covered in the silver liquid, and mumbled. Well, we will wait. Anyways, those guys will probably have a lot of fun while you're missing. The fairy finished speaking and looked into the distance. It mumbled as it looked at the location where the adventurers were gathered past the mountain range. He left. As he heard the people's mumbles, Samuel Keener finally realized what this uneasy feeling was inside him. This was not something that came just from the fact that the abyss opened and extremely powerful beings would pour out. It was more so because of Hansu. The way Hansu was speaking. He was going to leave her. It was already decided. Samuel was at a loss for words. It felt like a huge pillar inside him had been disappeared. And he could feel the empty space from it. No. No, you lead us. You brought us here. You can't abandon us. You have to continue to lead us. A person's ability was relative. Though he had the right and the ability to lead 10,000 men, Hansu had more than enough ability to lead hundreds of people like himself. And on top of all this, there were the mysterious elevators that had suddenly appeared. Samuel panicked. If a person at Samuel's level felt this way, how would others feel then? Fuck. What are we supposed to do if you run away on your own? What's going on? Boom. Boom. There was nothing holding them back since even the ants had gone missing. Rage-filled skills exploded out from the adventurers and started a huge ruckus. Damn it. Everyone calm down. It's not time for us to do this. Bastards. Keep your formations. The ones who had yet to go crazy were trying to calm down the others, but it was not easy to calm people down in a situation like this. Samuel was at a loss and just watched all of this in a daze. Then John came up to him. Wake up. General. Wake up. John Stone, who had been shouting about Hansu being a traitor, came up to him and grinned at his teeth. Why are you acting like a retard? It was better when we were at the Reincarnator clan, really. You were shouting about how we would devour everything. Did you become mute? John. As Samuel seemed to have woken up from his stupor, John whispered a few words to him. Like the fairy said. This is an opportunity. We promised to rise upright. John Stone then pointed towards the elevator. The people below have already accepted Hansu as the savior. So that's out of the question, but it's not the same above. It's all an empty land above us. John Stone pointed around him. There's nobody to control us, and even that Hansu guy is gone. There's probably a reason for it, but that's not important. The only important thing is that there is nobody standing in front of us or above us. You know what to do now. From John Stone's words, vigor appeared in Samuel Keener's eyes. Yes. We need to eat them up. Though the head had been cut off, the body remained. Having the greatest power was the most important thing now. Then, Samuel realized what he needed to do. Gathering people was easy. Make an enemy. And there was a very easy target for this. As he made his decision. Though I don't dislike you or anything. Since you left us first, you don't have the right to be upset about this. Samuel breathed in and out and then shouted. That damned Kong Hansu had abandoned us. We need to go forward on our own. We will become the best. Above that tower. They will take over the top. John Stone made a satisfied expression while watching Samuel and shouted. Bastard. He pretended to be a savior but then just abandoned us. Then. Enbyron, Karhul, and the others who were close to Hansu cursed out. You fucking bastard. How dare you. Then. A battle of curses and clashes occurred between those who followed Hansu and those who cursed him and wanted to create new opportunities. Geez. Didn't you leave them with too much freedom? You should have at least set up some order before. Hansu spoke with a laugh with his half-closed eyes in reply to the fairy's words. They'll do well. They'll be really busy now. They wouldn't be able to fight each other to the death because of the elevators. Since they would all know what's more important. And as if it had gotten bored from his words. The fairy pouted as it spoke. It seems everything is just annoying to you now. I guess it's time for me to leave then. But let me ask you one final question before I go. Go ahead. The fairy smiled and then asked. What are you going to do when you come out? 2 years was a long time. A lot of things would have changed when Hansu comes out. At that moment Hansu's eyes opened wide. He then spoke quietly through the small cracks of the egg. Demon King. Ugh, how childish. With the fairy's frown as the last thing he saw. The egg completely covered up his body. The fairy smiled at the single silver egg left atop of the vast tundra and disappeared. Sleep tight. Whoosh. The round, silver egg slowly disappeared under the snow in the vast tundra. The world was changing. The ceiling disappeared and the leash around their necks had also disappeared. Only bastards who could bite flesh off others could survive. People who would go at any lengths to gain strength could reach greater heights than ever. One needed to be evil and greedy enough to be able to be called a demon. That was the only way. Though the ceiling had collapsed, it wasn't easy to reach those heights. They needed to do at least this much in order to go past the ceiling. They would only be able to become a transcendent if they became demons. And in this new changed world, I will become the Demon King. The Demon King. King of the demons. I will become your king, the king of you demons. I will leash you, you who have become as strong as demons. I will become the king who stands in the very front against the existences of the abyss. So grow well. Until I come. Climb high. Higher and higher. Continue to climb up. Until you are worthy enough for me to lead you. End of Season 1.